Hi, Blue. How are you? How's your night? Gonna hang Saturn for just a second here until the moon comes up above the tree. Chucker Tony, what up, man? Should be here tomorrow, by the way. L42, oh, what up, buddy? How's your night? Get everything popped up here real quick. There we go. Should be good. Perfect. There we go. Hi, Sibel. Mo in the house as well. Better day than it was the other day. You got clear skies? Yeah, Titan's really shining bright tonight. It is really shining bright tonight. Matt's alive and has arrived, digging the dive. Striving to survive, feeling the vibe. And drive to thrive. High five, subscribed, and liked the live. Matt is in the chat. How about that? What's up, Matt? How you doing, brother? That is Titan, yep. There's Titan coming through tonight. Titan is coming through gorgeously tonight. We are set up to go to the moon. So the game plan is to get the moon tonight. But before we do the moon, we'll kind of hang out with Saturn for a minute. Just kind of enjoy the view of the Saturn. You'll see some of the other moons every now and then pop through. Got to come in hot. You did, brother. You did. Hey, Chris. What up, Chris? And by the way, if you are a subscriber and not in the Discord yet, jump in Discord, y'all. We're going to be doing a, not a subscriber, sorry. If you're a member and haven't jumped in Discord, make sure you jump into our Discord with us to keep up the conversation, obviously. And plus some of the other fun things. But I think we're going to have a member-only live coming right up. Probably at the end of this week, we'll be testing out some new equipment that we receive. Before the Orionids come in, the meteor shower Orionids, we got a new lens for the camera that's super, super, super fast compared to even the one that we're currently using. So it should be really fun. Yeah, definitely jump in there, Chris. Had a really bad weather day. Over the 7 inches of rain and a bunch of twisters. Wow, no way. Hi, Christina. How's it going? I see you, Christina. But I'm thinking, I'm not too sure yet. Thursday night or Friday night, we'll have a member-only live and we'll test out some of the new equipment. And just see how it's going to look. I think it's going to be amazing, though. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. Yo, what up, Hayden? How's it going, buddy? Chevy Camaro in the house as well. Welcome in, y'all. That is actually Saturn. Saturn, and we see a few moons. The one that you see on the far left side, that's the moon Titan that we currently see. Desi, good evening. How are you? How is Desi? Yep, what a cool view though, huh? Get to see one of the 274 moons fairly easily. Every now and then you see some of the other moons kind of come in and we get to view those as well. Friday be clear nights, yeah, absolutely. Hey Vern, how's it going? How's it going? This is not the moon yet. Right now we're hanging out Saturn. We're going to be swinging to the moon just as soon as it comes up over the tree line for us. Then we'll be able to get there. Little Axel, how's it going? I see you. Yep, beautiful rings of Saturn. Saturn and its moon Titan popping in over there as well. So live view of Saturn and its moon Titan. Every now and then I'm seeing some more of the moons come through. I don't know if you guys can see them well or not. Are you able to see any of the other moons pop through or no? You like this? That's awesome. Ah, thank you, so outrageous. Absolutely, thank you. Honestly, thank you for coming in and hanging out with us tonight. Let's see if we can, let me bring in a little bit more light. Turn up the exposure just a bit more. Maybe we can make out some more of the moons there. Can y'all see it? Yo, Ivan! My favorite, nah, I'm not that way, man, but I appreciate you here. Definitely appreciate you here. So chill, I try to be. I definitely try to be. And thank you so much for the love and support, by the way. Have you got a telescope you can actually see Saturn and its colors? So we can. When you talk about colors, though, you're talking about heavy processing, which is not like a live view. It goes in a whole different direction. You got to capture a bunch of frames, you stack it, and then you do all these other things. So when you see the pictures, obviously, it's a lot different than actually seeing Saturn live. David in the house. What's up, buddy? Hi, Jeremy, New Mexico, back in the 80s. Ah, no way, Sans. That's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, you can see a couple of moons out there. I see 4 of them right now popping through. I can see 4 of the beautiful moons. Yo, what's up, Gary? How are you doing? We're hanging out with the planet Saturn right now. We're looking at the Saturn live from here at Kansas City, Missouri, using a 8-inch Schmidt cache screen telescope. The next target will be the moon. We'll be going to the moon here soon. Hanging out with the moon tonight. It's like a 60s movie. Ah, it's just an exposure coming through. We could bring out a lot of exposure and you start to make out Saturn. Usually we'd be zoomed in a lot more, but since we want to do the moon, obviously we don't want to be like completely zoomed in. We want to have that wide field of view. Hey Karen, how's it going? How was your night? I forgot to type in the Discord that we're live too. Let me do that real quick. There we go. Spin on this setup. The 8SE, the telescope itself, 8SE is about 1600, and it comes with its own go-to mount, but then there's a lot more involved. Obviously, we got a different mount that we use. We got a camera setup that we use, the computer systems, the observatory itself. It gets a little expensive the way that I have it set up, obviously, but all that comes from the gifts and memberships and stuff like that. I always take all the money that we receive and put it right back into what we do. Yo, what's up, Chance? I see you, brother. Back Saturn again. Good evening from Ohio State. What's up, Art at Work? How you doing, buddy? Ron in the house as well. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're going to be checking out the moon. That's the next target, is the moon. Let me throw in the outside camera here. So here's the telescope we're looking through, and the moon is off in this direction, right behind trees. It's going to get really bright in that way, but it's behind the trees. So once it gets up over the trees, where we can see it from the with the telescope here in the observatory, we'll get it for sure. It'll be here soon though. We'll definitely be able to get the view here in a minute. What I'm seeing right now, sorry, throat. Right now, Saturn and some of its moons. I can see 4 of the moons right now, 4 of 274 moons. And by the way, Jupiter's up to 97 moons now. We're up to 97 moons when we talk about the moon count for Jupiter. Or just me setting my Android color inversion. Right now we're just looking black and white basically. When you look at stuff like a live view, you obviously don't capture the amazing, beautiful the color patterns and stuff like that. Ever catch any anomalies? I honestly don't. I am in Kansas City, yeah. Well, just outside of Kansas City, but yeah, over here in Kansas City. Yolan, how's it going? Welcome in, buddy. Actually see that far? Yeah, absolutely. We can see even further. We can look at galaxies like Andromeda, for example. So you went to Pennsylvania? Oh my goodness. What's the difference between a moon and a planet? Planets orbit around a star, in our case, our sun, and moons orbit around other objects besides a star. 3i, not until November. We'll get to the 3i in November. Got videos of another. And by the way, we should add that they have to be natural satellite objects. So it has to be a natural object in order to be classified as those. Ah, you're welcome, absolutely. Hi, Lindsay. How's it going? Welcome in. Yep, it is getting, it's dark. Obviously, the moon's bright, though. It's 9:39 p.m. here near Kansas City, Missouri. But the moon is really bright. It's super, super bright. It's going to still look full tonight. Fuzzy light all around Saturn. It's just the exposure. We have the exposure turned way up, so it's causing that kind of like all the light particles hitting the camera, the bouncing off of it, hitting different lenses. But this is the only way that we can actually view some of the moons around Saturn. So here you get to see the moon Titan on the far left. That's the second largest moon here in our solar system. And then you see 3 other moons there as well. But yeah, you can see 4 currently. Watch Pluto one day. Dude, it's a dot. Pluto is so small. It shows up as a dot. I appreciate it, Ivan. Honestly, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Thank you, bud. Does Jupiter protect the Earth from asteroids, comets, and meteors? It's kind of like a 50-50 thing. It does and it doesn't. Sometimes it also slingshots stuff at us. It's more of a frenemy. It's more of a frenemy than it is a friend or an enemy, of course. Okay, telescope. Right now we're using the 8SE telescope. Tonight we're using the 8SE. Had to get the laptop up and running. I got you. Awesome. You're in Southwest Pennsylvania? That's so funny. That is super funny. You gotta love hearing people talk about their favorite subjects. Makes my heart happy. That's amazing. What's up, Kyle? How you doing tonight, brother? Welcome back, by the way. I think I forgot to set up the telescope command. I think it still says the SVBony. Let me go do that real quick. We have the telescope command to show the right telescope we're using tonight. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Welcome in, Mark. How's Myrtle Beach tonight? Now, this is Saturn Live. Yeah, you're looking at Saturn Live right now on some of its moons. Saturn Live with some of the beautiful moons out there. Let me update the telescope command so we got the right telescope actually in there. Right here. All right, Celestron 8SE. Okay, other than that, we should be good. There we go. Near Kansas City, Missouri. I'm over by Kansas City, Missouri. And thanks, Bill. I appreciate it. And welcome in, by the way. We've got Denver, Colorado, Cosmic from Denver, Colorado. Very beautiful area. What's your favorite place out in that direction? Mine would have to be, I think, Estes Park. I appreciate it, 2020. Thank you so much. Honestly, thank you. Jura, what's up, brother? How's it going? Again, by the way, if you are a member, I know that we have quite a bit of members in here right now. Make sure you're in Discord. We'll have a member-only stream coming up near the weekend, maybe Thursday night, and we'll be testing out some new equipment that we got. Why so blue now? I got a filter in tonight, Yoda. We're actually using a filter that allows a lot more light to come through. So when you actually capture stuff, like the moon, for example, Jupiter, Saturn, you normally want to use a filter to help kind of break down. Or in our case, what we're using tonight, it allows a lot more of the light contrast to come through. Telescope couple times. Are they just a bit tricky to use for amateurs, or am I overthinking it? It depends on the telescope you use, to be honest. A lot of times using it during the daytime with something, for example, like with like trees, and just getting familiar with how your telescope works when it comes to focus, maneuvering it, then I think that helps a lot if you're using a manual telescope. But even then, focusing during the day on like a tree branch or something, it gives you a good idea how focus works. Tricky Mars already set for me. It's set right after the sun did. NM, how's it going? Welcome in. This is very beautiful, absolutely. Gonna be elk out. Oh man, no way. The elk out near Estes Park are so cool to see. Right now, Mars is already set for us. It's set right after the sun. We are out of Mars season. You gotta go out and look right when the sun sets, and you'll be able to see Mars at that point. We can't zoom in because this is actually really zoomed in for our field of view. And the reason that is because we want to be able to jump over to the moon here quickly. We are basically set up to enjoy the view of the moon tonight, rather than actually Saturn. But here we're getting to check out Saturn, some of the moons, before we go over to the moon. Look at those moonshine. They are looking good, aren't they, Damien? The moons are absolutely stunning for sure tonight. Targeting Venus, when it went over this earlier this year. Hard to say I can get to enjoy the sun went down. Yeah, Venus is really hard to observe in the telescope. The massive amount of atmosphere around Venus is super hard to make Venus being like one of those fun things to observe. Kansas City, Missouri. I'm over by Kansas City, Missouri. Wonder what the other moons are. I'd have to pull them up real quick. Let me see if I can pull up in the planetarium here what we're looking at. The view, solar system information. Let's see. Let's see which ones we have. Let me hit Saturn. Get it on over here. We got Saturn. Let's zoom out of Saturn. Do a time sync. So I'm going to guess Rhea, Tethys. I see Hyperion is over here. So Mimas, it looks like Hyperion and Mimas are really close to each other, next to the ring. That's probably right. So let me verify though. Okay, so we see Tethys on the right side, then you got Dione. So Mimas, Tethys, and Hyperion are really close to each other on the right side. Then you got Dione and then Titan further over there. Let me see. Actually, wait, hold on. Wait. That may be actually Mimas, Tethys. Let me zoom out more. It's so slow to zoom out in the planetarium. Dione, Rhea, are they on Titan side? I think they actually are going to be. It looks like Tethys, Dione, Rhea, and then Titan. So on the right side we see Tethys, and then on the left side you see Dione. Every now and then it kind of comes through. And then you see Rhea, and then we're seeing Titan. 99% full. It's so bright tonight. The moon is so bright. Super bright. Moonshine, drinking moonshine. I have not. This is not plasma. The Saturn is not plasma. How much would I have to spend to get a view like that from a telescope? So this is the 8SE. It's about $1,600, roughly $1,600. Titan's not about the size of Earth. It's really big, but not quite about the size of Earth. It's about it's a bit bigger than the planet Mercury. Definitely bigger than our moon, but it's not quite the size of Earth though. Mars is visible for a couple months. That was awesome. Yeah, Mars is absolutely stunning. Mars is really beautiful for sure. Absolutely. Israel, sí. Aquí el Saturno en mi telescopio. Desde aquí en Unidos Estados, Kansas City, Missouri. Alright, sounds good, Chevy. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Honestly, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Let's see here. Here in a bit, we're going to be going to the moon, by the way, y'all. That's what it looks like when we have the exposure way up, and that's what it looks like when we take out some of the exposure. You make out a little bit more of the details. Our setup tonight is not for Saturn, though, even though we're getting to hang out with Saturn and enjoy its beautiful view. But our setup is really based on going to the moon and checking it out. Yeah, you're down there in Miami? Nice. Welcome in. Looks cool in their alignments tonight. They really do. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Porch. I appreciate that. Hi, Susan. Welcome in. Yeah, we had so much rain here in Kansas City last night. So much darn rain. We just could not get rid of it. Is it too low, by the way? I didn't think about this. It's probably getting way too close to the chat. Let's see if we can move the telescope up just a bit here and then over. See if this helps us go the right way with the telescope. A little bit more. Honestly, thank you, Kickstand. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you so much. There we go. Does that look a little better? A little higher, easier to see? Hopefully. Hopefully it does. See if I can pull up everything over here now. Get the chats around me. There, here. Can you guys see it better now? Does it look a little better? Where it's actually positioned or no? Hopefully it does. Hopefully it looks a little bit better. South Africa. Welcome in, Tank. How's it going? How's your night? I'm going to pull up the live chat on my other screen here. Be able to see it a little bit easier. There we go. Hopefully it's easier. It does? Okay. Good deal. Fly me to the moon. Let me dance amongst the stars. Absolutely awesome. We're going to be going to the moon here shortly. Here shortly we'll be able to go over to the moon. Thanks, Sonny. I appreciate it. Andy, welcome in. How are you doing? How was your night? Right now, Saturn. This is Saturn and some of its moons right now. Saturn and some moons. Some beautiful moons out there. B, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing as well. Is that really Saturn? It is, yeah. You're looking at Saturn live right now with some of its moons nearby. You got Titan, the second largest moon in our solar system, there on the far left side. That's really cool. Green, what's up? How's it going? How's your night? It's amazing, ain't it? Wait until you see the moon. We're set up to see the moon, but usually when we look at Saturn, we're a lot more zoomed in, so we can enjoy the view of Saturn. But tonight we're really set up to go to the moon, and that's the game plan. So we got to be more zoomed out. Obviously, Saturn's a really small target in the sky compared to what the moon is. So we're really not zoomed in much at all. What a beautiful view of its moons coming through. Ain't that amazing? Ain't it amazing to get to see some moons out there hanging around another planet? So we see 4 right now. If you look really closely, you'll make out at least 4 of its moons. And then we're going to see our moon. So you're going to get to see 5 different moons. And in one point tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is going to be a lot of fun. Makes you feel small, but it's okay. Yeah, absolutely. Our day was awesome when we focused on the solar rings. Yeah. I love viewing Saturn, obviously. Saturn's absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. Got an orientation, an Orion, I assume? Orion or orientation 130 millimeter short tube. 1 second gen. Oh, EQ mount. I got you. That's awesome. Zoom in further. Not with our current setup. Not with the current setup. Hi, Maddie. How's it going? How's your night? That's how far away. Roughly about 796 million miles away tonight. Roughly 796 million miles away tonight. Saturn. It is beautiful Saturn. Gorgeous Saturn. It just always stuns me to see other moons out there. Like, I'm always stunned whenever I get to see other moons out in our solar system. I think that's just so amazing. Big pizza pie, that's a more. Nice. Sunny, how's it going? They are. The rings are tilted roughly about 26 degrees. It just depends on the equipment, though. Depends on the equipment, how the equipment's set up. Such a trip, isn't it? It is. It really is. Titan itself has a massive atmosphere, which is just really crazy to think of when it comes to a moon. Super crazy. Hey, Dominique, how you doing, bud? Waiting for aliens to show up? Yeah, that'd be really cool. Right now we're using the 8SC telescope. Jupiter moon is the same. Oh yeah, dude, getting to see the Galilean moons is insane. Jupiter's up to 97 moons now, where Saturn's 274 moons is our current moon count. How's it going, Dominique? How's your night? I'm an astronomer. No, I'm a toenail chewer. I eat toenails. That's such a fun question. This is cool. Where are you tonight? Kansas City, Missouri. We're located over by Kansas City, Missouri. Europa visible. Like that when Jupiter's in view. It is. Yeah, we get to see Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto when we look at Jupiter. We get to see the 4 Galilean moons. Atlas, the comet Atlas is behind the sun. It's getting behind the sun. It'll go through perihelion and eventually come out. We'll get to see it in November. We'll get to see Atlas in November. Minions, tonight we still do Saturn. Oh my goodness. Why though? Why is that? What was your question? I must have missed something up there. Will that be the first person to grow super hot peppers on another planet? Oh my goodness, that'd be crazy. How unique is our moon to other moons? It's relatively unique compared to the body that it orbits. It's the largest moon. Then when we talk about the moons that orbit around planets, ours becomes the largest moon. Yet it's the 5th largest moon here in the solar system. It's a very unique moon in a huge sense. There's not a lot of moons that we know of that are from a collision. Saturn does look really pretty. It really does. She has fun facts about the sky shows. I appreciate it. Thank you, Susan. Honestly, thank you. Honestly, the coolest thing I've come across? Doom scrolling on YouTube so long. That's awesome. I appreciate it, Brandon. Glad to have you, by the way. When are we moonbound? Are you talking about Artemis 2? Ever saw Aliens? You did? Oh, I have not. Honestly, I have not. I wonder how far Titan is from Saturn. I'd have to pull it up. I actually had that number. Crap. I'll get it for you. If I can grab it on my page here. Solar system, moons. Get down to Saturn. Then we got Titan. Titan is about 759,000 miles away from... Titan 759,000 miles away from Saturn. And it takes 15.9 days to orbit around Saturn. That's pretty crazy. Our moon does give a season's end, and it controls the tides, and it does quite a bit more. Obviously, there's a lot of influence that our moon does for us. A lot of influences. Would you rather one moon or have as many moons as you want? You know, I think the way that Earth and our moon is just perfect. I don't know that I'd want anything different, to be honest. Formed by big objects fighting for sure. Yeah, big objects fighting for sure. So it's possible for a moon to break off and become a planet. It would be possible, plausible, but relatively rare. We can look at that also when we talk about Pluto. Pluto should have been a moon of Neptune, and so it did leave its orbit, and now Pluto has its own orbit around the sun. We considered it a planet for a long time until the definition came out from the IAU what a planet shall be. And the problem with Pluto now is it has an orbit that crosses Neptune's orbit, and it would not be able to clear out Neptune, but Neptune would clear it out, and therefore it's considered a dwarf planet. So in a sense, yes, but you'd have to figure out a way to change its orbital plane. So there has to be something massive to happen, like an impact, for example. No, it's a comet. It's a comet. When we talk about 3i, it's a comet. Radiation off the gas giant. How bad is the radiation? It depends. It honestly depends on which gas giant you're talking about. Can you move the background music, please? The night sound will be clear in the background. Some people like the music. It's kind of a tough one. Anybody like the music? Want me to pull down the music? Maybe even make it a little quieter? Why is it blue? It's the setup that we're currently using. We're actually set up to go and enjoy the view of the moon tonight. That's going to be the game plan. With the high exposure when it comes through the filter I'm currently using, it's causing it to have this bluish appearance that we're currently seeing. See if I can give you a little bit more view there. Like if I take out some of the brightness, obviously, you can see there's a little bit of blue hue, but we still get beautiful coloring. And you bring in some of the brightness and we get some of those really gorgeous moons, obviously. Right now we're using the 8SC telescope from Celestron. I'm going to go through the third meteor stream currently. There's been some really beautiful meteors recently that I was able to capture just the other morning. We were able to capture a few. Tonight, no. We have such a massive bright moon. It's 99%. It's going to be 98 and then down to about 97 tonight. It is way too bright to be able to really jump around and look for meteors. Have you ever seen aliens in the sky? I have not. I have not. I have not. What kind of telescope are you using? I see a couple on there. Someone wants... Oh, never mind. I think Chance just did it right there. Celestron 8SC. Possible to see the moons of Jupiter and Saturn via the telescope. It is. So right now you see Saturn's, and Jupiter's coming even brighter. Jupiter's moons, the 4 Galilean moons, are stunning. They're really beautiful. You like the music? Nice. Some people like the crickets. Some people like the music. Wait until the frogs are out making all their noise. It gets so loud. They're my paid actors. Crickets and frogs are my paid actors for sure. They're definitely my favorite actors. See if we get the rest. Her Jupiter's particularly was bad. Oh yeah, there's a lot of radiation when we talk about Jupiter. Ton of radiation. I gotta pull it back over. Telescope moved on us a little bit. Absorb radiation better? It depends on what you mean by absorb. Elements themselves will absorb. Obviously, massive planets, and I think it's kind of like a two-part question. A massive planet would absorb more radiation than a smaller planet because more radiation would actually get to it. Or symphony onto itself. Yeah, absolutely. Possibly a planet hiding in the Oort cloud region. I mean, it's probable. It is definitely a possibility, but I think we're under 1% at this point of discovering another a large planet inside the solar system. I think we're under 1%, to be honest. I love your views of space and your information about the stellar objects are spot on. I appreciate it. Guppy, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Saturn's already married? Yeah. Got the rings on it. Oh no. Streamlabs grabbed it. I'm sorry, Steve. Streamlabs grabbed you for some reason. Ever seen crafts that look like stars move around in clusters? So we call those satellites. National Space Station passed over. Oh yeah, New York. You got to see it last week. That's so cool. That's really cool. What do you recommend as far as like a telescope for Saturn? Depends on what your budget is. Have you ever seen anything questionable in the skies? Honestly, no. Like, we don't have anything crazy in the skies here near Kansas City. We're not around a lot of military bases that do a lot of testing. And plus, you do this long enough, I guess, then you get used to it. $200, probably look for like a tabletop Dobsonian. I would say maybe a tabletop Dobsonian would be a good place to go, for sure. Tabletop Dobsonian, they're easy to use, and you get a lot of bang for the bucks when you're talking about like that $100, $300 range. Does these planets affect human beings? No. What time will you have the moon on? Here quickly. Just as soon as it comes up into our above the tree line, which let me kind of look again. It's getting close. So you can see it's still way down the trees there, but it's going to be popping out really fast from that tree. We're probably roughly like an hour or so, if even that. Probably around an hour, roughly. What up, Brad? How's it going, brother? How's your night? I'm going to be sick after, yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun. The moon will definitely be absolutely awesome. It'll be absolutely awesome here in a minute. And we are set up for the moon for tonight. That's basically what we set up to do tonight is the moon. Yeah, definitely. I think a Dobsonian, like a tabletop Dobsonian for $200 is a really good place to be. I think that'd be a really good place to be. How was your all's week so far? Got through Monday, got through Tuesday, coming up on hump day. Hopefully y'all have been having a really awesome time. Stack away, I can't with this kind of brightness. Stacking don't work when you're this bright and this zoomed out. It just ends up being blah, 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 a bunch of gibberish looking view. Green tea in the house. How's it going? I got sweet tea tonight. Green tea though is also good. Green tea with some citrus. Also very good. Lipton green tea of citrus. Really wonderful flavor. I have not seen Saturn or lightning on Saturn from our perspective here on Earth, but I have seen it through different case studies. Been a rough life. So waiting for it to be over. Nah. I think like the only thing I can say there is obviously keep strong. Obviously keep strong and know that you can do better to make things help you out a little bit. Nashville, Tennessee. Welcome in, Sharon. How's it going? Now you just want green tea? Yeah. Is it hexagon? It is real. We can't see it currently, not with our current view, but the hexagon storm is on Saturn and is real. Let's see if we can move it over just a bit more. I think I moved it too far earlier. Get to come back over a bit. There we go. Nova Scotia, Canada here. Welcome in. Glad to have you again, bud. Everyone, so clear and beautiful night. What up, Frosty? How you doing, buddy? Earl Grey Green Mode. I don't know that I've had Earl Grey green tea. I'll have to check it out though. I'll definitely have to check it out. Another from Nova Scotia. You guys call it Nova Scotia, right? Am I even saying it right? Scotia, Canada. Does Saturn actually float on water because of its composition? It's the least dense planet in the in our solar system. So as you read it, it's dense enough that it would float on water. Not truly how things would work. It actually it absorbed the water itself, but in a huge sense that it is dense enough that it would float on water. It's kind of like a weird way to say it though. Airline root tea is very good and healthy. Oh, it's kind of like rose tea, huh? What's the cheapest telescope I can buy that can actually see this stuff? Binoculars. On a really good night and you got a decent pair of binoculars, you'll make out some of the ring. It's kind of tough to see, but you can look at Jupiter and see the 4 Galilean moons. Of course, look at our moon. Binoculars are probably the cheapest things to grab to really get started. Pamela, what's up, Pamela? How you doing? Got Pamela in the house as well. Isabel, hello there. This is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you, Isabel. Welcome in, by the way. Glad to have you. Other objects spinning next to it, moons. We were looking at some of the moons. Discovery in the world of space all the time, constantly. Best binoculars you recommend? Honestly, there's not one that I would say is probably the best binoculars, but something around like a 45x, 42x, 45x be in a good area. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, absolutely. So you have 2 Celestrons. I got a lot of Celestrons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have 5 Celestrons. This is Saturn, yep, hanging out Saturn. Southern Missouri, brother? Oh, no way, Michael. I'm up near Kansas City. Glad to have you in. You think Europa or Titan could support life? Definitely Europa has a better chance of supporting life. Definitely. Europa would be one of the better targets, obviously, to study. What's your favorite celestial object to view in your telescope? With your telescope, Saturn is beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Saturn is very gorgeous. It's very majestic in its own sense because of its ring system. I would probably go with Jupiter, though. Jupiter and then Venus. Because, so obviously Jupiter is amazing. We get to see the cloud bands. We get to see the Great Red Spot through our telescope pretty well. Then I think Venus is amazing because we get to see a planet that gives us planetary views of different, like for example, we can see the crescent view of Venus, and I think that's really cool to get to see. It's almost like looking at our moon per se. I think that's really cool. So then probably Saturn. I think Jupiter, Venus, and then Saturn, kind of that order. Yeah, great color too. with the current setup, yeah, it's coming in pretty well. Spot behind Saturn, is that Neptune? Nope. Those are moons. Those are moons that we're currently seeing. Jupiter's your absolute favorite? It is. Honestly, it's gorgeous. Jupiter's absolutely gorgeous. Oh no. The bot is getting you, Pamela. Or Uranus? Honestly, no. I'm not a big fan of like Uranus and Neptune because they're like little blue dots that come in. They're just there. Like for observing here from Earth, like Neptune and Uranus really aren't that fun. Really not all that great to go for. It's neat to get to see something so far away, 2.7, 2.8 billion miles away. In the other case, we're talking about Uranus is about 1.7 billion miles away. It's really cool to get to see things that are that far away. But it's just one of those things that's just not that great to actually observe. A Jupiter failed star. It does not have enough mass. It needs about 80 times the amount of mass, or roughly 80 Jupiters to put together to even become a star. How many moons does it have? Saturn, 274 moons. Eclipse Saturn with your setup, you'd be able to see it eclipse. The moons are visible. They are. They're coming in gorgeous. I can see 4 currently. I can see 4 moons coming through currently. Yep, 274 moons. Absolutely crazy. 3i November. 3i we'll be able to see in November. Start a petition to terraform Jupiter. That'd be horrible. Dude, could you imagine even trying? Oh my goodness, that'd be horrible to do. Jupiter is so massive and so many things going on there that it is a tough planet. It's a really tough planet. And on top of that, it's obviously a gas planet, so it's not terrestrial. You're not going to be able to walk on it. Mostly, when we talk about Jupiter, it's mostly hydrogen and helium. Oh, it needs more than twice. It needs roughly about 80 times the amount of mass. Roughly 80 times the amount of mass to be able to create nuclear, or the nuclear fusion that we see. It needs a lot. You would sink. I mean, it gets a lot more challenging than just saying you would sink. You would definitely sink, but it ain't going to be you at that point. If celestial bodies were, I guess it'd just be that way. Hit the like and subscribe button. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much. Not heliocentric. Yeah, I knew what you meant, though. I knew what you meant. So, is it possible to terraform the moon? In a sense. Not to the extremeness of getting an atmosphere, that kind of extremeness, but it depends, I guess, on how far are you going to actually terraform the moon. Gonna say this, never thought see Saturn like this live in my lifetime. No way. Glad to have you, Brenda. Definitely glad to have you in tonight. Let's see if we can focus a little better on the telescope too. Let's see which way I need to go. Let me clean up the view just a bit. Here in a bit, we're going to be going and checking out the beautiful moon. The moon is what we are set up for tonight. It's going to be kind of the target that we actually look for here over the next few days, and then eventually we'll get back to looking at Saturn. And everybody's going to come back in and say, "Well, you always look at Saturn and nothing else." Now everybody's going to say, "Why do you always look at the moon and nothing else?" You know how it goes. Sharing this, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Are the rings random or internal to its structure? They're random. In that context, it's random, but connected to its structure based off of gravity and its magnetic field. Hi, Sherry. How you doing? How was your night? Every night without the whole light pollution, we would say it's not cloudy. The whole beautiful Milky Way. Is that true? That is true. So we can, from here at the observatory, we can see the Milky Way pretty well. Obviously, the dark skies give you some amazing views. They really do. We're going to see humans on Mars in our lifetime. It's a tough one. I think we might. I think we might. How many arc seconds is Jupiter from Earth? Wow. Jupiter itself. Oof. Let's get away from arc seconds. Let's go into distance, right? We're going to measure the distance, and we'll go to minutes. So somewhere around, man, I can't even remember, 45 seconds or so. Roughly 45 seconds, just in the distance of it. Yo, Prof, how's it going? You're in St. Louis? No way. On the other side of the state from us. Oh, thank you. Honestly, thank you, Brenda. What do you think of Elon Musk nuking Mars poles? I don't think it'd work, to be honest. I get the idea. I think that context needs to come up on how do you get it active? How do you get Mars active enough to be able to get a strong magnetic field? Like, I get the idea for sure. I just don't think it would work. Still remnants, that is true. That's funny. Danny, what's up, bud? How you doing? How fast does Saturn spin? Roughly about 10.5 hours to make one day. Roughly about 10.5 hours. Nicomar's effector. No. You'd have to have like so much energy to even make that matter. I think when we get into the context of that, like obviously it's a lot of energy, a lot go on, but in a small area. It's not like something like you just go for a whole planet. It's a little different context. The planet's back to back, starting from Earth. It'll be as long distance from Earth to our moon. Yeah. During the apogee phase, we'd be able to put all the planets between our planet and the moon itself. That is true. Stream from Death Valley. I have not. Look like a blue glow tonight. What up, D-Town? It's a filter that we are currently using. I got a filter in, so hopefully we're going to check out the moon with it and see how the moon's going to look. But we do have a filter in currently. Do you believe in moon landing? Yes, I do. Is the observatory near Warrensburg, Missouri still active? I cannot remember if the Warrensburg one's active or not. Honestly, I don't go and explore in that direction. I can tell you that the one in the KU's not right now, if that helps. Right now they're doing a lot of remodeling. Is it Jupiter or Saturn that has a hexagonal storm on its north pole? North pole, it's Saturn. Saturn has a hexagonal storm on its north pole. Gonna go sleep. All right, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Honestly, thank you so much. Have an awesome night. Thanks for hanging out. We shall see you soon. We shall see you soon. We are not far from the moon getting up over the trees, but let's go take a look real quick, shall we? Shall we go check on the moon real quick, see how... Actually, let me just pull in the camera. Let's pull in the camera real quick and just see how high it is. It's getting there. Definitely getting there. Kind of in between branches right there. Getting there, and then if you look way off to the right from there, you'll see Saturn out in the sky. Saturn's just like a big old bright dot out in the middle of nowhere. So if you go outside and see the moon, you look out there and then look to the right a little bit, you'll see Saturn. Really bright dot out there. And there's a telescope that we're looking out of. Yeah, it's so full looking and super bright. It really is. It really is. Is it? Just went through Fairhaven? Nice. Yo, what up, Luigi? How's it going? How's your night? How is Luigi? Make out 3 of the moons? I can see 4. Every now and then I make out a 4th one coming through. Just to the left of Saturn. It's a little bit harder to see it, but every now and then it'll pop through. Good. Oh, that's awesome. That's really awesome. Hi, Silly Honey Bear. How's it going? Welcome in. How was your night? And by the way, if you are enjoying this, make sure that you tap on the screen about where Saturn is. Send a like to the live. I'd appreciate it. I definitely would. I own the observatory here. Hoping I was wrong, but I don't think that the moon could compare to how cool Saturn looks. Gonna stick around to find out. Oh man, you're in for a surprise. The moon's amazing. The moon is gorgeous. You can see all 4 coming through. Nice. Good night, Zara. Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us, by the way. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Oh yeah, definitely. Crank up the brightness on your phone so you can see the moons here. You're getting to see 4 moons around another planet tonight. And that's what's really amazing. You get 4 moons here, then we're going to go check out our moon, which will bring us up to 5 moons. And then later on tonight, if we get Saturn, we may see, Jupiter. We'll see 4 more moons. Maybe we'll look at Neptune. We'll get 1 more moon. The amount of moons that we can see in one night is just insane. Mr. Bigglesworth, what's up, brother? How you doing? Able to see Mars with your telescope, or are you able to see its icy poles? We can't. You can actually see the ice caps on Mars pretty well. It's not too bad. You just need a really good viewing period. Absolutely, Rob. Absolutely. What calculator the camera is? It's not bad. Like obviously, we can do a lot better when it comes to Saturn, but we're set up for the moon. This is a really wide field view that we're currently running. Really wide field view. Mr. Social, how's it going? Welcome in, by the way. See you up there. Got Casper from the UK. Welcome in, Casper. Got Manhattan, Kansas area. Okay. Kansas Wildcats. Dude, you know the Jayhawks are better, though. Come on, you know the Jayhawks are a lot better. We see Titan, Dion, Rhea. So you got Titan, Rhea, Dion, and then on the other side you got Tethys. That's what we're currently viewing. Mr. Social, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you, Tanare. Thank you so much. Oh, I see is better. Oh, dude. Now that's fighting words right there. EHR. I think Kansas State and KU can come together on that one. Someone's just trying to pull out OSU down there. maybe we can agree on one thing, I guess, tonight. I did not go live last night, Sherry. We had a lot of rain out here by Kansas City. A ton of rain last night. Brian's Brains in the house. What's up, man? How's it going? Roll Tide? Oh my goodness. The amount of blasphemy tonight. It's way too much blasphemy. Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how's it going? How was your night? How are you doing? How old time see navigation use in Jupiter's moon? Something like reading charts of the moon's orbit. Sea navigation. Sea navigation wouldn't work very well with Jupiter's moons at all. You could do it, like, I guess if you want to do something like, for example, like time-based, but the moons themselves are always in different positioning. They move super fast. Oh, Rochelle, how's it going? How's your night? I didn't miss anything. Yeah, no, we had the clouds last night for the full moon. Mr. Social, thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate that. I appreciate it. All right, Sibel, have a good night. Have a good night. Hopefully have an amazing day tomorrow for sure. Got lots of Cowboys gear in the closet, just waiting for wrestling to kick off. Very soon, I got you. How long are we going to be sitting outside watching the moon for quite a while tonight? We will have the moon in our view for, somewhere around 6-7 hours at least. From here in the observatory, we'll have a good view of it for sure. We'll definitely have a good view of the moon. Question is, do we want to use the filter or not? That's going to be the real question. Do we want to use the filter or take out the filter? That's going to be the tough question. It all depends. I've never used this filter while live streaming on YouTube, so it's going to be interesting. Let's go find out real quick. Oh no, we're going to get too bright though. Gotta turn down the brightness. Yeah, I'll be ready. This may be way too bright when we get there. I'll try to turn down a lot of brightness though. Alright, it's not horrible. Not as bright as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, it's not as bright as I thought it was going to be. We're still behind trees though. Let me take a look here. Kind of move around the moon. There's Copernicus. Go this way a little bit more. Question is, do we want to run the filter or no filter tonight? That makes me also think one other thing. We can actually adjust the coloring. Now we're looking at something so bright like the moon. But we'll zoom out as well. When we get to the moon, we'll zoom out quite a bit more and get some really cool views. But we're really close to the trees. You can see them right here. So if I hold for a second, you can see the leaves. Oh, I just seen something fly by too. You guys see that go right to the center? Yeah, it is dark. I didn't. When you bring in the view, way too bright. But we'll get there. We're definitely going to get the moon here soon. But it's still behind tree branches. I can see right here. If you look like towards Tycho, we're behind tree branches. You'll see it's kind of moving out a little bit. We'll get there though. We'll definitely get there. It's going to be super awesome. I'm not too sure if I want to run the filter or not though. It's kind of a tough one. Kind of questionable on the filter. See some nice impacts over here. See some of the impact craters up there on top. Oh, go the right way. We shall see. One went flying by, probably a bird. Birds tend to fly through quite often, in through our view. But we shall see here in a bit. Let's go back towards Saturn real quick. Seen the red puffs. Ever seen the red puffs coming out? Red puffs, never heard of it. Honestly, never heard of it. Alright, there we go. I found Saturn. Let's get back in our view a little bit. Let's turn up brightness. Get some of the brightness. I'll pull Saturn back up for us real quick. Hold over properly. Oh, wrong way. Get the pad over here. Make it a little bit simpler. There we go. Got the clouds in Cincinnati tonight. Probably got everything that we had last night. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible over here. Shout out from the rooftops. What's up, brother? Nice stream last night, by the way. Super awesome stream that you had last night. Oh, we should be able to make out some moons again. Now it won't be as blue. Finding a target that's a lot easier to adjust the colors to. Aliens, no. Oh my goodness. Correct, the moon has no atmosphere. It does not. It has an exosphere. A small exosphere, but not an atmosphere. Put down the moon in the 60s, but can't manage it again. We are going to do it again. We just didn't need to. Couldn't need to. It makes it think there's colonies on the dark side, and that it's all. That's fine. I mean, you can think what you want. Science don't agree with it. Science definitely doesn't agree with the thought. Here in a bit, we're going to do the moon. It's still behind trees for us. OTC, what's up, buddy? From Massachusetts, it's cool. What size telescope? Right now, we're using the 8-inch telescope tonight. Currently using the 8-inch. Usually, when we're doing something like Saturn, we're going to use the 11-inch. But tonight, we want to be able to get the moon, and the moon's so bright and so full that using a much wider field of view sometimes helps. Beautiful Saturn. It is. It is beautiful Saturn tonight. Love the Y-Files, the X-Files. They're pretty crazy. I do enjoy watching X-Files. It's not too bad. Yeah, outside of Kansas City, Missouri. Time to open up the sweet tea. Go for it. He likes it. Star Trek, me too. I think Star Trek's awesome. Star Trek over Star Wars, personally. Utah? Oh, nice. We get a lot of people from Utah in here. It's actually kind of surprising how many people from Utah actually join us. Be the least expensive telescope that you would get to Saturn like that? Ooh, that's a tough one. Honestly, a tabletop Dobsonian. It's gonna be your best. Like getting it like that's gonna be a little different. Why does it look like it's pixelated? We're really zoomed in currently. Really zoomed in. You're in Utah as well? No way. Yeah, we're really zoomed in because our field of view. I'll show you the field of view that we actually have with our current setup. Let me do that. Let's zoom out of the camera. Like I am really zoomed in on the camera right now. Let me show you what it actually looks like in the telescope currently. Back up, back up, back up, back up. And there you go. That's what it actually looks like in the telescope right now. Because in order to observe the moon, we needed it to be a much wider field of view to be able to get the moon. So why don't you buy an expensive telescope? I got expensive telescopes. This telescope here is roughly $1,600. The next telescope that I have is about $4,000. We got decently expensive telescopes. I don't know what you're talking about. Like if you want me to buy something like a $250,000 telescope, I guess because we don't make enough money to be able to support that. That'd be my guess. Matt, the only thing I can think like that is probably you, man. The only thing I can think like that. Let me help you out of the channel though. Can't see the stars very well because of light pollution in the city. No, gotta get rid of light pollution. We need like one day a month or even once a year even. Just get rid of light for one night. Back in the day, nice. Hoping to get it by a better telescope soon. It's uncommon algorithm pool. I think my telescope would kick your ass at the end of the day if you're really wanting to do it. This comes to what type of sensor are you using on the telescope. I don't think y'all realize the telescopes that we actually have and just how powerful this one actually is. This is set up to do the moon. We're literally set up. I guess actually, you know what? You all go live and show us how it's done. That would be the better term. You go live, show us how it's done. There we go. Anyways, Northern Canada. Oh, no way. Welcome in. Welcome in. How's your night? You get to go south to get dark skies. Oof. Telescope type binoculars. You can get binoculars. Binoculars are binoculars. Telescopes are telescopes, of course. Two different types. Technology. Can't see the stars very well because of light pollution in the city. That's tough. Buy $250,000 telescope, do a midnight smash and grab the expensive telescope shop? No. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That's way too expensive for a telescope, to be honest. Got Oklahoma in the house. What's up, Laura? How you doing? How's your night? The best thing I ever do love is not understanding how equipment work and then trying to suggest they understand how equipment work for sure. It's going to inspire me to pull my telescope. Do it. Get it out. Do it for sure. Your neighborhood collectively chose to turn off the porch lights at 10, except one guy. Oh my goodness. Always imagine that, huh? Always imagine that. Here, let's go check on the moon in this view, though. I'll show you all what the setup is for tonight. We're set up for the moon. We're not set up for Saturn tonight. There's nights that are better for Saturn, but tonight is the night for this big old object when it comes out from behind the trees. And so as you can see, we're really set up for this view. The wide field view of the actual moon. And that's why we're not zoomed in. Why we aren't zoomed in. We just gotta wait for the moon to clear out from the trees here. What a gorgeous moon we have though. Really beautiful moon. Anyways, back to Saturn for a bit. If we put in a bar low, we can change out our camera system. Then we get the field of view. And then, of course, you can go watch the past lives. We're region in Kansas City, Missouri. I appreciate it. Guppy, thank you so much. High in the sky or low on the horizon? It's getting there. It's not low on the horizon by any means, but it's getting there. It's definitely getting there. Zoom back in here real quick. And we'll zoom in a little more until we get a decent view here of Saturn. Maybe even one more time here. And pull up some brightness because we can't see it well. Just a little guy in this field of view. Saturn is just a little guy in this field of view. But we get to see moons, and I think that's crazy cool. The moon looks hollow? Okay, cool. I don't know how you actually see the inside of the moon by looking on the outside of the moon. Cool. How big is the moon tonight? Very, very amazing looking. Looks like our moon. About as big as it usually does. A little bit larger because of it still being in perigee. Close view you gotten? No, not even close. What's your favorite Kansas City barbecue? Dude, there's so much barbecue. That's just, that's a tough one. Honestly, I don't have a true answer what's my favorite. Some things get kind of old after so long, right? And so you just kind of bounce between different places. Kansas City definitely has some really awesome barbecue. Really good barbecue. Saturn! It is beautiful, Saturn. And Saturn together, this channel blows my mind. It's cool. Yeah, absolutely. Saturn wants attention. We're not going to give that much attention tonight. You think Joe's barbecue's good? It's alright. I don't know. It's just one of those things, like, certain foods only get, like, they get old after a little while. More hospital than most, that's true. Hi, Rochelle. How's it going? How was your night? Have you ever seen any funny business on the moon? Nope. East Central Indiana, welcome in. Glad to have you. How's your night? Looks like a big diamond ring. Kind of does. Kind of has that view to it. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Silly Saturn, yeah. Silly Saturn out there tonight. Hi, Natalia. Some fun moon facts. We'll get there. We'll get to the moon and start talking a little bit about it. Absolutely will. How long will you be live? Probably most of the night for the. As far as I know, I should be here most of the night, unless I get super tired. What's your favorite object to view? Probably Jupiter. Saturn is definitely beautiful. Absolutely. How are you doing, by the way, Sarah? Sarah Floor. Can you zoom in on 3i Atlas? Not above the horizon. We won't be able to see 3i until into November. Saturn is a gas giant, mostly hydrogen, about 96%. Then you got 4% helium, and then you got other things like methane, propane, other types of gases like that. Even up to water, you got 0.002% water. You got the moon in your binoculars, dude. That's awesome. That's super awesome. That is super awesome. Hope I got all the questions there. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get to the moon stuff here in a bit as we get to viewing the moon. Makes it easier. Otherwise, we start talking about the moon, then we're going to go down a rabbit hole, and we'll get to something like Andromeda, and then somehow we're going to get into black holes, and then that turns into favorite pizza toppings, which turns into gets pretty wild. Patricia, welcome back. How are you? I'll be shining like a light. Absolutely. It should definitely be very reflective as ice water. Watching the moon last night. Clouds kept trying to eat it. No! Silly clouds. And then we get into supernovas, which then brings us into dogs and cats and names of dogs and cats. Oh my goodness. No, moon's not going to change colors tonight. We don't have a eclipse. We talk about like the blood moon. That's a total lunar eclipse. Are those lines that look like they're coming down from Saturn digital artifacts? Yeah, it's going to be. Just from the camera. Can you live inside the moon? Nope, it's a rock. It's a massive rock, and you go down to the silica, and then you get down to the core. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Have to get a little sleep. Have to go to the hospital? Oh no, and have a procedure done on your knee? Ouch, guppy. Man, that's not good, man. You get like gout or something? Blood moons are awesome, that is true. Love the nightly food segment. I know we go down rabbit holes and somehow end up there. Hey, what's up, Joe? How are you doing? How are you doing tonight, Joe? That tells me what my favorite planet is, Saturn. What's your favorite? For viewing, probably Jupiter. Like, I really love viewing Jupiter, and then probably Venus, and then Saturn. But my favorite planet itself would be our planet. We have such a beautiful planet. A really beautiful planet. Is the moon fully horizon? What does that actually mean? Not sure what that even means, honestly. Honestly, not sure what that means. It's peak horizon? Talking about like altitude? It's gonna get higher in the sky for us tonight. I think if you just click where Saturn is, like double click where Saturn is. And if you don't mind, yeah, double click where Saturn's at. I'd appreciate that. Nicholas, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Earth is your favorite planet. It is, by far. We have a beautiful planet. There's no place like home. This is so true. Hi, Florida. How's it going? Welcome back, buddy. Got Monterey, California in the house as well. Hot cakes and fresh tea. Now, this is a cool name. See, this is how we get into the food segment of the night. How does astronomy get to the food segment? Well, you stream, and then you find people with a name like hot cake and fresh tea. No, they're playing from the sun is, which is rather ironic. Dude, I already know. We're not going to talk about it. I kind of went on a tangent the other night about that as well. Sounds good, Guppy. Oh man, burst a shot in my knee. Oof. Nerve blocking the spine. My goodness, Guppy. I hope things go well tomorrow. Honestly, hope things go well for you tomorrow. Without life, our planet would be ugly? I don't know. I mean, just in general, our planet's gorgeous. It's a truly gorgeous planet. Obviously, here we got life, and I think that's amazing as well, by far. Showgirl, sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Honestly, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. The big moon from my window, it's amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Beautiful, wonderful channel. Great people. I appreciate that. Honestly, thank you. Got to be 10 meters tall, yeah. How does this work, says Vern? You just sent $1.99. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, by the way. Just know that the funds that we get always go back into what we do here as well. It goes back into the observatory, the equipment and such. Even though some people tell me I need to get a better telescope, and which is pretty fun. Anyways, but I appreciate it. Honestly, thank you so much. What makes these stars change colors like that? So when we talk about stars, it's going to be the light that gets that's on its travel, obviously, and it depends on the star. But it hits the atmosphere, and the light itself, the light waves, they start to bend, and then we start to see these wild colors come around, mostly around the stars, though. Running blue with a glowing ring. How many moons are around Saturn? 274 moons currently. The current count is 274 moons. Jupiter has 97. Neptune has... I'm going to get this one wrong. Let me go make sure I get it. Always get it backwards. Neptune has 16. Yeah. And Uranus has 27. Mars has 2. Earth has 1. Pretty wild. Really, really wild. Eating strawberries and pancakes with whipped creams. Man, this is how we get into the food conversation right there. That's how we get into a food conversation. Exactly how we get into food conversations. Y'all are funny. I enjoy it. It seems to be rather special in the grand scheme of galactic scale, however. At least from what we can observe anyways. That's true. I would agree with that. Got New Zealand here as well. What's up, John? How you doing? How is your night? Life is perfect. Absolutely. Got Wichita, Kansas in the house. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Have your time space watching, has your fear of an impact grown or shrink? Honestly, shrink. I think that we're becoming much better at observing the sky, detecting larger objects, and now that we see even like the DART mission, for example, I think a lot of things come in to be a little bit safer than we were even a decade ago. Sarah Flor, thank you so much. Have an amazing night. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. Just over in Columbia. Oh, no way. Down the Columbia area. I'm just outside of Kansas City. Someone else, I appreciate that. 10 out of 10. Dude, I appreciate that. You can give me a 9 out of 10, dude. It'll be alright. That's a real photo. This is a live video of Saturn. You're looking at Saturn live right now. We do got it focused, though. I notice we're getting down to focus. Focus. You can see Saturn. You can see some moons up there as well. See if we can focus a little better. We're not zoomed in tonight. Usually we're zoomed in. We're looking at Saturn, but tonight we're not zoomed in because we want to get the moon. Our moon's going to be the main topic of the night. In fact, the ability to view the stars, not really. Honestly, no. Go on the moon. Let's climb through the tides. Nice. I love the universe in Florida. Oh, no way. Someone else. Yo, I said 10 out of 10. Yo, I appreciate you, dude. And you're 11 out of 10. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love and support, for sure. Honestly, thank you. Inner space retired microbiologist. Oh, no way, Vern. Biologist and astronomers get pretty wild. And if you get an astrobiologist, it gets a little bit more wild. Put all that together, it gets definitely wild. Thanks, Psycho. I appreciate you. And again, someone else, I appreciate you, bud. 10 out of 10. I appreciate you. Honestly, you're 11 out of 10. Do you ever see any UFOs, UAPs? I honestly don't. I do this constantly, and I give the tolls, obviously, if anybody ever wants to see what I see. So for example, here at the observatory, we have an all-sky camera that's always updated on the website. So a person can actually go and you can see where the telescope's actually pointing, everything above it. So this updates roughly every 10 seconds on the website. But all the tolls that I have from there to even, sometimes we'll throw on the other camera, for example, like this one. It's going to be kind of hard because the moon's so bright. So this has the telescope. We're looking at some of the stars. So all the things that I could do to give anybody the amazing views that we get are all right here for us. And honestly, I never see anything that I would say, oh, what is that? Why thought if aliens were to visit the universe? I wouldn't need the government to tell me. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Like at the end of the day, aliens to visit would be a super hard thing. One, you got a massive amount of distance when it comes to our universe, and then two, bodies in general do not do well with space travel. So you'd have to have something so high tech and way beyond anything that we could even comprehend to be able to just jump from one star system to the next, and especially be able to do that, not lose much muscle mass and bone marrow, stuff like that, anything that you would expect to see, and then be able to get to something like Earth that has a lot of gravity and not be crushed when you get here. So there's a lot going on for sure. Have to magical and mysterious time to exist. That is true. I can be here doing this together completely alone. Yeah, dude, that's so true. And thank you again so much. Thank you so much for the love and support. Honestly, thank you. Moon, we're going to get to the moon tonight. We're definitely going to get to the moon tonight. Again, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the love and support of what we do. Truly appreciate it. Is that Saturn? It is. This is beautiful Saturn. All right, planet, preach, brother. The only other planet that we could hit right now is Neptune. And then, of course, we'll get to the moon. But Neptune's the only other planet. It's going to be a little tiny blue dot. Needs to be nerfed. What? Wait, what? Could you see the I3? Not yet. 3i. It's 3i, by the way. We'll see in November. We'll see, coming up in November, we'll be able to see 3i. Not yet. Mars doesn't have a ring around it. Eventually it will, though. Space isn't real. Stars aren't real. Simulated. That's what you get in space. Going up and around, back, dancing in the microwave. That's a field raptor is my favorite dinosaur. Wait, what? James, what? What's up, Teresa? How's it going? How's your night? Right now we are using the 8SE. 8SE with the wide field of view so we can get the moon here in a bit. What do you think about the Hadron Colliders and the research on subatomic particles? I think it's cool. I think what CERN's doing, obviously, is very important to understand. Just for science itself, for sure. It's a lovely view tonight. Hi, Carson. Welcome in, bud. My favorite astrophysicists? Ooh. There's so many. I don't know that I would say a person's my favorite, though. That's a tough one. It comes back to, like, what's your favorite planet? It's so tough. I don't know how I would go with the answer on that, to be honest. Got Marilyn here. Come to see the moon because can't see it. Because of the clouds. Lindo. Gotta get rid of them clouds. Nah, they don't do that. CERN don't do nothing like that. That's just conspiracy. You gotta quit watching TV sometimes and quit going down clickbait videos. I know it doesn't look anything like what NASA shows us. What's that, Saturn? I can make it look like that. It's called processing it. You're looking at a live view. There's two different things between taking photographs, processing it, compared to just sitting here and viewing Saturn live. Two different ways of being able to view it for sure. I've gone down deer hunting, if that's what you're asking. Favorite planet Earth? Oh yeah, by far. Our planet for sure. Our planet for sure. This roll footage, yeah, this is a live view of Saturn currently. We'll see if we can tap it. There you go. See how I'm just barely tapping my foot and it's shaking on us? Alright, so they found a God particle. And turned on type properties. No. Not at all. These are Saturn's moons, yep. We get to see 4 of Saturn's moons tighten the one on the far left. All the generals of what? We're just looking at Saturn with your Celestron 5-inch SCT and having a hard time taking a picture, so I gave up. Yeah. You got the 5S, you got the 5SE, I assume, on the 4SE mount. Basically, the 4 and 5 they put on the 4SE. It's so wild. Like, I think the 5-inch Smith Cassegrain is just too much for the 4SE mount, the fork mount that they use. Zoom in closer. Actually, no, we're going to do the moon tonight. Usually we are really zoomed in on Saturn and checking out Saturn in really gorgeous ways, but tonight we want to do the moon, so we're set up for the moon. If you go outside, obviously, look at the moon, look to the right, you'll see Saturn, really bright dot. You'll see the difference in the field of view that we need. So it's a lot easier. We're setting up to be able to enjoy the views of the moon rather than Saturn itself. I just started with Saturn to give us something to view. And it's cool because you get to see 4 moons here, which I think is really cool. The generals and Myers, again, you didn't even say what generals you're talking about. Quick to realize that we're just a microorganism, a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. The universe is massive. It is crazy, crazy massive. Stars out tonight? I don't know if it's cloudy or right. Because I only have eyes. Oh, I got you. It's really beautiful here. Really stunning here. It's just the moon's so bright. Obviously, here's the telescope. It's so hard to see anything because of how bright the moon is over in that direction. Like, super hard to see anything. Go off in the other direction, see a little bit more stars. We just got a really, really bright moon currently. Super bright. I tried to take a picture of the moon last night with my iPhone. Didn't work out. When you do it, Christy, if you click the moon on your phone and hold your finger there for a few seconds, you'll have this box pop up. On the right side, there's like a slider that you can slide down to get rid of some of the brightness. First astronomer to discover Saturn. So Saturn's been known since ancient times, so that's a tough one to actually answer. We don't know who discovered Saturn. Now, Galileo was one of the first ones to actually observe Saturn and realize it has that it has the ring systems that we see and thought it was handles and stuff like that. So Galileo is one of the first ones to actually observe Saturn through a telescope, determine that it had rings. But as far as like discovering, Saturn's been known through ancient history. Been quite a bit of time. Remote view, outer space and other planets have kind of freaked you out. Oh, no way. I've never had anything like that. When it was discovered by the name is Saturn because it had a nice ring to it. Oh, sorry, last pun. That's so funny. Your mom thinks aliens are angels. Some people think that. Any filters you recommend for nebula depend on the nebula. Different types of nebula require different types of filters. Freak you out to look at that through a telescope? Not at all. Nothing at all. Pretty fun, but invest in a camera. I got you. Yeah, absolutely. I would. How the ancients know about Saturn just because of how things orbit around us. How things orbit. Someone else. What if I thought about someone else might be looking at us through the telescope? Yeah, dude, having aliens out there looking back at us for sure. I agree. Like, you can only imagine if someone's out there looking back at you. I think that's one thing gets in your mindset and says, what if? And what if questions are great for sure. What if questions are definitely great. How'd they know about Pluto in ancient history? They didn't. Actually, Pluto wasn't discovered until, what, 1930, whatever it was, 1929, 1930 something. Looking back at Earth, they would be seeing dinosaurs. It depends on the distance, obviously. You can even get further out and they'd be looking way back then. 1910, yeah, whenever it was. Whenever they discovered it. From Lowell Observatory, by the way. If I could play in your dreams, all the way gravity machines would, yeah, absolutely. Let me look it up real quick. I can never. It may even be 1909. Heck, I can't even remember. See when it got discovered. No, 1930. February 18, 1930, from the little observatory by Clyde Tumble. Shows Sirius and not above the horizon yet, BD. It doesn't come up until later tonight. Gotta get Orion to come up first, and then you get the other constellations pop up. Get Sirius up there. Justin, what's up, buddy? Hawaii, no way. Welcome in. How you doing? Now, Lowell Observatory is where Pluto was discovered. Lowell Observatory. How long will the supermoon will last? So tonight it'll still look like a supermoon for us. Obviously, it occurs within seconds. It's kind of one of those things that happens within like seconds itself, the supermoon itself. But it still will look like a supermoon for us tonight. Stream just made my whole night. That's awesome, Ultra. No way. That's awesome. I'm glad to have you here, by the way. How long does it take light to travel to us from Saturn? Roughly about 71 minutes right now. Yeah. Oh, Mo just got it out there too. Have you seen any orbs in the sky? Like satellites, you mean? Pluto's still a planet, and that is always going to be true to me. Nice. I got you, Jeff. Hashtag justice for Pluto, huh? Hi, Ari. How's it going? Welcome in. Know the trip about how all these life form and all those planets? Yeah, I get that. Like, obviously, if we could just know everything, that would make it super simple, right? But that's the thing of science, is try to figure those things out, though. Science is all about trying to figure out things, but obviously if we were all knowing, that'd be super awesome as well. Looks beautiful. Saturn is gorgeous. Saturn is so stunning. Very majestic. Orbs, dude, I've never seen anything that I would say is an orb. I mean, I'm not too sure what you even define as an orb itself. Or UFOs. What do you define as? Like, are you asking if I've ever seen aliens? Maybe that's a better question. Anything that I think is like alien type crafts. The moon can make a perfect solar eclipse. Then other times it can make not such a perfect solar eclipse, of course. Alien aircraft, I got you. Okay, that question is quite a bit different than asking about orbs or UFOs. And I have not. Nothing that I would say is like alien life for sure. Have not. Even more special, it's live. I appreciate it, Avery. Thank you so much. I'm definitely glad to have you. Can you see the space station with that telescope? You definitely could. Are those dots by Saturn's its moons? Yep, we get to see 4 of its moons tonight. We get to see 4 of them. How you have those along flying stealth bomber at night? Ooh, no way. That would be pretty cool. That would be really cool. We got the Spirit of Missouri's not too far from here, of course. Beautiful Spirit of Missouri's. They're not too far from where we're located. I think we got the rest up here. Yep, we're good. Okay. Why the moons look like they're changing color? It's just how light's coming through the atmosphere. And I got a filter on currently as well. So it makes it look like it changes color a lot. UFO was like, well, I got that one. The moons look to be glimmering and changing colors. Yeah, it's just how the light's coming through the atmosphere. Anybody always keep a spare bottle of wine and a few beers just in case I have an unexpected visitor? Dude, that's so funny. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I get it. And here's a different thing. Like, obviously, a lot of you are probably new here into the channel. I'm not going to feed you any kind of bullcrap because I'm not here to say, hey, subscribe to me because we're seeing aliens or something like that. I'm going to give you the truth of what my knowledge is and what we're doing. Looking through water. The water above separated by the firmament. Nah, we're looking through water because we call it an atmosphere. Magnification of the scope eyepiece arrangement. Not much. We're actually really zoomed out for the moon. We're digitally zoomed in, but our field of view is actually for the moon tonight. How long does it take light from Saturn to get to Earth? So roughly about 71 minutes currently. Our radiating system. What does that actually mean, BD? RABRE radiating system. What does that actually mean? Missed something there. Oh, broadcasting system of what? I think you're just throwing a bunch of like words together to make it kind of confusing, but what do you mean by broadcasting system? Broadcasting what? Like light reflecting? So broadcasting light from the sun back to us? I'm not too sure what you're actually trying to ask. Thoughts on 3i Atlas? Comment. Emotions? I mean, I guess it could be emotional when you look at something with such majestic views. How long is a day on Saturn if it rotates about 10.5 hours, just over 10.5 hours? If you're seeing aliens, I don't want to know. I don't see aliens. I never have. Broadcasting emotions. Yeah, I still don't know what that means. It's kind of like you're putting 2 different words together that don't make any kind of context. Kingmaker. Oh, Ringmaker of Saturn. I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I think I've actually read Ringmaker Saturn. I really don't remember the context though. I mean, obviously you can get emotional if you look at the rings. I think they're majestic and brings emotions to you, but they're not. I don't know any other way to respond to that though. Oh, thanks, Jesse. I appreciate that. Honestly, thank you. Shyster, what's up, Shyster? How you doing, brother? How's your night? How's everything going for you? As a planning control, I mean, if you want to feel like it is, okay. Telescope with this reflector. So it's actually a kind of like a hybrid. It's a SMIC screen, by the way. It's an 8-inch. That's the 8SC that I'm using. Kind of like a hybrid between a reflector and a refractor when we talk about the SCT design. Good time for sweet tea. Ah, no way. Working tonight? How's work tonight, though? Sweet tea it is tonight. We got Gold Peak sweet tea. Real brewed sweet tea. Snow, what's up? How's it going, Snow? This telescope that we're using right now is probably about $1,600, and it comes with its own mount. I mean, does any mini budget telescopes work? I mean, yeah. Like a tabletop Dobsonian if you're talking about planets. So, like, then you can get into something like the C-Star series or even the Dwarf series, and this wouldn't do planets very well, though. Those are mostly for, like, the moon, the sun, and deep space type stuff. But I would, Mike, dude, thank you so much for becoming a member. Make sure you jump in our Discord as well. And we are going to have a members only live coming up with some new equipment. Maybe Thursday evening, before the actual moon rises, we'll try to get to do all that. It'll be a lot of fun. Have you read the Mars Trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson? I don't think so. Not that I can remember. Favorite planet? When it was the closest it got. Oh, you got good pictures of the Samsung 21 Ultra. No way, Stina. That's super awesome. Cannot see Atlas yet. Not until November. The Doge tribe having knowledge of Sirius B before it was officially discovered. I don't know anything about that, man. Honestly, not too sure about anything there. Knowledge distance, Saturn's rings, motion matrix broadcast system. Oh my goodness. That's Saturn. We're hanging out Saturn and its moons currently. I'm so confused. Like, you guys got me confused on weird context going on in the chat right now. Camera, what are we looking at? Right now we are hanging out Saturn and its moons. You can see 4 of its moons. Every now and then the 3 near Saturn kind of come in, and then they sometimes don't. But we're getting ready to swing over to the moon here quickly as it rises up above the tree line for us. Possible to notice a big storm in Saturn if it was facing us right now. Are you talking about the Great White Storm, the Great White Spot, or are you talking about the Blue Hexagon Storm near the North Pole? Which side? And yeah, I mean, we can zoom in a lot with Saturn. We just don't have that set up tonight. We're set up for the moon itself. We're basically set up for a full moon tonight. First time seeing it through a telescope. Oh, no way, Matt. Glad to have you, bud. We're really zoomed out right now. Usually we're actually viewing Saturn. Like if it's going to be the night that we're going to be viewing Saturn, we'll be a lot more zoomed in. Then you can make out a ton more. Hey, Lori, what's up? How's it going? I see you. Something's blinking next to Saturn. Yep, moons. Some of the moons coming through. Near Saturn. Keep looking one on the North Pole. Okay, the Hexagon Storm. You can. If you do a lot of photography of Saturn, then we can start to make it out. Roughly about 7 years from now, you can make it out quite a bit more. Very strange type. I got you. Very strange. Think of fire by now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You get a tardy slip tonight? What the heck? Oh my goodness. Y'all are too fun. Zoom in? Nah, we're going to do the moon. We're not set up to zoom in on Saturn tonight. Kansas City, Missouri. Do Explanation Point Telescope. You'll get to come through, Nate. Or, sorry, WX. Check them out. It's a good sci-fi novel series. Oh, okay. I got you. I'll definitely check it out, Eric. People with less technology observe and describe Saturn. Well, they just seen it as what looked like a star, but moved in different motions than what the stars did. So they thought there was something different going on there. And of course, back then they thought it was some kind of god. Disco party on the moon, yeah. Much love from Phoenix, Arizona. Oh, no way, Stina. Welcome in. No way. Glad to have you. Super awesome. Glad to have you for sure. Needed a target slip to 10. I'm always late, but I never leave early. That's true. She does stay. Lori's in there until I'm done streaming, it seems like. So far, we got 1 hour and 25 minutes into the live tonight. We're probably going to go quite a while tonight. Except to watch Venus in the morning. I do enjoy Venus. I think it's really beautiful. Have you ever been to more than one area? I have. CPC Deluxe 1100 HD computerized telescope. Ooh, no. I got a 11-inch telescope here, which is pretty close. Honestly, it's heavy WX. Like it's not heavy. It's awkward heavy in a huge sense. Like it's not one that I recommend. I honestly don't recommend the 11-inch telescope at all. Just too much telescope. Way too much. And it's crazy because here I am inside an observatory, so I usually leave it set up. But there's periods where I have to take it down and change over like a telescope on the mount that it sets on. That's a tough one. Honestly, it is. Yo, Nate, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Nate. Thank you so much for that. What up, Clint? Love from Australia. Glad to have you in. Definitely glad to have you in. Yeah, it's just my opinion. Like the 8SE is a wonderful telescope, but I mean, like the 11-inch telescope is awesome. It gives really good views, but it's something that I'd be scared most people wouldn't pull out of their closet and use. You know what I mean? Kind of a tough one. My recommendations, it depends on what you want to do. The 8SE is awesome. If you want to do deep space, then don't even get into that. The 10-inch is so heavy, yeah. I think that's what the issue is. Like, you get a heavy telescope, you get that fever of getting bigger aperture, but then it just collects dust because it's just too much to deal with. Pro 2 areas, about a half mile south of me. I want to go down there and see the Milky Way for the first time. Oh, no way. I hope you get to. Desert out, no light pollution. That's awesome, Clint. The C11 is huge. And that comes to the next issue. If you have the C11, if you want to get a German equatorial mount, it is heavy for a German equatorial mount. I throw it on top of the EQ6R Pro mount, and it's really pushing beyond what that mount should even have at the end of the day. What is Luna the moon in Latin term? Luna would be moon, but in Latin. Spacecraft travel to Saturn. That's crazy, Jay. Hi, May. How's it going? Welcome in. What fancy lads call the Luna? Luna is what fancy lads call the Luna. What do you think of Atlas? Comment. Make sure I got the rest up there. I think I did. Yeah, absolutely. Big telescopes are amazing to look through. It's just not so much fun to take out and move around in a huge sense. Image stabilization for your live view. It does not. I could. I technically could. I just don't use it though. For example, let me see if I can find it real quick. I know we got the ability here. Let's go there and then here and then stabilization. So like this. And you see how it tries to stabilize it and get rid of that big old box there. And then like it'll stabilize at that point, and then you can zoom in a little bit more. It's a lot more stabilized. So it does have stabilization. I hardly ever use it though. It's better if you're doing like your recordings and stuff to be able to stack, but I normally don't. No real reason to do it. White twinkling. There's the moons are not that bright at all, and so a little bit of particles and different things in our atmosphere tend to kind of block it. Yeah, this is a good telescope. The 8SE is definitely a good telescope. Definitely a good telescope. Equipment for cloaked UFOs during the day. Dude, I don't have any recommendations for that, to be honest. There's some really awesome organizations that are out there that try to get people to jump in. Obviously, I don't have any recommendations. I know like the Dwarf product, the Dwarf is actually designed to try to help do stuff like that. But it's similar. I think you can use any device to be able to do something like that, to be honest. Twinkle on the naked eye, atmospheric effect, yeah. mostly from the atmosphere. Obviously, the longer light has to travel, the more it'll kind of have a little bit of a change before it even hits the atmosphere, and then it hits the atmosphere, and then it gets bent around quite a bit. The Milky Way tonight, not with the moon, not the way the moon, how bright the moon is. Thank you so much, Saturn Discover. Love the name, by the way. We definitely cannot see the Milky Way on a night that the moon is dang near 100%. It's like 98% right now, and it's super bright. No way to see the Milky Way. Beginner telescope for your kid, that's better. Those cheap toy store ones, oh yeah, I get exactly what you mean. Probably look for like a tabletop Dobsonian, unless you want to get up a little bit more than maybe like the Celestron 4SC telescope. It'd be Comet, WX Comet. Ladies, that's Saturn's moons. It is, yeah, hanging out Saturn, some of the moons. It's supposed to be one split up government land, or Gondwana land. What is Gondwana land? The Barrow Galaxy is really gorgeous. Bro, are you subscribed to you? What do you mean? Yo, what's up, Venom? How's it going, buddy? Some of those uploads that show the true scale of the solar system, the size of the object in the bat. Dude, yeah. It's hard to really put in perspective of just how large the universe is itself. It's hard to put in perspective the distance between us and the moon, let alone even talking about us to Saturn, and even just get out there, get out past the Oort cloud, staying still inside of our solar system, and then talk about our galaxy and just other. It's mind blowing. It's super mind blowing. Just got off work. Oh, nice, dude. Heck yeah. Just got off work. I'd be like ordering a pizza at this point. I'd be ordering up a pizza, brother. Is this a personal consumer telescope? It is. Yeah, this is the 8SE. You can actually buy it off of Amazon. You can definitely find it a lot cheaper, though, like used, but you can go to Amazon right now and buy it. Thanks. I appreciate that. We came in second. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Has a land before the land split also. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Just a heck of a camera. I appreciate that, honestly. Thank you. And warp speed, still take 4 years to get out. Yeah, the sun's near star. Yeah. Lori trying to sell her clouds to everybody. Oh my goodness. Hi, Mickey. How's it going? Welcome in. How's your night? Venom, you ordering a pizza or what, dude? Just getting off work. We're going to start the pizza conversation already. Honestly, thank you, Denise. I appreciate it. Definitely. Thank you so much. That's on 3i Atlas. That's a comment. Super Saturn was in our solar system. We get sucked to its gravitational pull. That is true. It is massive. Was Celestron 50mm be compared to this view at all? No, not even close. The 50mm Celestron is a more of like, in my opinion, you'd use that to look at mountains and trees. You stayed at Wendy's? Ah, okay. I got you. Get a cup of chili or no? I was talking to a friend yesterday, and we were talking about a cup of chili from Wendy's. I seen that at Sam's Club yesterday. They actually have a case of Wendy's chilies in a can, and his wife says, no, don't buy it. It's so nasty. Not that good at all. No pizza tonight. I got you. Hey, Isabella. Welcome in. They double on the caramel frosty. Oh, you went deep. You went really deep with the caramel frosty. Good look at those Australian deep forest. Then this meteor was supposed to be the rock. Oh, okay, I got you. Really awesome. Side 3i Atlas. Yeah, I have not, Mickey. Not until November. Which moons are these? Right now we're looking at Titan far left, and then we have. Let me make sure I get the right ones. I'm gonna mess this up. I'll butcher it. See if I can get the pull back up here. Where my planetary? There we go. You got Titan, then Rhea, Dione, and then Saturn, then we got Tethys on the other side. What is that? Saturn with its moons. Is it still full today? It still appears to be full for someone else. No way, man. What do you make the hexagonal storm on the northern hemisphere of Saturn? Dude, it's crazy. We honestly don't have a clue. We honestly don't have a clue at all. Why is it in a hexagonal shape? Obviously, we know there's a lot of wind in that direction. The wind is what would cause that the shape itself, but how the wind operates that makes it hexagonal, that's a great question. No one really knows. Still to be determined. Got a blocker over my sky, so he gets all the credit tonight. Oh my goodness, you would say that. Yesterday moon all about, is it still full today? It still appears full for us. It still does appear full. It appears full for roughly like the night before, the night of, and the night after. So roughly about 3 days it appears full to us, just because of how bright it is. I appreciate that. Someone else. I honestly, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Remnants of the ring. Make sure I got the rest of the comments up there. I know a few of them went by. I missed. Hopefully I didn't miss too much. Because it's better content than the brain YouTube is loaded with. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it looks like I got all the questions up there. Sweet. What special fact stands out about our full moon? I mean, it's bright. You say something stands out, it's bright. Absolutely. The full moon, obviously it's bright. Like, beyond that, it's just, the moon itself, go through context, way through history. The full moon itself has different meanings for a lot of people. I try to read them pretty fast, absolutely. But I think that's probably about the best answer I can give you, Jordan. Besides it's bright, but I think a lot of the full moon itself throughout history gives everybody a little different meaning, a little different thought, can allow people to imagine a lot of things. Yeah, I think that's where it kind of goes with the full moon. Why stars twinkle red, blue, and white? Why not just light when we see from our sun? So that's a great question. It's the distance. Obviously, there's one of distance to our atmosphere. Sometimes we don't see even the blue, the greens, the reds, stuff like that. Sometimes we see it more like a white light. Depends on the spectrum of that star itself. Just how much energy does that star have? Like, for example, a high energy star towards like a blue star. Is this AI? Nope, this is a live view of Saturn. Is Saturn amped up in brightness tonight? It is. I got it turned up really high just so we can see some of the moons. Makes it really cool. So happy to be here. Saturn is beautiful. I'm definitely glad to have you. Alberto from Mexico City. Oh, no way. Buenas noches. ¿Cómo está, güey? I appreciate it. Thank you so much, by the way. Muchas gracias. This is every night, and tonight I made it. Yeah, last night I wasn't able to. Last night we had nothing but rain here in Kansas City. A ton of rain. A ton of rain. Looking at Saturn on my phone. Yeah, ain't that cool? Like, just knowing that you can actually just hang out, enjoy these types of views, and it's free. It's something you can actually just do. I think that's super cool to be able to actually provide that experience for people as well. Houston, what's up? Denise from Houston, how's it going? Saturn's one of your favorite planets? Oh, no way. Come on now, but totally cloudy here. It's not quite dawn yet, but total cloud cover England in autumn. Oh, no, man. All you had to do was say the UK, and then we'd all know you meant clouds. Everybody thinks the moon's hollow and full of entities. I like to pretend it's right because it makes life more fun. Oh, my goodness. Being in a place in the world, yeah. Where there isn't any light leak away from the city, where you can see the maximum amount of stars. Did I agree? Yeah, 100%. Being out in dark sky is absolutely amazing. Checking in from Nashville, Tennessee. What up, Dustin? How's it going? How's your night? 2-1 on the left. The sparkling one would just be pixelated. We're really zoomed in as it is because we're set up for the full moon. We're actually not set up for Saturn. We're set up for the full moon tonight. Can I get that on my phone? I mean, if you got a telescope, put your telescope and your phone together. More in the last 15 minutes watching Saturn flicker than I typically do in a couple hours on a good night. I get it. I got you. Glad to have you, bud. Mr. S from Canada, welcome in. Seattle is cloudy a lot, so sharing that's so cool. I appreciate you. Welcome in, by the way. New here from Maryland. What kind of telescope is this? Right now we're using the Celestron 8SC telescope. Hey, Maru, I see you tonight. I actually see you. I actually do see you tonight. I wish I could make it until we view them in. Let's see here. Let's see if it's above the trees yet. It's going to be really close. You want to swing over? Let's see how the view will be. Let me click the moon. Slew that way and turn down the brightness. See if I can turn down the brightness real quick before we get there. And then we got to change out the camera. We need to go wide field of view once we get here. Oh, crap. Really bright. We're getting close. It's getting close to being out from behind the trees. We'll have to zoom out here in just a second, too. Take a check out here real quick. Go towards Tycho. I see Copernicus crater. Beautiful Copernicus there. That came in bright and heavy. My bad, y'all. Monet. Absolutely. Alright. We found a moon. We definitely found a moon. Now we're getting near the edge of the view. I had to zoom out here though. Let's zoom out real quick. Let's see how it all looks. Zoom out. Bring down some of that brightness. That's way too dang bright. There we go. That should help a little bit, and then make sure everything else is proper. It looks like they are. We don't need bangs for ration anymore. Okay. We're just going to black and white mono mode as well. It should be awesome. Should get a pretty cool view here. Let me zoom out on the camera. There we go. And then we can move it over up into our view. Check out our gorgeous moon tonight. And how beautiful. If y'all want a view of the moon for tonight here, let me get it pulled out enough here. That's probably about the most we can zoom out for the most part on the current setup. Cool view of the moon for sure. Now let's get everything over here. Make sure we got enough brightness, but not too much brightness. I'm pulling some gain, get it corrected. Oh, way too dark now. Pulling some of the contrast. Kind of make out some more of the features here. I went way too high on the gamma. Yeah, now we can make out some of the features. Kind of come back in a little bit. Check out some of these impact craters on the edge here. Oh, I just seen something fly through. Y'all see that? Like a bird or a bat. You see that one there? Y'all see that fly through? Like a bat or something. Ah, such a beautiful view tonight for sure. She is stunning. We get the black box out on the bottom. There we go. Y'all see the bats? Crazy bats. Don't they know what they're doing? So here you can see the shadow now is coming around on the moon. We're starting to make out some of the impact craters on the edge here. This is going to be looking towards the south pole of the moon. Not on the moon. These are bats and above us, but between us and the moon itself. These are right here above us. Not on the moon. If I can move us a little better here. Cool view of our moon for sure. Cody, what up, buddy? How's your night, Cody? Let's go over towards the Sea of Crisis here. This is a really beautiful area, really beautiful region on the moon. Oh, you guys see that bat go through? The bats are crazy tonight. Oh man, the bats are flying like crazy tonight over here. Must be really frustrating to have such a cool new toy and not be able to... Dude, that's what happens. You buy something for astronomy, you got to pay the cloud tax. That's the one thing in astronomy. You get something like that, you know you'll be paying cloud taxes. Kansas City, Missouri. We're over by Kansas City, Missouri. That's a beautiful view, ain't it? Look at the amount of bats flying through. It is crazy how many bats are flying through. Let me actually do a true zoom here, though. Let's do true zoom on the camera. Instead of me digitally zooming in, we'll actually set up a region of interest. It'll make the camera run a little bit smoother as well. We'll check out like this region here. You're batty, I know. Dude, those bats are insane. Oh, did you see that one? Dude, that was crazy. Was a bat? Or that had to have been a bat. That was too big not to be a bat. I was thinking satellite there for a second, but that had to have been a bat. Oh my goodness. It's like just flying into the same area right now, too. That's insane. Let's see if it does it again. It makes me want to get like a really wide field of view. One good reason there's no other public knowledge any country hasn't been back to the moon and set up camp. Other countries have gone to the moon, just not with people yet. Just not with people. Nah. I mean, if we found an alien, that'd be awesome, but dude, I don't think we'll ever find an alien while looking at the moon like this, to be honest with you. Natural mosquito control, yeah, absolutely. That's why I love bats. Bats are amazing just because they do attack those mosquitoes. They do attack the mosquitoes. That is one thing I love about bats. Man, what a beautiful view, though, of our moon. Gorgeous moon that we have. Whoa! There it went again. Seems like they're flying right above where the tree line is. That's probably why we're seeing them so much. The moon! You love bats too? Yeah, absolutely. If they want to take out the mosquitoes, I am going to be so dang friendly with them. They're my best friend. For sure. Let me see if we can change up our number here. I'm going to try to track us a little bit, but not like 100% tracking here. Let's see if that was enough on the RA. Let's see how that tracking works. Let's try something like 8 maybe. Oh, there went the bat again. Crazy, crazy bats. Never see bats walk in my dad's barn and see hundreds. Wow. Impacts ever observed in real time? Yep, they have been. They have been. Oh man, bats eat all the mosquitoes. Get them all. Take them all out. What's up, Sammy? How are you? Final destination, what's up, brother? 12-hour long fencing competition? Oh, no way. Good to come home for more of this, dude. How you doing? And Sammy in the house as well. Glad to have you both. Definitely glad to have both of you tonight. You're looking towards the Apollo 11 landing site, by the way, here. We're looking right towards the Apollo 11 landing site here. They hang upside down, yeah, they do. Oh, there went one. Was that a satellite or was that a bat? That went by. I did not pay enough attention. That was a bat there. I think that was a bat. I couldn't tell if that first one was a satellite or not. Do you think you will look at the 3i Atlas? We will in November. Never got the Blue Lake. I have not. I have not tried. Oh, that one went by fast. Y'all keeping up with these bats? That one definitely seemed like it was too big to be a satellite. See a Tranquility right here in the center. Right here in the center. And then you got the Apollo 11 site. Let's see if I can go to it a little better. Right in about the center now will be the Apollo 11 landing site. Bats are making the cut tonight. They are. They definitely are tonight. They're being insane. Absolutely insane. Not very often we get that many bats to come through the view. That's pretty crazy. Their spots are funny. It's going to be solidified lava. Not moonbirds. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, dude. It's so funny. Man, what a beautiful view, though. Need super close lines were responsible for forming the moon's crater. No, that's way off. Way off. You ever get to capture any meteorites? I personally have not. I personally haven't been able to. Do you see any bats? I think we see a lot of bats flying through right now. Looks like we see a lot of bats currently. Do you think the moon is hollow? It is not. We actually know the moon's not hollow. Aloha from Maui. Oh, no way. Out on Maui. Moon looks epic tonight. How you doing, Maui Johnny? How's your night? Luna is beautiful. Do you have a tracker on your scope? I do. Just want their moment of fame? Yeah, they do tonight. And they're getting it. Like, that is crazy how many bats are flying through. Super crazy. I almost don't want to move around too much because it's kind of fun to watch how fast they fly through the view. Some of the lunar astronauts had regression this to relieve the experience because they were so focused on their tasks they didn't have much time to simply experience wonder. I would agree with that. Like I could imagine that being truthful. Like everything going on, not only that, but just the stress of landing on a target so far away. So much going on for sure. From Virginia, but this is awesome. Oh, I'm glad to have you in. Definitely glad to have you in tonight. Just getting dark there. It's cloudy at low elevation. Volcano top is clear. Wow. That's awesome. My sister spent a lot of time out there in Maui. Crazy thing that you've seen with your telescope right now. The moon. What we're seeing now, I think is crazy awesome. Doesn't look flat to me. Nope. I mean, it's smoother than the rest of the moon. That's the highest G's followed by no gravity. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, I think you just get into so much more stress than even that. I think there's so much stress and always something to think about and worry about and focus on, and I think there's so much. Saturn, where? We just did Saturn. Yo, what up, Corey? How's it going, brother? How's your night? Kind of move us over a little bit here. Take a look over here real quick. Go towards Tycho. Beautiful Tycho impact crater right there. That impact crater right there, that really bright one, that's about 53 miles wide, 2.5 miles deep, 108 million years old. You're on a body of mass. Yeah. On your home planet. Yeah, absolutely. No, we don't see the iron, or not just the iron, but we don't see the rust from here on Earth. But there's been rust on the moon for a long time. Same could be true for a lot of different planets, though, and also moons. The eruption. So when we talk about the volcanic areas, this is somewhere around 3 billion years ago when they solidified. Watermelon, I just say, yeah, it does. Absolutely. Absolutely. There are documented cases of the moon ringing through vibration, obviously. See the huge letter P on the moon? Yeah. Yeah, there's different things you can see on the moon, and it just makes it kind of wild, like numbers, for example, different stuff like that, just from some of the impacts. Or see it tranquility. It's right here. It's in our view. It's that middle one right here. Oh, there goes a bat. Oh, that was a bat closer. Do y'all see that bat? See how far away that bat was? No way. These bats are awesome right now. Yeah, I'm in monochrome currently. Yeah. Running in monochrome. Y'all see that little bat that was way up there? A little bit more distance so you could actually see it flying better. Yo, those bats are insane. Those bats are insane tonight. I don't even think I've seen this many bats in forever. The dark spot, solidified lava. Solidified lava on the moon. It just started raining so hard for you. I think frogs are hitting my roof. Oh no. interfering with your telescope. Where are the bats interfering? You can see them flying through between us and the moon, of course. Right above us, there's bats flying through, and so we see them. Yeah, those are real bats flying through. What do you make of a transient lunar phenomenon, or TLPS, commonly referred to as light visible on the moon? So we see a few things. I think we get back into like lunar swirls, and this is something even I was talking to Chance, I can't remember, last night or something, but we see like lunar swirl areas. These are areas like inside impact craters where a lot of the solar radiation, you kind of twist it up and hang out in there, and I think you get friction, and I think that's why sometimes you see those lights. There crashed some type of vehicle on the moon, and it rang like a bell for almost 20 minutes. Actually, like 2 hours, more than 20 minutes, 2 hours. We see it ring like a bell. It's not only from that, we also see that during moonquakes. We have moonquakes. You also see it when objects hit the moon. This is also true for any place here on Earth or on Mars, for example. And these are with seismometers. Giving out the weird stuff it's doing. I ain't seen it do anything to be weird. Like, it's definitely different. There's definitely a difference when we talk about 3i. But nothing weird. Nothing that eventually we won't understand. I think anything that comes from outside of our solar system is going to have a little different challenge when we actually observe it than you would on things that formed here in the solar system. The Draconoids meteor shower, the moon being so bright, that's going to be tough. The Draconoids are so amazing. That's going to be a tough one. I think we will, though. I think we'll still see quite a bit of the meteors. 50-year-old kid watching the shuttle fly. I thought by now we'd have bases on the moon. By now, you. So I'm not that old, obviously. I don't know that I could ever actually put it in my mind of saying, why do we need a base on the moon itself, until the point that we say, oh, we need to go to Mars. Now we need a moon base because we need to lift off from the Mars, because lift would be a lot easier to get to Mars rather than lifting off of Earth to get to Mars. I think that's the difference in it, though. I don't know that we technically need a moon base other than getting to Mars itself. Does anybody know what the other side of the moon looks like? Very much pelted. A lot more impact craters on the far side of the moon. You can look up a lot of photos online. Look up like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter photos, for example. You see the Flag the Astronauts planet, not with my equipment. You'd have to have something super, super massive to be able to see something that small at that distance. Guess you watch the Jetsons too much, dude. It's always a good show, though. Got rain tonight, Tony? No! Gotta get rid of that rain. You're in Barbados, no way. Glad to have you. Look at the bats. Here come the bats again. Yeah, 3i is definitely fast. It is definitely fast. Could we ever even colonize the moon, you think? In a sense. In a sense, we could. I don't think it's sustainable long term, though. 4% collision with Apophis when we're talking about the moon, yeah, and about 2% with Earth. Serial Destination, what up? How's it going? How you doing? From the dead, oh my goodness. Hi, sounds good, Vern. Have an amazing night. Have an amazing night. It's not that far. Why is the atmosphere different? Moon used to be part of the Earth. It's not that far. Why is the atmosphere different? So, what exactly do you mean, Randall? Yes, I get that part. Not that far in reference to what, like the sun, for example, or planets. It's still really far, 238,900 miles away on average. Why is the atmosphere different? Because it doesn't have a magnetic field to actually have an atmosphere, but we see an exosphere. We see an exosphere when we talk about the moon, but not an atmosphere. How can bats fly all the way up there? They're not on the moon. These are bats above us that we're seeing as they're flying through. Nothing compared to 3i. One's an asteroid, one's a comet. And Perth, Western Australia. Oh, no way. That's awesome, Tamara. Glad to have you in. On the far side of the moon, thicker compared to the side that we always see because we're pulling on it. We have a tidal force towards the moon itself, and we're trying to pull its crust towards us, making it a little less dense. The more smoother surface. They are. So most of the dark areas that we see, the Bosniak lava, the Marias on the moon, these are going to be solidified lava beds, and most of the impacts on the moon came from the Great Bombardment period, which occurred somewhere around 3.6, 3.7 billion years ago. When you talk about the solidified lava, this is closer to about 3 billion years ago. So a lot younger than most of the impacts that we actually see. I appreciate it, Tamara. Thank you. Why isn't there water? We do see ice water on the moon. We also see some water in some of this silica glass. Why do you think the rocks are older on the surface? Because, what exactly do you mean older on the surface, though? Like, we don't have anything that says rocks on the surface are technically older. The rocks of the moon itself is going to be roughly the same age. There's going to be some areas on the moon from impactors. Some of the impactors are going to be a little bit older. Some are going to be a little younger. Mostly going to be older, though. Got to get a point to where people won't be able to see the moon the way it is today. Pretty well. Tons of friends about the witch and the cat on the moon. Only learn about them on the stream. Dude, that's awesome. That's super awesome. If you look at the water, is there biological life? We have not seen anything like that. Say the rocks are older than the ones that are buried underneath. Some of the rocks can be, like the impactors can be, and some of the debris can be because of the impactors. Like the age of the moon itself is going to be uniform. It's going to be relatively uniform because it all formed here outside of Earth in a ring. It's going to be relatively uniform. Formed under the debris of the giant impact. Why did the oxygen isotopes match Earth's exactly? Because it is very close to us, and we think a lot of that is because as the sun emits its solar winds, and some of that solar wind picks up some of the atmosphere and blows it there. And then another question comes to, does some of our atmosphere, like a very thin part of our atmosphere, actually extend beyond the moon? It's still kind of a questionable area, though. Is that no one can see through the atlas, or they won't, or maybe can't because it's behind the sun right now? No, we can't observe it from here on Earth because it's behind the sun currently. What minerals or elements can be exploited at our advantage? Anything, I guess. Whatever you want your advantage to be. I think that comes into a different context, though. Obviously, you can get all kinds of different things off the moon if you really want to. Would it be worth it? Probably not, because it'll be a really expensive adventure. Would you use it for stuff like space exploration? Probably. Makes it a little bit different. Probably got most of that up there. It is drifting away from us, yeah. About 1.437 inches per year, or like 3 point whatever it is, 3.6, 3.8 centimeters per year. Look at the thing heading towards Earth, like I told you the other day. There's nothing heading towards Earth. We don't have anything on its way towards Earth. How the moon generated a magnetic field? It don't have a magnetic field. Enough to magnetize rocks billions of years ago. So it don't have a magnetic field. We see some magnetized material on there, but that comes from the solar particles. So, what's your thoughts on how the moon came to be from a giant impact? It's the one that makes the most sense. A giant impact from a object about the size of Mars that we call Theia impacted Earth, and then the crust and part of the Theia would have came out. We'd have had a big old ring, an iron ball started to form, all the debris collected. Now, whether there were two moons at that period, one moon, that's a little bit different, right? But impact makes the most sense for sure. You get 96% of the same isotopics. It's not close enough to say, hey, it formed next to us at this distance. It's not far enough away to say that we captured it. But it's right about there. It's about 96% of the same isotopics. And not only that, but then we also see it moving away from us, which we just talked about, 1.437 inches. So you reverse time, it gets much closer to us. And then you got other things, obviously. You can model it, and it works really well. Wouldn't be made at the same time. It wouldn't be because of the impact of Theia, which makes more sense. Always wonder, what is the moon made of? I know it's not easy. About 96% of what we find here. Why did Earth end up with one unusually large moon when none of the other inner planets have anything remotely like that? That's a good point. Mercury would not be able to have a moon. The sun's way too close. It would just take it. Venus, that's a different question. Would the sun interact with a moon around Venus enough that it makes it where Venus can't have a moon? Models suggest both ways. Like, models suggest that Venus technically could have a moon, but it may come back to the early formation of the planets, and things being nearby probably got pulled out further, though. Oh, yeah, it's one moon, though. I know I'm being... so, it's a great question. We actually have eight quasi-moons currently, which are temporary moons, but we're much closer to the sun, so a lot of stuff gets kind of pulled away from us. Can you see through the atlas? Not until November. Where's the moon go in the daytime? Still where the moon is. It gets here, you will know, I guess. Just remember I told you. Okay, Tommy, we'll remember that. We'll definitely remember that. It's definitely not on its way towards us, though. Would the moon be inside the firmament? No one even knows what a firmament actually is, to be honest. I think you're reading too much of like just a white and black text of the book, and I don't think you're putting together what is the firmament. We'll show you a photo of 3i Atlas taken from Mars rover. Rover, I forget. Oh, I got you. It's going to be going by us, not near us. 3i is really far away. It's not going to actually get near us at all. It got pretty close to Mars, then now it's behind the sun, then it's going to swing out towards Jupiter. Oh yeah, absolutely, Minnie. No, 3i is not heading towards Earth. Quit spewing bullcrap, man. Quit spewing bullcrap. That's a dome he's referring to. Yeah, we don't observe no dome. Obviously, we've been to the moon, so probably ain't no dome. I think it very possibly could just mean that our atmosphere. I think in that term itself could just even mean the atmosphere. Is the moon the sun but asleep? No. The sun is a massive amount of gas that fuses hydrogen into helium currently. The moon itself is a rock. Yep, temporary moons, quasi-moons. Where the near side of the moon and far side so different, so drastically different? That's a great question. That's honestly a really good question. So the far side of the moon has a lot more impacts. We don't see as much volcanic areas on the far side. We see a few, but not as much as we see on this side. So we see a lot more of the volcanic lava on this side than we actually see on the far side. And as far as like the density of the crust itself, it's just because of our tidal bulge, or the influence that we have through gravity on the moon. Been scared ever since. Yeah, no, it ain't getting anywhere near us. Long ago the moon was so close that you could actually step off Earth. It wouldn't have been that close where you could step off on, obviously, to it, but it was relatively close. So, moon, the only moon that doesn't spin. No, there's other moons that we see that are totally locked. Dusty cheese. Does the moon smell like dusty cheese? Gunpowder is what astronauts suggest, like spent gunpowder. The Hellbop? You got to see Hellbop when you were 14? Oh, no way. That's super awesome. How many countries have an interest in the moon? All countries do. In perspective, all countries do. You think the moon reflects the Earth? Again, Ravens, no. Like, look at it. You can see the side of the moon. What point is that going to be pointing towards a reflector? Like, why do we see these little dots that we see on the side of the moon? Like, there's no reflection to it. Believe all the jazz that you say about the moon? Do you believe all the jazz that you say about the moon? It's called science. Things that we can observe and put together. Why do people keep assuming 3i is heading? Because I think people like to have weird imaginations, to be honest. Why doesn't Jupiter, as a gas giant, just explode? Why would it? That'd be the question. Why would it? Why would it? That would be the question I'd turn in for you, is why would Jupiter explode? Time early sky watching for such. It was cool. Oh, no way, Minnie. Yeah, absolutely. You believe the sun is 92 million, well, no, 93 million miles away on average, if you really want to get to it. Like, if you don't think we can actually measure stuff, like you use a tape measure probably pretty often, like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird at that point to think we can't measure stuff. Yo, what up, David? How's it going, buddy? Brenda, hey, welcome in. What else do we got up here? If a giant rock is going to hit us, might as well just stand strong. So, yeah. Absolutely. If you honestly think that that's going to happen, then don't go to work, don't pay your bills. I'll teach you. Near Kansas City, Missouri. We're located near Kansas City, Missouri. Make sure I got all of it there. I think I did. That's a lot of questions at once. Art Bell, I've been enjoying his old radio shows and Secret Moon based in UFOs. I honestly didn't. I don't get too much into conspiracies myself, though, to be honest. Looking at it and waiting for. Right now, we're looking at the moon, enjoying the views of the moon currently. Ah, that's awesome, David. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. Yep, bye-bye, Tommy. There are people with no brains. I don't know how it works, but there seems to be people with no brains at all. Oh, you're in St. Joe? Oh, no way. That's not too far. Tend to hype the Project Looking Glass conspiracy. That's why they're gaslighting and fear posting. Oh, yeah, 100%. How do you keep it in the frame, though, tracker? Yep, we use an EQ6R Pro mount, which you can type tracker, I think, or tracking. Okay, like throw out what I use. Start one and then they turn on the news. Yep. Tell me it was a robot. I think so too. What mechanisms allowed the moon's tiny core to sustain a strong magnetic field billions of years ago? It didn't have a magnetic field. That's about 20 satellites just passed through. These are bats. These are bats flying through tonight. We got a lot of bats above us. Did you get to see Halley's Comet? I did not. I was really young when Halley's came through. Yeah, people always do look down their phone instead of their surroundings. I agree. Yeah, 100%. Bats, not bats. My bad. Bats. B-A-T-S. Bats. You got to see Haley? Oh, no way, Maru. That's super awesome. Whoa! Oh, you think it's because of the cold front? That's why we're seeing so many bats right now? I mean, that makes sense. That does make sense. Get them all rattled up. It happens, Mindy. It does happen. Are you laughing at something else? Oh, I gotcha. One just went straight up so fast to jump. You said it just fine. Oh, okay, I got you. What's your favorite fact about the moon? I think for me, it comes a little bit more, I guess, on the, I don't know. I think it connects us. So anybody that's ever looked up in the past to our future, I think the moon itself does connect us. It does connect us. Would the moon rovers be rusty after all the time? No, they're not. You got to have a lot of moisture, obviously, on the moon rovers, and then you need to have a lot of oxygen in that location to get that kind of rust. Second look, that means you should get one. Hope you do. What's that? Clint? I must have missed something. I am 50, so I get a second look. That means you should get one. Hope you do. I'm not too sure what you mean, Clint. Like, what bad happens to Rachel on full moon? To you, Rachel on full moon. Oh, there's so much going on in context right now. I don't even know where things are going. There's so much going through. Bats do eat the bugs. That is right. Get rid of those mosquitoes. What happened to 3i Atlas? Reports say that it disappeared. It's behind the sun right now. We can't see it from Earth right now because it's behind the sun. We gotta wait until it comes out in November. All right, Brenda, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for hanging out. The conversation has gone in different directions so far. You think it's going to be a point where we just go back and forth about the moon and to Mars, maybe? That's a tough one. I'm not too sure about it. Honestly, I can't tell you what the future will be like. Would you go to the moon if given the opportunity in the future? I personally would not. I'd love to be on the moon, but I don't want to be in a rocket. I have a fear to heights of its own, even though I've done a lot of roofing. I was a firefighter EMT, did a lot on the, a lot of periods of being in height, but adrenaline is a little different than the idea of being inside of a rocket. I just got that thing that says stay on Earth, keep your feet on the ground. Hi D1, how you doing? Welcome in, by the way. Oh man, some great stuff. The next coolest thing to happen with the moon. So March 13th the next year, we'll get the blood moon, but next month we get a super moon again. We'll get the super moon next month, and it'll actually be the biggest and brightest of this year. So we get 3 super moons this month. Or sorry, this year, and it's going to be this month, next month, and in December. And then the next time we'll get a super moon will be next December. Had a lot of periods in life. When I was a lot. Happens to the best of us. This is true. Yep. Prevent the moon. We see a lot of magnetized objects on the moon itself, but that comes from different aspects. It's not about the idea that the moon itself had a magnetic field, but we see like the moon dust itself has magnetized properties to it, and we can see that also from what the sun does, the charged partons that they come through. Had they moon blurred and was saying a bunch of satellites were passing through. Oh man, that's crazy. On the dark side of the moon? Well, there's no dark side of the moon. We know what's on the far side of the moon. First one to take photographs on the far side of the moon was back in the 1950s, USSR. We pulled the data on the old moon. Wait, are we like there's different things going on in our conversation all of a sudden? That's to say that. Are you talking about the magnetic field? Like there could have been a long time ago, like a long time ago, but we don't see one now. So in the context of what we're doing here, we don't see one now. We see there's a lot of charged particles, but I don't know where that conversation actually went there. It's a harvest moon, hunter's moon, and a super moon. That is true. It was all 3, absolutely. A lot of people think they could just handle a nonchalant flight to the moon. I imagine a lot of people think they can just jump on a rocket and go. I personally don't think I'd be able to. I'd be the one passed out in the back for sure. Seen the old photos of the far side of the moon? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because there's an astronomy related bit. What's that? Do you know where the blue lake is on the moon? It's upwards from where we're looking now. Or I guess in your guys' view it'd be down to the right. Down to the right a little bit. It's more towards like the ocean of storms. Moon, there's only so much you can say. I know. There's so much going on in the conversation right now. See if we can keep up with it all. The atmosphere is a bit wobbly too. Not too bad here. Tonight it seems relatively calm. Had a big magnetic field and we rubbed it against the moon's surface. What kind of metal would it pick up? You'd pick up all kinds of stuff. You get 96% of the same isotopes on the moon. Doesn't interfere with Mars because, yeah, I've been flown, tides, and babies being born. Crazy people again. I mean, yeah, the moon, obviously, there's a lot going on at the moon. Back in the early stages of the moon, we still had a lot of lava. A lot of lava that was going around. The iron was much warmer, so you would have a small magnetic field. It's not like the magnetic field that we talk of here, though. It's quite a bit different. Got the 8SE, nice. It's a wonderful telescope. Where's the cheese? 3 days travel to the moon. Why can't we go back? Why would you go back? It's still expensive. We're going to go back to the moon, though. But we've been back to the moon 5 times after the first time. We've been there 6 times. Prove this is the moon. I don't know what else you'd think it would be. I mean, I can definitely zoom out a little bit, but it's the moon. I don't know what else it could be. Ever see a symbol on the moon that looks like that? No. Bats aren't that big either. If they're right above your head, they are. I'm just moving the telescope currently, and I didn't actually zoom out. My goodness. Oldest lunar rocks, why are the oldest lunar rocks older than most any known rocks on Earth? We have sediment changes. That would be one. So like if you just go out and find a rock, I think that's where you're going to kind of go with things. We have things like the trees that purify and that's turned into rocks. These are going to be younger rocks. Yeah, the bats are pretty wild right now. So excited from last I saw stream a few days ago. No, not really. Last night we had a lot of rain, so that kind of sucked. We had a ton of rain last night. Just know the new emoji is awesome. Currently under rainy conditions, so I can't see the moon, unfortunately. No, gotta get rid of all that. We gotta get rid of the rain. Gotta get rid of clouds. We honestly need it. It is just what it is. Get the Fisher Space Pin AG7. Oh, no way. That's really cool. Buy a good telescope, but they are expensive, so looked into it years ago. Oh, I got you, Mindy. Have you ever seen the blue light in one of the craters? I have not. I personally have not. Bothered me about the crater depths are same depth no matter the size of the crater. No, not at all. They're different depths. You can actually see here on the top. They're actually different depths. I mean, obviously they kind of look like it because you're not putting stuff to scale in your mind, but look near the top, you'll notice there's different depths in the impact craters. Nothing that we can't learn from going back. There probably is. I'm sure there's things that we definitely learn from going back. It's just we know a lot about the moon, though. Probes on the moon right now investigating. There are. How it was 2 days for me, and thank goodness I was able to see the sky through here. Oh my goodness. Moves across the sky so quickly. How's it image stable? It's the tracking mount that we're using. We use a tracking mount to actually guide with the moon. Here, let me pull it in for you. See if you can actually see it on the bottom. So here's the telescope. Let's see if I can move this over a little more. You actually swing down a little more this way. See how I got to do it. Probably here, and then we're going to get too close to the moon. It's going to be so bright. We actually spin the telescope some. Like this. I'll see if we can actually get a better view of the setup of the telescope. You use it spaceport, yeah, absolutely. So there's the telescope, and if you see that wide object, and I'll pull it in a little bigger for us so you can actually see a little better. I know it's still in chat. Let's see if there's a better way to do that. So the wide object with the red light, that's the tracking mount that the telescope itself is set on. And the moon just way too dang bright for this camera. I've blown it completely outwards. Blown it out, like insanely blown it out. On the moon visible, not with my telescope, we wouldn't be able to see it, but you can look up like USSR captured it, India, Japan, China, all captured it. You'd be able to check it out on their space agency websites. One of those, that's it for you. No way to get out of there. They're deep. They're definitely deep. Every night, all night long. That's awesome, Mindy. Right now we're using the 8SE. Can you see Comet Lemon? We have been looking at Comet Lemon in the morning hours. What kinds of moon's rotation will lock perfect with its orbit, and how long did that process take? Ooh, that's a good question. Probably somewhere around, how long did it take? I can't remember off the top of my head, to be honest. but it through gravity. I can't remember if it's somewhere like in the millions of years, hundreds of millions of years though. I just can't remember off the top of my head. Honestly, cannot remember off the top of my head though. The moon does spin. It absolutely does spin. Kind of like a miscommon thought that people think is that the moon itself don't spin, but it does spin. It would be hard to capture A6 lemon. We may be able to do it in the morning. It's just going to be hard because you got the moon as bright as it is, so it's like super bright. Thanks, Trev. Appreciate you, man. Can you see Saturn where you're at? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We can go look at it. It's going to be a baby in our current setup, but we can definitely look at it. There, 3, 2, 1. Whee! Over we go. Let's go take a look at it real quick. Let's get some more light. Get a lot more light. Oh, there it is. And then I'll pull it up. Come here, baby Saturn. It could have took a billion years, yeah. I can't even remember, man. Hundreds of millions of years. I remember hundreds of millions in there, but I just don't remember off the top of my head. But there's baby Saturn and some moons out there. Baby Saturn, doing baby Saturn things out there. Alright, take down the brightness and we'll swing back over to the moon. Try not to blind us. I know I probably will, though. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and whee! Turn down the brightness a lot here, because I don't want it to blind us at all. The moon is so bright compared to what Saturn looks like. I told you. Tried to, anyways. Alright, hopefully I can get it brightened up, but not too terribly bright here. There we go. Do you love baby Saturn? Yeah, it's gorgeous. Can't believe that we're going back to the moon in my lifetime. Dude, I agree, man. Like, I'm kind of the same thought. Like, it's going to be awesome. Artemis 3 lands on the moon in my lifetime would be crazy cool, because I would never thought that we landed back on the moon in my lifetime. Honestly, just wouldn't think we would. There's our beautiful moon again. And there goes the bat again. This is going to be looking towards, like, you got the Sea of Fecundity, Sea of Tranquility, the Sea of Crisis, you got the Sea of Serenity here, you got the Bay of Roughness. There's so much going on in this view. It's just gorgeous. Can you lower the exposure? I mean, we can, I guess. I don't know how much darker you want it to be. It really ain't that. Is it too bright for you right now? It don't appear to be that bright. The witch is visible. It is. It's on the other side, though. Over towards the ocean storms. It is a beautiful moon. We really have a beautiful moon. Yep. Process called liberation. So we see about 59%. Roughly 59% of the moon. That's good. Okay, cool. Not too bright. Human menstrual cycle. Go to the moon's 29.5 day orbit. It's not 29.5 day orbit. It's 27.3 days to make an orbit. 29.5, it's new moon to new moon phase. But the orbit itself is about 27.3 days. 27 days, 7 hours and 43 minutes, roughly. The bats and full moon being October would be perfect. Yeah, absolutely. With that big crater stuff, which one? Like in our view currently? Yeah, you got on moon shades. Nice. Absolutely. For my teacher to say the sky is a hologram? Oh, dude, yeah, absolutely. Your teacher tells you the sky's a hologram. Ooh, that's not good. Your grandma's there is from her grandmother was sent in the 1800s to where? What? Have recorded a live impact on the moon? I personally have not. The big one. There's a lot of different big impact craters here that I would consider to be big impact craters. I still don't know which one you mean, to be honest. The moon would be part of Earth, yep. Good time for a drink, y'all. Hydration time. That bat was pretty low. It's neat when the bats get like really high and you can make them out. Like that one was closer. But it's really cool when you can make out the bats and see like their wings flapping through as they're flying. The fly past, what do we see? They go by super fast. Satellites go by really fast. They're a little bit brighter though. Gold Mountain Dew and yeah, nice. Absolutely awesome. A UFO coming out of like an impact area? No, it'd have to be, just so you know, like if you've seen a UFO on the moon, that thing's gonna have to be like 20 miles wide. It'd have to be something ridiculously big. Do you believe in aliens? I think they're out there. I think that we're gonna find life out there for sure. We may never even find life like us, for example, but I think we're definitely gonna find life, and I think we're coming up on it pretty soon. Girlfriend Saturn last night. Nothing beats those rings. Dude, it's so true. Absolutely. That's so true. That is so true. You're trying to lock her in, aren't you? Showing her the rings on Saturn. You know what you got to do now. When you give her that ring, it's going to have to be better than Saturn's ring. She's already impressed. So now you got to figure out a way to keep her impressed. Yo, what's up? How's it going? I mean, you see stuff flying by. We see bats right now like crazy. Trying to return the past would say about what we can pick up out on the shelf telescope and look at. Yeah, I can only imagine, honestly. I can only imagine. Mars is, it's just not above the horizon. Oh, my microphone fell off the desk. Gotta re-screw it back in. Give me 2 seconds here. Microphone making its own decisions tonight, I guess. Microphone doing microphone things. Cool photo of Saturn and Jupiter a few years ago. Next to each other. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 2003, they were really close to each other. How's your setup cost with just an idea of auto tracker and the telescope? With the setup, probably pushing around $5,000, roughly. Roughly about $5,000 with the setup. Is the moon really hollow? It is not. It is not hollow. About the size of the United States. That's about true. Roughly about the size of the United States. Quantum entanglement, dude. Quantum gets a whole different context. Quantum has a whole different field of stuff, man. Am I outside? I am. I'm inside the observatory, though. Outside, but inside the observatory. Mario in the house. What's up, Mario? How do you feel? I got that one already. Yo, what's up, Robert? How you doing, bud? How's your night? But where's Saturn? Off to the right of the moon. You got the new mount tomorrow. New mount comes in tomorrow. New mount comes in tomorrow, and then we're gonna have a fun members only live, probably Thursday night, maybe, with some new equipment as well. That's coming in. Gonna be doing. It'll probably be a members only live. And what we'll do is we'll try out the new lens for the camera and see if we can find any meteors for about an hour or so. It'll be a lot of fun. As a man, cheese. No. As Mima said, I meant chocolate chip. Mima said, yeah. What? What Thursday? I'm not sure what you mean. What up, Ramon? How's it going, buddy? All's well here. How you doing? Mario has landed tonight. He has. He definitely has. Let's see if there's any really bright stars near the moon itself. Sometimes you get like really bright stars near the moon that we could try to pinpoint. There's not one like super close. There are definitely stars over here. Let's swing to one nearby. Let's see if we can see one here real quick. Let me get us enough brightness. Yeah, there's a star. It's way down in chat though. Hey, star! Here's what stars look like in the telescope with the field of view that we currently have. Did the moon pass in front of Saturn? It did not. There was no occulting of Saturn with the moon this time. But there's what a star looks like. What about a comet? None that are really bright that are above us currently. Gotta wait until morning hours before we get something like that. And then the moon. Whee! Right back to the moon. What's that? That was a star. You can see objects in the Capillary belt, but not the belt itself, of course. And what star that is? What's that? Can you see the image of the moon, but upside down, southern hemisphere, compared to northern hemisphere? Which one would you consider upside down? That'll be another question. Who sees it upside down? I think it's a different question, though, you know what I mean? I guess that could be like a difference in argument. Adjust to upper right, remove, and reapply chat. Oh, nice. What a gorgeous moon, though. We got a beautiful moon tonight. Average human neutral cycle. I've already answered that one for you, Patrick. You're saying two things that are completely wrong. The moon doesn't orbit the planet every 29.5 days. That's new moon to new moon. The moon orbits us every 27.3 days. or 27 hours, or 27 days, 7 hours, 43 minutes. You keep repeating the same thing, dude. You're not accurate on the information, though. Upside down, depending on the exact telescope. That's correct. Sometimes they can be flipped, sometimes they can be mirrored, and sometimes they can be both. Is moon dust just a rock? It is, yeah, absolutely. Really fine, though. Moon dust is really fine and really sharp, like glass almost. Vega for a bit. Vega's on the other side of the sky. Vega's actually on the other side of the sky. If we went to Vega, we'd probably stop by Andromeda. But I have a filter in, which makes it a little bit harder to see stuff like that. Yeah, those impact craters are gorgeous. Absolutely stunning impact craters for sure tonight. The moon is moving away from us, that is true. Only cuts their hair depending on the moon phase. I mean, some people do. People do certain things for certain reasons, and they're just going to do it, right? 3IA is a comet. 3IA is a comet. No alien bases on the moon that we've discovered. Nothing that we see. Werewolves? Up to Andromeda? That'd be pretty awesome. I'm not sure how it would look with the filter that we have on currently. It'd be a little bit tougher to actually capture. Yeah, it's a very small movement by far. What will stop the moon from drifting away from us in the future? Nothing. There's no reason for it to be stopped. Eventually the sun will come to the end of its life. Titty Walk, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Welcome back. Why is the professor at Harvard saying that could be? I mean, at the end of the day, like, there's always a possibility of anything, right? Now, someone like him, on the other example, I think he's getting a little carried away in a huge sense. I think he wants to become something. Same example, why did Lowell see canals on Mars? You know what I mean? Yeah, I think if you want something so bad, you're going to make a claim, but it doesn't make it true. Name of Mustang? Family called it Romy. Oh, no way. Do you think we'll have an interstellar travel by the time the sun goes big? Ooh, I doubt it. Honestly, humans traveling through space is so tough. I just don't know. Like, I don't have a solid answer for it, to be honest, because I also know mankind are smart. Like, we're really, really, really smart. You know what I mean? Like, super smart. So it's hard to say. Size of a crater and the size of the object that hit the moon, yeah. So obviously the impactors are much smaller than the crater themselves, but there's a lot of massive impacts on the moon. Moon's moving about 30 seconds. Can't see it on my telescope. Can't see it on the telescope. We're tracking the moon. It's roughly about 15 degrees per hour, and we're tracking it with a tracking mount. Yeah, sometimes lies are easier than truth. That is true. Yeah. Videos say that there is mile-high tower in the moon. Seen any? There's mile-high central peaks. They're called central peaks that they claim. Let me show you real quick. So the things they claim is right here. We'll zoom in real quick. See in the center of that impact crater right there? Move it just a bit. See right in the center? That's called a central peak. These are miles high, but they're not like towers. They're just basically debris inside the central of impact craters. There's no colonies on the moon. Just glad to watch tonight. Glad to have you here, Jason. Honestly, glad to have you here tonight. This is one of my favorite places on the moon, right here by Sea of Crisis. Like, I think it's gorgeous at this point in the face. There's so much going on here. It's just stunning. There's not a lot to bear on the moon, dude. Thoughts about a nuclear reactor on the moon? It's interesting. I mean, I guess it's a better idea than a lot of other power ideas. Yeah, the moon too nice. Have an amazing night. Hotcakes and fresh tea. We're gonna have to have hotcakes and fresh tea tomorrow. This sounds good. Putting them two together sound really good. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. Can diamonds be found on the moon? It's possible. What makes the moon so bright? It's actually not. It only reflects about 12% of the sunlight that it receives, or the outbilling. It's only about 12% of the sunlight that it receives. In the rocks? Oh yeah, absolutely. It was in our atmosphere after the impact. So there's a lot of different things. When you get solar winds, also blow stuff out. We know there's ice water on the moon itself. We know there's water inside some of the crust, so you can see that inside some of the silicon glass. So we know that the elements are there. This is the 8SE. Tonight we're using the 8SE. Whoa, bird! I had the moon earlier with my Sigma 200 600mm. I not believe how well the atmosphere is behaving tonight. Yeah, it's really gorgeous tonight. We got a nice atmosphere tonight. I could probably even focus in a little better, which I haven't even tried yet. Let's see if we can. Let's run the focuser just a bit. See if we can clean up the view just a bit. It's actually not bad. That's pretty decent actually right there. As you can see the chaotic side of the moon every night. Yeah. Those who can understand those facts. Yep, 10th grade teacher had that on his board many years ago. That is true. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely true. Are the craters more shallow than you would expect? No, not at all. 7-mile deep impact crater is massive. Super massive. That's the deepest impact crater on the moon. 7 miles. That's super massive for an impact. Like you throwing rocks at a rock, like, yeah, it's just massive. As material from the on the moon, it is. Never gets old looking at the moon. That's true. That is so true. Let me zoom out just a bit here. We can watch the bats as they're flying through still. Get a little bit wider field of view there. There we go. If anybody is coming through, this is what the moon looks like from here in Kansas City, Missouri tonight. There goes a bat right there. I just seen one. It's not hollow. No, it's not hollow. We know it has an iron core. As long as they don't find oil on the moon, they should leave it alone. That's true. Luckily, we don't find oil on the moon in that form. Oh my gosh. Do you think there's more water on the moon underneath the surface layer? We know there is. How much there is, that's a different story, though. It's not going to be a ton. There's not going to be a ton of water underneath the crust of the moon, but we know there is some water underneath the crust of the moon. How dark is the Teflon pan? I remember something like that. How dark is the Teflon pan? No, I'm not too sure exactly what like the color Teflon itself should be. Or ground the ice on the moon if they were to thaw. Could we drink it? Yeah, it's ice water. The somewhat recent math that something like a tiny chance to strike the moon. I was referring to Apophis. Oh yeah, Apophis has like 4% chance of hitting the moon and 2% for Earth. That was Batman. No, nothing like oceans. Not at all. Nothing like oceans. We see this. We see this because there's multiple ways to be able to detect what's inside the crust, similar to what we do here, right? Use seismic meters, and that's why we've seen it ring like a bell. That vibration itself represents there's not a lot of like moisture and other types of material similar to that would act as a baffle per se. Do you think man came from Mars? I highly doubt that. Highly doubt it. Do you focus on other planets? We do. We do our moon, planets, moons around planets, galaxy nebulae, star globular clusters, stellar nurseries, all kinds of all stuff, and then also we do shooting stars. October harvest supermoon. Yep. What a beautiful moon it was too, huh? We had a lot of rain last night though. Can you zoom in, please? We will. We'll do a little bit of zooming in and zooming out here in times. We can even go to wide field of view. Hi, Jen. How are you? Good morning to you. Happened to you all live stream? I try to be live as often as I can. Honestly, as long as we don't have clouds, you'll probably see me here. You probably will see me here at night. Globular clusters. Yes, globular clusters are amazing, dude. Absolutely. I thank you. Honestly, thank you. Appreciate you having me here. We are looking at the moon currently. We use a tracking mount. The mount that we use is called an EQ6R Pro mount that actually helps us track the objects that we're looking at. And for example, right now we're looking at the moon. It helps us track it through the night sky. And if I just barely tap, you can see it wobble, obviously. And so far tonight, we have a lot of bats going through. So you'll see a lot of things come through, and you're going to see a lot of bats. Hey, Gary, how's it going? How's your night? Teresa says moon is fake. Have you ever observed a flash on the moon from an impact? I personally have not. I have got to see some actual footage of them, especially like the Japanese astronomer that was able to capture one a few years back. And that was really cool to get to see. I personally have not been able to, though. You think the moon looks hollow just by looking at it here? Okay. And that's why you don't do science. Any weird stuff you see in space? Honestly, no. I mean, let's put something in context. If something's near the moon, it's going to have to at least be 20 miles wide in order to be able to see it. It's that time of night already. I got you. Absolutely. Where are the 3i Atlas photos? Is that what you mean? It's right now. It's behind the sun. Can you see the in a moon blue lake? I actually never tried for it personally. It would be a lot of fun to capture it though, but I've just never tried for it. Able to pick up the object? Yes, November. We'll be able to see 3i in November. Favorite area on the moon? Honestly, my favorite area is actually right here. We're kind of looking at it, the Sea of Crisis area, and it's just gorgeous. Like, take a look at it, which is right there. That's going to be the Sea of Crisis that we're looking at currently. For me, it's just a stunning area. As far as like an impact, though, probably going to be Tycho. Tycho impact's really beautiful. Ventured. Oh my goodness. Pamela, what is all this? Hi. You must be doing something audio and just got all kinds of all stuff. Yep, the crickets are singing tonight. What happens if Papa strikes the moon or Earth? It's massive. It'd be bad, though. What's your favorite on the mirror? I got that one already. Hey, good night, keep bye. Glad having you here. Keep up the great work. Dude, thank you so much. Honestly, thank you. Mario! What up, Mario? How is Mario? Hope you're having a good night, bud. Alright. Let's go look at some other areas on the moon here. You say we can see 3i in November. That is correct. We should be able to capture 3i in November. Oh, Pam's saying hi to everybody. Pam is on it tonight. See the end of Blue Lake near... Can your telescope see? You'd be able to. You just got to spend a lot of time to capture it, though. Do you think a space agency or Matt Damon will ever go to the moon and grow potatoes? That's a probably. I'm going to answer that as yes, probably. Just because of getting to Mars. Only reason for it. Look now in the members area. Oh, nice, Mario. Awesome, bud. Why don't we just explode Apophis? It's not that simple. You don't have to explode it. You can barely hit it and move it out of the way. But 4% chance of hitting the moon, 2% chance of hitting the Earth is not that high of a chance. There's a lot of questions on what to do as it goes through after 2029. Should you redirect certain things, right? So like OREX, for example, should you redirect it? It's just, it comes back to risk versus cost. You know what I mean? What do we always see the same side of the moon? It's tidally locked to us, gravitationally attracted to our planet. So we see the one side of the moon, the near side. There's going to be the, right there's Tycho impact crater, that really bad impact crater. LA Fanatic, I appreciate you. Honestly, thank you. Thank you so much. There's a lot of other wonderful comments out there that we'll be able to capture this year as well. We have been capturing A6 Lemon, which is really stunning. It's getting really bright. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Honestly, thank you. The dark side of the moon? There's no dark side of the moon. There's the far side of the moon. Well, there's no dark side of the moon. You can talk about dark side of the moon, maybe like radio communication or something like that. But we call it the far side of the moon. Even the far side of the moon also receives sunlight. The only thing dark side of the moon is, it ends up being a song. Dark side of the moon itself is just a song. It's a great Pink Floyd album. I definitely agree. It definitely is. Definitely a great album. Oh yeah. Comets can have double tails for sure. I mean, obviously, it's normal that comets' tails face away from the sun, but you can have a double comet. There's a lot of other forces out there acting rather than just the sun's solar winds. Yeah, we do have a dark side of the Earth one today. That is true. And it's the same as we see on the moon. Obviously, all areas of the moon, or all sides of the moon, also receive sunlight. Chaplium, it's the moon. Looking good for you, Ricky? Awesome. Currently 8-inch, using the 8-inch telescope tonight. I remember looking at the moon when I was a kid while there were astronauts on there, and that got me hooked. No way, Patrick, that's super awesome. What was that? Bats. We got a lot of bats above us flying across the sky. A ton of bats. A lot of bats above us. Let me actually look at the all-sky camera, see if it can even pick them up right now. Probably won't. They're moving by so dang fast. Yeah, I can't see it on here. Yeah, they're moving by so fast. Let me see if I can actually do this too. Here's a telescope on the very bottom. The moon's that really bright object we're looking at. Let's see if I can twist this around a little bit. I highly doubt we can see the bats unless I go out and turn down some of the exposure. Trust the witch again? Yeah, absolutely, I will. I'll do it in just a second. I want to see if we can capture any of the bats here with this camera. Maybe we might be able to. I just got to turn down some of the light that we're capturing here. Maybe it's closer towards where the moon is. And I'll adjust the camera just a bit here. Alright, give me 2 seconds. Let me mute so it's not loud. Okay. Alright. I could not get it to do it. The way that camera's mounted, it's kind of hard to get the point in the right direction. I was hoping it worked. Do you see it like this in the city? You can. Absolutely. This telescope, the 8SE, comes with its own mount. It's about $1,600 new. But I'm sure you can find it much cheaper used, though. And that's what I'd recommend do. Look for it used. Hi, Jamie. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a super awesome night. We pull the moon back in. There we go. We'll have to tell us what her school did when Neil Armstrong jumped onto the moon. Pretty interesting. So next year, some of them, the kids may get to experience that too when Artemis. So it's not going to be next year. Artemis 2 goes around the moon. Artemis 3 lands on the moon. So we got a little bit more time. A little bit more time. Hey Orlando, how's it going? Now again, this quick past object. Bats. Mario, they're bats. Bats, bats, bats. Let's type it in for you. I don't know if you can actually understand me. Bats! Lots of bats, man. A lot of bats. That's why I was going to try to capture with the other camera, just so you could see them a little better. Yeah, just bats. Crazy bats. Alright, Ranger Bob wanted to see the cat on the moon, huh? Show the cat on the moon. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Oh, man. Gotta get there. It's gonna take a second. I should have turned up the speed of the tracking mount, huh? But... Alright. There she is. There's the witch on the moon, on the very top here. You can make out her eyes down this direction here. Her eyes, her mouth, her torso up on the right side. I'll zoom out a little bit more. the witch on the moon. How far is the moon from Earth? On average, 238,900 miles away is the average. I'll get it for today, though. I don't know off the top of my head. Let me get what it is today. Currently, it is 223.6 thousand miles, which takes light about 1.2 seconds to travel. But there's the witch on the moon. Let me speed it up a little bit. Try to move this a little faster than what I was. That should work. A little faster? Yeah, that's definitely faster. Enterprise has no object. What background telescope would you love to have? Honestly, an 18-inch go-to Dobsonian would be really cool. An 18-inch Dobsonian on a go-to mount. Go to the moon too. Tim Dobbs? Oh, no way. Remember, the astronaut has been asked by NASA if he wanted to go to the moon, and he accepted. Oh, that's crazy cool. Yeah, that's really cool. That is super cool. 99.6 illumination percentage yesterday. Yeah, last night at around 10:48 Central Time, it would have been 100% illuminated. Currently, see if it does the math real quick. We're probably like 97-ish, 96, 97 about this point. Just looking at it, we're probably about 97% maybe. 10:47 last night, yeah. 10:47, 10:48, whatever it was. Central Time. Frog and a fish to the right of the witch on the moon. Oh, no way. Did you see something else that looked like a frog and fish? I know a lot of people see what looked like a rabbit over there. Some people see like a fox. There's different things like that for sure. So bright last night. Couldn't believe the shadows it was casting. Yeah, it was like it was raining here, but it was so bright outside. Even though the moon was above the clouds, it still illuminated so much. It was insane. Where the dark spots is solidified lava, bosnic lava, ancient old lava beds that are on the moon. I think bats are insane tonight. They're super insane. Mario bats. That's what we got tonight. Mario bats. Is there a big online astronomy community? Yeah, I mean there is. Obviously, like just look at YouTube alone. But there's a lot of different astronomy, different communities online for sure. It was, oh no way, Ranger Boss. Dude, that's awesome. You get some really cool photos or no? Can we see the back, the far side of the moon? No, not from here on Earth. Not from here on the Earth. Make sure we got the rest on here. Oh, looks good, looks good. My planet's favorite letter is? Man, what is it? Let's hear it. And how you doing, by the way? How's your night? Stop being stuck on Earth. Stuck staring up at the moon. So very cool to have someone broadcasting with such good optics. I appreciate it, CB. Thank you so much, bud. What's the elevation difference between the lowest point and the highest point? I can't tell you off the top of my head. On the far side of the moon's where the highest point is. Then the lowest point's gonna be would be the lowest point is a 7-mile deep impact crater, which is going to be acting base, and the highest point's on the far side of the moon. The highest mountain's on the near side, which is about 17,500 feet. Able to zoom on 3i Atlas, not until November. We'll be able to see 3i in November from my location. I think it's the R, but it's a C. He be after. Ah, okay. I got you. How much time does it take to get to the moon? Depends on what you want to do. Land there 3 days, go by it 12 hours. Brownville, Ontario, question. Can you see the rough landing site where they supposedly, the USA landed? Which one? Apollo 11 is right about here. This is Sea of Tranquility. You see that kind of bright crater in the dark mass here? So just near it, almost, let's see if I put it in the center screen. Almost about the center screen there. It'd be the Apollo 11 landing site. You see the left dark area where your property is? Nice. Yeah, impressive difference between low and high. Absolutely. Are those little clusters that appear to be little lights or clusters of brighter areas? So the brighter you see, the younger the rock, the material is. As it's on the surface, and put in perspective. So this is a young impact crater here. You see the ejecta rays coming out from. This is a younger impact crater. And the debris was kind of uncovered, right? Came out of inside the crust, and so it has a lot of time before it gets dimmed down over the period of allowing the solar radiation to kind of tone it down. I zoom in on that, letting the area better. Not with the current setup. Zooming requires like a Barlow, different eyepieces, different cameras. Ejecta rays. Was everybody worried about 3i Atlas? Clickbait. I think clickbait gets everybody kind of fired up for sure. Clickbait and stupidity at the end of the day, like people making weird claims. And then obviously like a person following a weird claim, it's not them per se, but it's going to be the idea that some people just don't know when to consider, am I being deceptive, if the person's being deceptive or not. Staring at the moon like that and you'll go blind, dude. Yeah. Absolutely. Did they find out what AI Atlas is? Atlas, what do you mean AI? What? Yeah, clickbait is definitely the majority of it. Yeah, I definitely think so. I think clickbait and then those that like to make claims without any kind of evidence behind it at all. Any kind of evidence. Have I seen a live hit on the moon? I personally have not. I got to see videos of them, but I've never actually got to see one myself, though. What's the furthest object in our orbit you can best clearly see? Ooh, what do you consider to be best clearly see? That's too subjective. Like in perspective, like if we look at Neptune, it's a little blue dot, very wobbly. You don't see it like what we see of the moon, but I think we best clearly see it. It's too subjective, though, the question itself. Arguments by Andy, who is running through my mind right now. I gotcha. See the landing spots, flags, other. No, not from here on Earth, because we got two different issues. One, you need a really big mirror, and so angular resolution is how big is that optic that you need to be able to see an object so small, 3 foot by 5 foot, at that distance, right? So that becomes one issue, and then two, we got an atmosphere. Atmosphere super wob. Makes it really hard to see really fine stuff. What part of the moon are we looking at? Right now we're looking at the Sea of Crisis area. The beautiful Sea of Crisis. Matt is back in chat. How about that? What's up, Matt? I guess you can't really planetary moons, eh? Yeah, we can see some of the planetary moons. First distant one we'll see is Triton over by Neptune. Big deal with Atlas is the ability to study something that's... Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the logical thing. I think they were talking about the conspiracy of it already. How much conspiracy is behind 3i. In the lower right, other moon on your view is the northern hemisphere is flipped. Yeah, so we're kind of flipped here. It is upside down in our view. Trying to discover some kind of strange gel-like material inside a crater on the far side of the moon. So they're not technically on the far side of the moon. They find what's called I think that's kind of where you're going with it, but they find the my mind just left me. Dang it, I can't even think of the term. My mind left me. I'll come back to you in a minute for sure on that one. So silica, there we go. They find silica, like silica glass, for example. Silica makes up a lot of the moon. From basically its iron core, and then there's a question: is there a little bit of a lava left on the outside of the core, or is that already been dried up? And then basically have silica up to the crust. Alice ain't coming to the days of pictures of it yet, enough to really see what it is. Do they have enough pictures of it? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, it's a confirmed comment. Hear feedback on my audio? Oh, that's crickets you outside. Yep. Dream shot would be to capture Saturn. Oh, slipping behind the moon. Getting it colded by the moon. That'd be really cool. Do moons have rings? There are some moons that could have rings. I think I got the rest of them up there. But anyways, yeah, so the question was, it'd be silica. Sorry about that. Completely slipped my mind. Laser on the moon from Earth. What does that mean? You can bounce a laser off the reflective mirrors, if that's what you mean? But laser on the moon from Earth. Yeah, you can bounce lasers off the reflective mirrors and then get the signal back. You thought the moon base was on the dark side of the moon? There's no moon base on the moon. Can you see them? The reflective mirrors are really small. They're like super, super small. Let me slow down the movement of the telescope. There we go. For the Space and Aerospace Project, start a moon base. Yep. But no, we haven't. We don't have a moon base. Eventually we will, just to get to Mars. Do you have a lunar meteorite? I actually have one in my collection. Really, I do. I actually do have one. A big spot, Tycho impact crater. That's Tycho impact crater. This is named after Tycho Brahe, a Danish astronomer. It's 53 miles wide, 2.7, whatever miles deep, 108 million years old. Sea of tranquility. We were just looking at the sea of tranquility. What's the difference in color, altitude, sunlight, on different material, different isotopics. Love it. Yeah, the moon is gorgeous. Oh, bat. We got bats. Yeah, the sea of tranquility is right here. Let me kind of come back into it. The Sea of Tranquility is right there, though. Right in the center. Claiming the moon echoed when struck by satellite comets. No, it's not hollow at all. Not at all. Not hollow. So you made a claim, but then you took away what the science was actually used for. You see what I'm saying, Phil? You made a claim of the science, but you only made a claim of the science for like the first 2% of what that claim actually is. And why do we see it? What it appears to ring like a bell. Humanity next major milestone in space exploration within the next 20 years. The moon. Definitely getting to the moon and then moving from the moon towards Mars. Not enough time to say. I got you. So what we see is that the moon itself appears to ring like a bell. In that term, what that means, there's a weird vibration when things occur. So when the booster hit the moon, which was used for scientific reasons, obviously, when things impact the moon, like small meteoroids or even meteors themselves, or when the moon itself has natural moonquakes, then we see this weird vibration. A lot of that comes back because there's nothing to baffle down, like a lot of moisture inside the crust and stuff like that. Bat. I see another bat. See Saturn and I, or have we missed that? We did Saturn just a bit ago. We did Saturn for quite a while, just a bit ago. No, these are bats. Bats flying above our head, in between us and the moon, of course. How did I find your house? I don't know. But hopefully that answered it for you. Up there, Phil. Hopefully I got that for you. You're Luna? Your name's Luna? That's awesome. You love bats? Yeah, me too. For real. Bats are absolutely awesome. They get rid of these pesky mosquitoes out here. Doesn't much like these giant dust. Yeah. And so when we see like the moonquakes, even the vibration from the booster hitting it was like over 2 hours. Like they last a long time. We can see this a little bit on Earth, not so much, because obviously we have a lot of moisture, a lot of water. There's a ton of water underneath the hour crust. But you can see it in a perspective also, like the earthquakes in Mexico, for example, especially southern Mexico. The length of the vibrations and just how strong they can actually be, and how far they continue on. So on the moon, it just goes right through it. And the whole idea of putting up seismic meters on the moon and impacting it was to be able to determine what's in it, what's inside the crust of the moon. That's how we figured out there's an iron ball, an iron core down in there. Then you got the silica layers, and then we find the crust. Finally, live again. Yep. Welcome in, by the way. Glad to have you. Every day I look at the night sky when I go out on my truck and look for some of the planets and the moons. That's amazing. That's super amazing. Do you think the universe is finite or infinite? If we're talking about the universe, the cosmos itself is finite. We see the expansion, so surely there's an end to it. Wonder if one day if there are be large colony cities. Probably not large colonies in cities per se, but there will definitely be small operations in order to get to Mars. And then what will happen after that? Who knows? There's that. The rocket take the infinite. Initiate to fire the propulsion doesn't need oxygen. So a lot of things are built into them, including the oxygen into the rocket boosters. Is this a profile, Edward James? Yeah, sure. Science teacher, dad studied the rocks that came back. Oh, no way. Got to check them out and study them. That's super cool. Thanks, Trixal. How you doing, Rick? How's your night, brother? Oh, absolutely, Jen. Absolutely. The Earth moon composition similar to other moons in our solar system? Not really. It makes up about the same of what we are, about 96% of the same that we are. A lot of moons out there are rock moons. A lot of moons out there are also icy type moons. But our moon itself is a fairly unique moon in our solar system. Can you see circle on the moon, or would Earth's gravity interfere with it? We do actually have one up there. It's a lunar reconnaissance orbiter. That's going to be one that we actually have up there. If you ever want to look at a lunar reconnaissance orbiter, or the LRO, which takes high definition photographs of the moon itself, its surface. Do you see the UFO? I see bats flying through. Do you think it's hollow like some people think? No, not at all. We know it's not hollow. If it was hollow, here's kind of the fun thing too. Even if it was hollow, it wouldn't be hollow. The moon itself wants to crush in on itself, and this is why we see moonquakes, because one is still cooling and it's towards its core, and also we're pulling on it. We actually have a bulge on this side of the moon that points towards us, but it wants to crush in on itself. So even if it was hollow, it'd crush in. It wouldn't even matter. Have an amazing night, Jerry. Thanks for hanging out with us, brother. Apparently it's still bat season. We had a cold front go through, and the bats are really wild tonight. It's the most promising candidate in our solar system for hosting microbial life right now. Mars. Are you talking about life that still exists, or life at all? Whether past or whatever. Oxygen for no, doesn't require it at all. So when we talk about plasma, it doesn't require oxygen. Plasma itself is taking two elements and just smacking them together as hard as you can, or pressurizing them together as hard as you can, so that they form a new element. Are you able to see satellites, or maybe the ISS? If they were going through, we'd see them. Satellites are really hard to see this late at night, though. Doing a fear and loathing bit? No, not at all. Absolutely not. Is that a moon? This is our moon, yep. This is our beautiful moon that we're hanging out with. Hanging out with our beautiful moon tonight. Enjoying the view, watching the bats as they're flying through too. This is our beautiful moon. When you look at something in the telescope, star just appear. That would be pretty wild. But it can, I mean, obviously, if you have clouds or something come through, you'll lose your view of things. That the moon? How'd you get in so close? Telescope. We're using a telescope tonight. That's a live view of our moon from here in Kansas City, Missouri, using an 8-inch Smith screen telescope. Our beautiful moon, honestly. I haven't seen the bats as much now. Looks like it's starting to calm down when it comes to bats. I've definitely seen a few more, just not as many as we did earlier. Yeah, I'm not seeing as many bats as we did earlier. What other planets does the moon affect? What other planets or plants? Plants or planets? I assume you mean planets, the way you type that out. None. No planets. Oh, you're in Bevier, Missouri? Nice. I'm up near Kansas City. Do you keep records of what part of the moon you see? Maybe to understand yourself how it orbits around us. I already know the orbit. It's pretty well defined. Does anyone know that Monday is named after the moon? It is Moon Day. Monday, Luna. It's raining bats here. Oh, there goes one right there. It's loud. What, if any, are some resources on the moon that could potentially be useful for the harvest? Honestly, nothing. There's a lot of elements on the moon, but would it make sense to actually go and harvest those resources and try to bring it back to Earth? And would it make sense with the cost? Now, when we're talking about space exploration, that's a different story, but for harvesting just to bring back to Earth, this doesn't make sense. An edge to the universe, so what would happen theoretically if a human reached that edge? Who knows? That's a great question. Don't have a clue. Honestly, that would be beyond what science would answer, right? We don't have no way to answer that one at all. Must have missed something there, Rick. I see the way the crater strikes are up towards the top. What exactly mean? Where does a blue moon come from? That's a good question. That's a really old ancient term. I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember off the top of my head what it means. I know once in a blue moon was quite the statement. Whether that was what came up with the blue moon, like where they kind of came to it or not. But a blue moon can mean, there's a couple of different things what blue moon can mean. It means that you either got 2 moons in 1 month, or the other thing would be that you have 4 moons in 1 season. So you can actually have 1 season, yet 1 moon per month, and still have a blue moon because of that. Watch over on the 9th Street back porch. Nice. Maybe it's more noticeable. Oh, it's because the Terminator line's coming over. This is where the shadow of the moon light is coming through. And so you can see how well defined these impact craters are, is because the shadows coming through. The shadows are very, very sharp when we talk about the shadows on the moon. For example, here on Earth, if you put your hand out in the shadow, we still can see our hand. But on the moon, if you put your hand in the shadow, it's gone. No atmosphere, you just don't see anything. If you prefer a neon moon, that'd be pretty well. Or the people tend to get more sad at night. Oh, what was that, Jeremy? Everyone Tuesday is named after that. I must have missed something up there, though. Hopefully I get everything up there. Beautiful moon it is. What's up? Popping the popcorn. How you doing? How's my friend? High and low temperature on the moon, about 250 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly. On the side that faces us, by the way. 250 degrees Fahrenheit, 240, somewhere around there. And it can drop down to like -220, -230 as the night phase comes around. And then inside the deep impact craters near like the South Pole, you'll find it much, much colder. Like -400, -410, -420 type stuff. Is it possible to see the US flag? Not my setup. What's the price of your telescope? The one that we're using currently is about $1,600 for the telescope, and it comes with the mount. That's about $1,600. Ever seen anything move on the moon? No, it'd have to be massive. If you've seen something move on the moon, it's going to have to be something really massive. Super out and super gold. Yep, it is. It really is. It really is. There's a release on social media that was attributed to NASA on that video. The moment the meteorite hit the surface of the moon was then filmed in the area where it hit. Can you show it? Which one? There's a lot of impacts on the moon. I'm not too sure which one you're speaking of. If you could interview one person for any era of space history, who would it be? And what would you ask? Ooh. Wow. Holy moly, I think that gets a little too... I think that becomes a little too interesting, probably in different directions. I probably would even go back and ask, yeah, I don't even know. That's a tough one. Honestly, that's a tough one. The size of a crater, the size of a state. Most of these impact craters, on average, the impact crater is about 20 miles wide. But the bigger ones that we see here are massive. They get up to 100, 200 miles wide. Some of the really big ones, of course. Like the one that's here in the top, that's probably getting close to 100. It's not quite 100, but it's really close. That's a pretty big impact crater. Some of these dark patches that we see, like let's go over and take a look at the Sea of Tranquility here. So the Sea of Tranquility is this dark mass here. It's about the size of Texas. Just about. They're really massive though. Still consistent or rare now? They're still consistent. So like large impacts is roughly about once every 10,000 years, but small impacts occur all the time. It's getting hit all the time. The Sea of Crisis at 350 miles. That's a good one. You got the size of Sea of Crisis. Sea of Crisis is the one right here on the edge that we're kind of looking at. The one on the left side that looks like, I don't even know what you'd claim it to look like. It looks like it has two eyeballs, some weird mouth on it, maybe like an alien face. It looks kind of like Mario. But yeah, that one there is going to be 300, you said 350? Yeah, 350 miles across, so it's massive. Can you see an impact if it happens? If it was large enough, we'd be able to see it, and then a lot of it comes back to, do you have your brightness up high enough to be able to see if it's a smaller impact? Dark areas are the seas. Yep, Mariah's. Seas, bays, and the ocean. One ocean on the moon, then you got seas and bays. Same thing transfer to the moon. Are those bats? They are. These are bats flying above us. Apparently, they like Earth women. What's that? What? Ticket or something on the moon? If there was a ticket or something on the moon, would you be able to see it with the telescope, or are those areas too big? What do you mean by a ticket? If there was a ticket or something on the moon, what do you mean by a ticket or something? How many Earth flags staked on this Earth? How many Earth flags staked on? Are you talking about the moon? The 6 missions staked out flags, and then you'll have a lot of flags, obviously, on some of the other things, like the rovers, for example, landers, Shoemaker's lander, impactor. China has their own flags, Russia has their own flags, India and Japan all have their own flags on the moon. Beans out there. I have to come back up. The big beans are out there. Okay. Wonder where man, I'm so confused on the context so far. Jim Lavelle, is your favorite astronaut? Oh yeah, I would ask him concerning what was it like to get to the moon and how mad you were making it. Dude, yeah. I mean, that would definitely... I don't know that I'd actually want to bring that up, to be honest. I don't know if I'd want to ask Lavelle how he felt afterwards, to be honest. We have came a long ways in the last 100 years. See it tranquilly is on the right side. It's a dark mass kind of in the center on the right now. Can a laser reach the moon if we point it at it? It would. Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing that's going to stop the light. Unless you got clouds or something like that, then the laser's going to hit it. If you got a 50 watt or higher, then you can bounce it off the retroreflective mirrors and have it recede back to you. Have you been able to spot 3i Atlas, tried and failed? I have not until November. We'll be able to in November. Good to see you around. What's up? How's it going? Glad to have you. What happened here? What do you mean what happened here, Mario? What the heck do you mean what happened here, bro? They used to use lasers. So you can actually, even if you like Mythbusters did an episode on using the lasers on the retroreflective mirrors. If you guys ever want to check that out. Cheat codes here? What do you mean cheat codes here, bro? Why November? It's just when we'll be able to view it. Is what it is. Jupiter viewable tonight will be really early morning. It'll come up in about 20 minutes or so. It'll start to come up. Vision why the moon seemed like, geez, I got no clue. Do you know what is on the other side of the moon? Much more impact craters. A lot less of this dark area that we see, the Bosnic lava or solidified lava, but a ton more impact craters. That's about NASA building a lab there, and they're going to build a lab there if they do. What do you think 3i Atlas is? A comet. American Werewolf in London? That's a good movie. Can you pronounce my name? I was going to. Panathang? Panathang? Did I say it right? Panathang? Honestly, don't know if I said it right. Kavong. Panathang Kavong? Yeah, that's how I kind of read it. Moon! It is the moon. And Space Force base? I doubt we'll have a Space Force base up there. It'd be almost pointless for what Space Force would be for. Do you ever see things on the moon? No, it'd have to be massive, Rick. Like, they would have to be really big objects to be on the moon itself. And be able to be observed through, like, our type of equipment. Got it. Nice. Very awesome. Virtual reality gamers. Did you play games or what? I played Tarkov. And then a few other games, I guess. We got convinced to play Tarkov. Got convinced to play some Catan game. What else? Farm Simulator 25. Sometimes we get convinced to play some weird games. Will you be showing it tonight, Jupiter? Maybe. We might get Jupiter tonight. Are we waiting on some sort of impact? No, we're just hanging out the moon. Just enjoying the view of the moon, talking about the moon. I used to play Ark. I did used to play Ark. Get Tarkov. It'll be fun, they say. Got Tarkov. It was kind of fun. It's also frustrating at the same time. Let's see if we can focus a little better. Get Tarkov. It'll be fun, they say. Oh my goodness. Does it look better? Or no? Kind of looks a little bit crispier, doesn't it? And we have a gorgeous moon. 10 year last night. It was beautiful. Oh no way, you got to watch the beautiful full moon last night. That's amazing. That's super amazing. Zoom in just a bit here. Check out some of these impact craters. Oh, that's awesome, Venom. That's super awesome. Which target were we on? On the moon or Saturn or where? Yeah, absolutely. Very intense looking. Some of these impact craters are just gorgeous. Like, that's really beautiful, that impact crater. Man, playing Tarkov, pretty sure. That's in beta when I was a kid. Dude, Tarkov was in beta before computers were invented. Oh, man. Oh, the moon, nice. That's super awesome. They kind of look like big lakes, yeah. Kind of do. Ancient astronomers thought it was water beds, and they started naming them the seas, the bays, and the ocean. That's frustrating. Frustrating. Dude, that's true. Tarkov is definitely frustrating. Absolutely. I have not. Honestly, I have not. See if I can focus while we're zoomed in like this. Maybe we can get a better focus somehow. See which way we need to go. It's almost like I was there, but not close. Not horrible. See some stars. Stars are boring, man, in a telescope. Honestly, stars are really boring in a telescope. There's not a lot to observe when you're observing stars. Like, binary stars are pretty cool, but stars are kind of boring in a telescope. I don't know why. That's how it is. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Dova? How you doing, brother? How's your night going? They look pretty much exactly the same, yeah. What'd be the best moon mission? Like where to land and what to do? It's a tough one. Like, obviously we've landed near the equator. We need to get away from the equator of the moon. How big are those craters relative to football fields? Ooh, football fields are small. These impact craters that we see right now is somewhere between probably 20 to 100 miles. The like really big ones probably about 80-ish. Those smaller ones are getting closer to like 20 miles. From Germany, is this real live? It is. Hey, welcome in, by the way. Glad to have you. Yep, this is a live view from Kansas City, Missouri. How deep are some of them impact craters? It gets down to 7 miles deep. Some are like even the size of like sand, right? So some of the micrometeoroids that hit the moon are going to leave like sand type impact craters. And then the deepest one's about 7 miles deep, Atkin Basin. But you can probably go a couple miles deep on the average, roughly. Seen the bat again. Bats are being batty tonight. That's major impact? Well, the largest, youngest impact crater would be Tycho, which is off in, let's see if I go the right way. Tycho would be way over here on the, kind of a little bit more to the right. You'll see Tycho. This is going to be the youngest, largest impact on the moon. There's so many bats flying through right now. But that impact crater, there's Tycho. Yeah, 53 miles wide. Crazy. The moon is not hollow. No, it's not hollow. Not hollow. Planes fly in front of the moon? Sometimes, Mike. It's not as common, obviously, as like what we're seeing right now with the bats. The bats are insane right now. It's not as common. But sometimes we do. See if I can change up like a custom here. How can I change a custom on this? I don't even know how to change it. Anybody know how to change custom tracking rate inside SharpCap? Honestly, don't know how to set it. I can choose custom, I just don't know how to change it. Interesting. Where else are you going to send us? I'm not too sure tonight, to be honest. Why don't you think that they're going to more exploration on the moon? We've been there, done that. Cost too much money. Been there, done that. Probably way too many times. Way too fast. I think the problem is we did it so many times and way too fast. That's probably the biggest problem with it. How big is a telescope, if I may ask? This mirror telescope. So this one is a 8-inch Smith Cassegrain telescope. It does have mirrors, yep. 2 mirrors. Spread out the recent meteorite hit. Why is the impact so spread out on the recent? You mean the ejecta? The debris gets thrown out, it's ejecta. That's debris that gets thrown out during the impact itself. Can you go back, Saturn? It's on the other side of the sky now. We'd have to swap the telescope on the opposite side of the pier. Any other countries that are doing exploration on them? Yeah, absolutely. China, India. Both are pretty headstone on getting it done. That's home telescope. Dude, that's a tough one. That's way too subjective. All right, Dova, have a good night, brother. Glad to see you again. Definitely glad to see you again. I know there's nothing to value. Nobody to give it back to. Yeah. It's all fake, says Matt. What's fake, bro? What's the coolest thing that you have seen in the moon? Any lights? What's the coolest thing that you've seen in the moon? Any lights? What exactly do you mean, Nicholas? In the moon, any lights? Celestron's a good brand. Like I do think Celestron's a really good brand. Celestron, SVBony are probably the two that I do enjoy. How can bats live on the moon? They're not. These bats are above my head. They're right above us, and we're seeing them as they're passing between us and the moon. The moon has absorbed a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, how's it going? How's your night? Oh, they were overlanding on the moon. It's completely fake. Oh, you think India would fake that? You think they would, Matt? No way to see the lunar lander. Not from our equipment. The shade of the moon is cooler. When we talk about light shade, the temperature of light itself. Never landed on the moon either, says Matt. So Japan lies too. India lies and China lies, right? Is what your claim is. Oh man, he got smacked too fast. Dang it. I was gonna have fun with that one. Lights from the dark spot. That's all good. Thank you, Mo. Is it true that shade from the moon got that one already? Are any other countries on Earth allowed to claim planets? No, absolutely not. Cannot claim anything outside of Earth. 3 Atlas last comment. Anyone have the KBB of the lunar lander? The moon is rusting. We do observe some rust on the moon. They get the rust above us. Dark side of the moon does not exist. There's far side of the moon. Dark side of the moon is not truly dark. It also receives sunlight. At all points, 50% of the moon has sunlight. And sometimes we see that side here. Sometimes we see part of it here. And sometimes we don't. They're new moon. Impact ever been recorded on video? It has. What are your thoughts on 3i? It's a comet. Residual oxidation? Yeah. Our atmosphere gets blown outwards quite often when it comes to solar winds, and we know there's moisture on the moon as well. The location of the rust is mostly found like on the tops, the rims, basically, of some of the impact craters. There's a lot of iron on the moon itself, but it's just, we find the moisture that's inside the crust, and there's also a lot of, like ice water, for example. We see that inside some of the deep impact craters near the poles. But we know there is moisture inside the crust of the moon, a little bit, not a lot, like obviously we have here. And then we have a lot of oxygen. It gets blown outwards from solar wind. And it all makes sense. We do observe a little bit of rust, though. There's not a lot. Very small amount. Hematite, if you ever want to look it up, hematite. Hey Denise, how's it going? How's your night? Tired of all the clouds and rain yet? Oh, you're welcome. Will the space junk on the moon rust? I mean, it's plausible. Like everything's there that it would need. It's probably less plausible though because it's hard to get the moisture to get on something like that, for example. So there's a possibility, but it's a very slim possibility. Would be the right answer. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. SLR camera hooked up to your telescope. This is a one-shot camera. Yep, hooked up to the telescope. Can you show us how far the moon is? That would be mathematical and doing calculations and also doing observations of it. So I can show you the moon through a telescope, though. Got some sun there already in Melbourne. No way. Already daytime for y'all down there? It's spring for you now, ain't it? What are the lights on the moon, if I may ask? Those are going to be younger impact craters that are on the moon. The whole space is filled with oxygen. Not everywhere, obviously. There's a lot of oxygen out there, but not everything has oxygen, obviously. Is it difficult to view this close in the daytime? Not really. If it gets close to the sun, then it is. The closer you get to like the new moon or right after the new moon, it's kind of harder to observe. Zoom out and zoom in, that's not how it works on a telescope. I mean, digitally you can. So a telescope, when it comes to zoom, requires a new eyepiece, Barlow, stuff like that. It requires equipment. Equipment's how you get it. Or you can even have like a zoomable eyepiece. You can twist it, right? But it's not how telescopes work. You don't just like click something or twist something and you start zooming and zooming out. So digitally we could zoom in and out though. In that sense, like literally I can zoom in digitally, but it's not true zoom. Can we try it for it soon? What's that, D1? Try for what? Oh, to see the sun in the daytime? Yeah, absolutely you can. Observe our universe as big planned clock of parts. Do you observe our universe as a big planned clock of parts? That's kind of a tough one. There's a lot of words mixed up there that didn't really make... Like, I'd assume, do you observe the universe as a big universe and things are acting as clockwork? Maybe is what you meant. Oh, Bat! Can a moon-based really sustain life support system? Ish. Yeah, I mean, it'd be a lot easier on the moon than it will be somewhere like Mars, for example. Come in on that hole and see what's there. It's Central Peak up there. You can see on the planets right now, Saturn and Neptune, and then Uranus are above us currently. But we're going to hang out the moon for a bit here. Focus? That's a pretty good focus. It's actually really good focus right now. Do you use a telescope to also look at the sun with solar filters? Sometimes. Thanks, Ethan. Appreciate it. The moon hit at your eye. It does do that. Can you see Uranus? I mean, we can, but we're not going to do it right now. How high is the edge of the crater right there? Oh, this impact crater there. I don't have any data to say exactly where it is, but it don't look super deep. I would say it's probably about 2 miles deep, just by looking at it. And just taking a wild guess, I would say it's roughly about 2 miles deep. What's the moon surface temperature, vacuum space versus direct sunlight? So we talk about the moon. Let's talk about this side. So it's about 240 degrees above Fahrenheit. And then as the night phase comes around on the moon, it drops to about negative 220, negative 230 degrees. And that's going to be the side that faces us. Then there's really cold areas like the deep impact craters that never get sunlight near the poles. Those get super cold. Negative 410, negative 420 area. Can you see 3i Atlas? Not yet. Not until November. Not until about November. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Honestly, thank you. I can feel like I can reach out and touch it. You want to do more zooming? We'd have to throw in Barlows and stuff to get more zoom, obviously, but it makes it a lot of fun. Are you at home zooming on the moon? I am. I'm inside my observatory in my backyard, and this is using an 8-inch Smith Cassegrain tonight telescope. Connor from London. How's it going, Connor from London? How's your night? How is your night? I have planned seeing with this type of quality. No, they're much further away. Can you look at Mars, Phobos, and Deimos? You're going to be talking about quite a while from now. Right now they set right next to when the sun sets. We're going to be quite a while before we get back to Mars. We're now 7:05. Wow, it's 1:05 here in Kansas City. Is life possible at the moon? Like, life not us? Like, are you suggesting, like, could we go to the moon and live on the moon? I'm not sure exactly what your question means. Can you zoom into the American flag on the area we landed? Nope, too small. Forgot to hit oh, thank you so much. And by the way, if you are new here, make sure you hit the subscribe button if you do enjoy astronomy and these type of views and the conversations, obviously. If you do me a really big favor, if you can tap the center where the moon is to send a like to the live, I'd appreciate it. Honestly, would truly appreciate the love and support that you can provide us. 11 p.m. now in Los Angeles. Nice. Could we go and settle on the moon? We technically could. It's going to require equipment and stuff like that, but mankind's smart. Like, we as in people are truly intelligent. When you built the observatory, yeah, absolutely. Do you think the moon is hollow? Nope, we know the moon's not hollow. Rhea, a Saturn's moon, yep, actually has a super dim ring, yep. Can clouds development on planets clouds of moisture? Can clouds develop on any planets clouds of moisture? Yes. Some planets do have clouds. A lot of our gas planets do have clouds. How big is the moon compared to Earth? About a third, roughly about the size of the United States when we talk about the diameter of it. Social media target. What, Mario? Dude, Mario's being wild tonight. I don't know if y'all noticed this. Mario got zapped or something from his alien spacecraft. He's getting too wild tonight. The moon is the same shape as Earth. Pretty close. It's pretty close, about the same shape. And methane clouds and lakes, yep. Titan has a massive atmosphere. What is so many people ask if the moon is hollow? I'm not too sure. Conspiracy type stuff gets you there for sure. People watch conspiracy and then they go down that rabbit hole. And then I guess if you ever want to ask that question to someone that does what I do, I guess, and it's a great question. I think he's been eating too many crayons tonight. I think that like us, other entities are who can think and create. You mean like a intelligent life form out there? In a sense, is that what your question is? Like an alien with intelligence? Maybe. You ever seen anything unusual around the moon? I honestly have not. I have not. Is ice up there looking for aliens? What? Dude, why would you make it like in a weird context of something different like that, man? Just put it out there. I get that you're going for a joke, but it's just a wrong context for a live like this. Is this live? Yes, it is. Any meteors at all? I've never captured one. You missed your X? I'm sorry, Kenneth. Definitely sorry for that. Apart from us humans, are there others out there, right? Intelligent life form? It's possible. It's possible. We've never actually discovered anything that comes to like intelligent life, but it's very possible. Satire? This ain't satire. Listen, man, last night I seen a planet or something yesterday that was really red. I've never seen anything that red. Did y'all see it? Where at? Is it me or are the voices around you? Are there voices around me? Can you guys hear voices around me? I'd hope not. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. Oh. It could be me, though. I don't know if you heard that time. It could just be the microphone next to the telescope picking me up. Could be. Anyways. The moon form 4.6. Here you go. Over here. Maybe. Earth-sized object. Name thin. Yep. You don't hear anything? Okay. I mean, I thought I heard something outside make noise earlier, but it sounded like car doors or something. I don't know. Hearing voices. Is it my voice, though? Oh, okay. 1-2 seconds behind. I got you. It could just be the other microphone picking me up, too. Very possibly could be. Just gas bubbles, cheese cultivation process. Okay. What's up, Medley? How you doing, buddy? How much does like this cost? The telescope itself, Ben, is about $1,600 for the telescope that we're using, which actually comes with its own mount. That's all. Okay, I got you. Is it hard to align your telescope to the pole? Like polar alignment? Is that what you're asking? That's a picture of a Samsung wallpaper. Didn't you just see the bat fly through? Pretty hard to do that with the picture, ain't it? Pull the moon back up a little bit too. You guys got me a little paranoid now, because like when you're out in the middle of the dark, in the middle of nowhere, and you hear voices, that's normally not a good thing. Polar alignment, it's not too bad. I'm on a pier that's actually a concrete pier into the ground, so polar alignment's relatively easy for me. It's relatively easy. You're sorry? I think it's your fault. Now you got me all paranoid. I'm gonna hear a loud pop noise here soon. Didn't mean to freak me out. No, it's good. I mean, it's not bad. It's just you start hearing noises out something like this. There's definitely things that make it questionable. Oh, okay. I got you. Just go unplug it. I can turn it down. If it's getting really loud, maybe it fell down. Maybe that's a noise I heard actually. I wonder if that microphone fell down. Here, let me turn it off real quick. There we go. How about now? That make it disappear? The ghost coming for you? It's October. It is October. I got you, gents. I got you, bro. Here, let me do something real quick, actually. I got an idea. I know how to fix it. Let me put on my other headset. Okay, can you hear me okay? Use this for a minute. I'll go change the setting to that microphone. It should fix it though. I'm wondering if it fell down. Did not. But could change it. That. Let's see if that helps any. And the moon's gorgeous up there. At least she's trying to scare me. The heck? Here we go. Let's try it. Okay, let me know if there's any feedback this time. Let's see if we fix it. Hopefully I fixed it. You guys are just trying to freak me out now. October is not the greatest time to freak people out. Oh my goodness. Is it back? You can still hear me, is it really? Is it loud or no? Is it really loud or no? Now you feel bad? No, don't feel bad. I'm good, trust me. Yep, spooky month. Hola from Mexico. Hola, buenas noches. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? Not anymore. Did it go away? I just turned down like the audio of my headset. Maybe it's from my headset. It's not bad. Did it disappear though? I just turned down the audio on my headset, so maybe it was just like feedback from it. You're not in the cornfield, are you? Not in the cornfield itself. Not in the cornfield. 61% audio max volume. Nice. Teacher said to the class and look up at the board. No, go through it again. Oh my goodness. Most of the impact craters are from asteroids, yeah. And also comets and space trash. And little micrometeoroids are the most common thing that hits the moon nowadays. Thank you so much, Patricia. Have an amazing night. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Bye. The crickets, not the music. Yeah, I can turn off the music real quick. I have two different microphones. One here inside with me, inside the control room, and then there's one over by where the telescope is, so you can hear the ambient noise. So there's two different microphones, and it could just be picking me up. It's a very sensitive microphone, the one right there. Hi Eva, how are you doing? How's your night? The moon weigh? And how much is our moon gravity acting? So it's about, if you were to want to break it down, I'd have to go get the numbers for you. But it's roughly about a sixth of the gravity that we have here. So it's 6 of the mass that Earth has. Enjoy Wolf, keep his stuff in a warehouse. Nice. That's funny. Atlas did not land on the moon. No. You just hear crickets now? Good. Hi, Silly. How's it going? From the Netherlands. Morning there already. Wow. Good morning to you. From New Zealand. Welcome in, Alice. How are you? How was your night? I got your chance. Hematite, yep. We do see hematite on the moon. Sounds like frogs to you, not just crickets. Monier versus Oumuamua. Oumuamua was a pretty cool target. I remember Oumuamua. That's my first try at false coloring. Oh, no way. Tried to do elemental colors. Gotcha. From Hubble, like I'm lost. But this is a fun hobby. So really cool. False color, obviously, what you're doing is trying to represent different elements. So it's not the natural color of the object that you're looking at, but just trying to make them more defined so that it's easier to see those elements. You can hear a great horned owl. We do get a lot of owls out here for sure. Have a white dot in the middle. That's Central Peak. These are areas that we call Central Peak, and there's a couple different things that happen there. So central peaks are from like the impact when it hits it, you'll get a lot of debris come up and then land back in the same area. And the same, like if you throw something into like a cup of water and slow down or really look, you'll see that little drip or that drop come right up in the center. So it's kind of the same thing we see here. Also, things that can happen is like the impactor, if it don't just get blown to smithereens, then sometimes it can dig in and kind of push back up a little bit, making it even higher. Do you believe in God or science? And the answer to everything? They're neither two against each other. Science doesn't try to prove or disprove a God at all. Like, I think that's kind of like the misconception a lot of people have, especially in the religion aspects, is that science doesn't try to disprove or prove a God at all. It's not possible with science, with the scientific method. What state am I in? Kansas City, Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri. How much did Oumuamua weigh? I don't remember. Oumuamua was pretty cool, though. Oumuamua was a really cool target. It was such a beauty when it came through. Let's see if we can zoom out just a bit here. Well, hopefully I answer for you, for sure. Man, this moon is so stunning tonight. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anyone that takes science to try to prove or disprove a god is way outside of what the scientific process even is. It don't make any sense whatsoever. So it's just something like personal beliefs are personal beliefs. Yep, one eye. Yeah, one eye and one more. Yeah, absolutely. Oumuamua was a interstellar comet, similar to what we see at 3i at this point. Yeah, we're near the Apollo landing site. The Apollo 11, we're actually near 11, 15, 16, and 17 right now. So you got like 11, there's going to be, I'll get pixelated when I zoom in like this digitally, but 11's about right here. And then 16 is going to be out here. And then you got 17. And then to get to 15, you come over here. See if I can get near it. Oh, wrong button. There's way too far off of it. Let's see. Gotta figure out where I'm looking again. Okay, I see. You come over here and this way and then down here in the mountain range right here. That'll be 15. And then 14 and 12 are a little bit further over. I have not seen Atlas, not until November. All right, Chance, have a good night, brother. Have a good night, man. Have an amazing night. Yeah. Science is all about observation and being able to test it. It's a whole different thing. And if you stay on the right path of what science is supposed to do, then it's fine. Like, it's great. 100% great. What up, Mr. Red? How's your night? I think a lot of things come back to also remember that science when it comes to like why is basically outside the scope. The only why is cause and effect. But it's more about how, not why. That's a huge way to actually make the statement. The only why is cause and effect only. Doing great. That's awesome, man. Can you see Lenny's sights? No, I don't have anything that powerful. Currently leaving the solar system. Yeah, it's on its way outwards now. It went through perihelion. Morning in Britain? Oh, no way. Good morning to you. How's your morning? How's your morning? Geographic dude, what's up? I see you. Welcome in. I bet does an object need to be in your telescope to see it moving? Probably at least 20 miles wide, roughly. It will speed up. The sun's influence will speed it up, but that's a natural occurrence. We would expect that too. That once the gravity from the sun itself were to kind of, and you can think of like a slingshot method, right? So something that wants to pull on something is going to pull it towards it, but it's still far enough away. Obviously, it's not going to hit it, but it's wanting to pull it towards it, and as it gets over there, it's just going to release it, and it's going to be sped up. Missed it? What did you miss, brother? Oh, Saturn? Yeah. Until here in a bit, though, the moon will be on the opposite side of the sky. We're still on the eastern side of the sky, so once it swaps to the western side of the sky, we'll jump to Saturn again. Unknown database. Madly, that's funny, dude. That's super funny. Make sure I got all the stuff. What time will Saturn appear? It's still above for us right now. We just gotta wait. Otherwise, we gotta throw the pier or the telescope on the opposite side of the pier to look at Saturn. Then when we want to come back to the moon, then we gotta flip it on the other side of the pier again. Tomorrow night, though, we should be able to do Saturn. Had to? Yeah, dude. You'll get the bot will get you. I had to set the bot to like take out anything about Uranus. I get a lot of them are about jokes, and a lot of people see these comments get removed really fast, and it's about Uranus. Obviously, it's funny. Some of the jokes are funny, but at the same time, like going through it hundreds of times a night, and they're never original. It makes it pretty tough. Could you see Lenny size, and what power magnification would you need to see a Lenny size? So you'd probably need a mirror roughly about like a ½ mile wide, roughly. When you talk about angular resolution, it's something really massive, really massive. I have not. Honestly, I have not. What time are you starting tomorrow night? Assuming that it's still clear, probably around 10 p.m. Central Time, roughly. Somewhere around 10 p.m. And now I just got to worry because Denise has me convinced there's like people out here with me, apparently. So maybe I need to bring guard dogs next time, huh? Gotta have guard dogs out here. Maybe have Chance come up. be a guard actually outside the door here. Ensure nothing happens. Oh my goodness. You guys want to try to zoom out more, or you like the field of view, or install deadbolt? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Do you try to see the ISS when it goes overhead? Sometimes. We actually have a new setup in here that will be able to track the ISS over our head, which is going to be something to come up. Next thing that we'll be doing this week, though, we got a new mount coming in. Tomorrow, there's a new mount coming in tomorrow. And then Thursday, we have a new lens for the camera that we'll be using for the Orions this month, which I'll be doing that probably Thursday night. I'll have a live stream just for members only, where we'll get to check out how that lens is actually going to work. And it's a crazy lens. I'm super excited to see how well it actually does. So if you are a member, Thursday night, I plan to do a member only live stream, and we'll check out that lens, see how well it does. Pin out for the full moon. I'd have to zoom out on the camera here. We'll get the full moon. Well, ish. We won't get the whole moon, but pretty close. It's so massive right now. See if I can grab it here real quick. Got to move it in the view a little bit better too. Go the right way. Anything orbiting the moon? Nah, it'd have to be massive to see it. If they're, like, for example, a lot of those videos that you see are fake. That's how you know really quick it's fake, because it's going to have to be massive in order to be able to see something like that near the moon. TAPDF, space in there. Nothing must meet. Energy Star Standards. Not part of the green team member's name yet in green? Yeah. That's alright though. It's definitely going to be something I want to work with them a little bit on, because obviously they're supporting us in a huge way by making a monthly contribution, so I definitely want to be able to get back to it. Seen a bunch of bats? Yeah, tonight there's a lot of bats coming through the view. So many bats coming through the view tonight. Here's the full frame. If you guys want to see the full frame, let me see if I can pull the camera all the way out. So here's the full frame of what the moon looks like in this telescope with the current setup I have. It is massive even in this setup, which is a really wide field of view, but it's still just too big for my camera. Doesn't quite fit in the camera at all. Dark areas versus the light gray. So the light gray obviously is a lot more of the isotopics that we find on the crust of the moon itself. The brighter areas or younger impact areas is the stuff that's pulled out from the crust. The dark areas that you see is volcanic lava or solidified, ancient solidified lava. One big solar cell. Please in the bank, still on a debit card. I get it, Lori. Absolutely, I get it. What's a good price point to get into a telescope like yours? Oof. This telescope, it comes with its own mount, but it's about $1,600. So if you can find a used, it's not a bad deal, honestly. If you can find a used, it's actually a pretty decent deal. See if I can pull out some of the brightness and you can make out some more of the details of the moon. We got a gorgeous moon, though. Really, really beautiful moon. And then we'll zoom back in a little bit here, too. Do you think the moon's hollow? It is not hollow. We know it's not hollow. We know the moon's not hollow. Zoom in about here, maybe? Observe it from this point. And zoom back in. Get rid of my big old black box on the bottom. There we go. Yeah, we know it's not hollow. Send a check. I don't even think I can actually give membership here on YouTube, to be honest. I don't even think there's a way to do it. You want a telescope so bad? I'll buy one day. I hope you get one, Eric. For sure, I hope you get one. I am just subsidizing across the board. And the original draft. I shouted out from the rooftop. Have a good night, brother. Have a good night. Is the moon bigger than Earth? It is not. It's about a third of the size of Earth. It's roughly about there. If it says the moon is filled with cheese. Queso blanco. It's cheese dip. If you take up chips, you got all kinds of cheese dip on the moon. Big white impact on the top right. That's Tycho impact. How big was that thing? So about 53 miles wide. The impactor, I think, if I remember right, is like 7 kilometers. If I remember right on the impactor, it's about 53 miles wide though. Is it rusting real? Yeah, probably not in the video that you watch. We do observe some rusting on the moon, but it's nothing like probably what the video you actually watched about it, because I've seen a lot of conspiracies come up about it. Well, yeah, that was Tycho impact crater. That was going to be the south pole of the moon itself. I'd really appreciate some space right now. You gotta love it, dude. Absolutely. Hey, astronomers do it at night. There's a reason for it. Hey, have you seen any UFOs fly by? Honestly, no. Never seen anything that I would say is really wild. Yeah, absolutely. Keep your eyes out for a good used one. 100%. What are your thoughts on the rust? It seems plausible. Very, like, it's such a common thing that you would expect to see on something like the moon itself. The moon is really dimmed off. It's kind of like a palish color. For the most part, it's kind of like a palish color. But yeah, I'll look at the draft. Definitely will, man. Didn't get it. Oh, I appreciate you, Gary. Yeah, if you got, so it only responds if the person has their subscriber list public. It won't do it if it's private. Like, I can't even see who subscribed to me if they got it on private. And I think private's the default way. That's why I didn't send it out. Had to figure out how to use one. Oh yeah, 100%. Have you heard of 3i Atlas? 3i Atlas, yeah. Comment. How May got its stretch shape. Hume is beautiful. Absolutely a beautiful minor in the minor planetary object as a dwarf planet. May structure powered by a neutron star. I saw that in Moonfall. Yeah. You know what? Moonfall lands right here. This is where Moonfall lands, on this side of the moon, right next to the Sea of Crisis right there. right there. That little guy on the left side, that's where moonfall actually lands. A big scar, center frame now. Yeah, there's a lot going on here on the moon. The whole moon looks like a big scar. Like iron oxide, kind of ish. Hematite, by the way. We do know there's moisture on the moon. We see it in ice water. We also find it in some of the silica glass that comes up during the impacts. And so we know there's a lot of water. We know there's iron on the moon. And then we have a lot of oxygen in our atmosphere that gets blown away from solar winds. Could look like the same depth, big or small. Somewhat. They're not, though. Our perspective, because of how small they actually are, it kind of feels like that, but let me kind of come in a little bit more. You can start to make out there's a little bit of depth changes on some of them, and it's kind of hard to see on some of these. Like, take that one right there, for example. Let me get some more brightness. Obviously, we're just so far away, and we're looking at something that's such a distance. But look at that one right there, above the Sea of Crisis. See how much deeper it looks compared to some of the others? There's a difference in the depth. It's anywhere like grain, the size of grain, from micro meteoroids to 7 miles deep. Checked on your girlfriend while she was buying a mud mask. All she gave me was a dirty look. Dude, I get the joke. That's too funny. That is so funny. The very first news post about 3i Atlas this evening. Oh, no way, yeah. I got you. What do I taste like? Rock. It tastes like rock. I have a lunar meteorite. If you ever want to see it, I can throw it on the camera here in a bit. But I do have a lunar meteorite. I'd love to turn into like a wedding band. I think it'd be the coolest wedding band ever. A lunar meteorite. As the moon's iron from Earth's core, not from our core, but it would have came from somewhere within the crust or even from Theia itself. Hey, good night, Mustafa. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us while watching the moon. Honestly, no. Honestly, no. Can you taste it? It's gonna taste like a rock. I don't know I'd let you put your mouth on my rock either. Come on. Oh my goodness. Are there any instruments still on the moon today that's in data back to Earth? Yes, absolutely. Taking a beating, but yeah, it really has taken a beating, but makes this thing beautiful. That is true. Absolutely. Can't find me on Discord. Oh, Eva, since you're a member, click, go in Discord, hit settings, and then go to connections. Connect YouTube to the YouTube here, the one that you're a member of. And then once you connect it, there'll be a link in there that says join, and you'll be able to join up to the See the Skies Discord. But what are we watching? The moon. We're hanging out the moon tonight. Oh, let me know if that works for you, Eva. But it'll be settings and then connections. Ever tried to stack the moon? Sometimes we do. What's the largest crater on the lunar surface? It's going to be Atkin Basin near the South Pole. 7 miles deep, roughly 1,600 miles wide. See its tranquility right here in our view. It's on the bottom. Let me kind of pull this up a little better. Pull it over and up a little bit. There's going to be Sea of Tranquility right here. On the very top, Sea of Fecundity. Center, Sea of Tranquility. Bottom, Sea of Serenity. On the left, Sea of Crisis. And then right off the Sea of Tranquility, you got the Bay of Roughness, and we just keep going from that point. Got walking to the bank. Say, just put the money in the bag. Or you're an astronomer. What do you mean history? Don't change the subject. Crap. Just true that NASA crashed a pod on the moon and it rang like a bell. Ish. Ish true. Ish. So I think a lot of people get confused on what that means. Rang like a bell. We didn't verbally hear, but we can observe it through the vibrations, through the seismic meter. And the whole idea of that was trying to determine what's inside the crust of the moon. Is this the live footage of the moon tonight? It is. This is a live view right now through my telescope here at the observatory here near Kansas City, Missouri. Did you use astrology, moonology in school? Not moonology, nope. Not moonology. Would you be able to see my green laser if I pointed at the moon? I wouldn't, because the focus would be so small that when it gets there, it's going to be like a dot. And these areas here are massive. Like that dark area in the center is almost like Texas. It's massive. So your dot is not going to be anything compared to our view. Yeah, like this. Oh my goodness. Have you read Artemis by Andy Weir? I have not. I have not. They can say it rang like an apple, not like a bell. Oh my goodness. No, it don't make it a hollow structure. It's just there's not a lot of moisture inside the inside underneath the crust of the moon like what we have here, and so it just continued to vibrate. That ring like a bell was a vibration is what you're experiencing. Are there any really wellers on the moon? Was there really wells on the moon? No. Do you recommend any books? I don't know. It depends. Turn Left by Orion's a really good book. It's like a really good read. Do you believe in alien life form? Absolutely. I think aliens are going to be out there. We haven't found it yet, but I think aliens are out there. As far as science goes, it doesn't exist until you find it. That kind of makes sense. But as far as math goes, it has to be possible. What I studied? Oh man, I was so busy eating my toenails, dude. I studied toenail eatery. Do you know what's on the other side of the moon? It's more of the moon. It is more of the moon. It's a lot more impact craters. Do you have a laser that you can show us a dot with? Not on the moon. We wouldn't see it. So focused down on the moon that it'd be so small you wouldn't see it. I do got lasers here, but we use them more like when we have like meteor showers. Maybe somebody will get it. Yeah. What do you think about 3i Atlas? It's 3i Atlas. Do you think that there was life on the moon? Nah, we haven't experienced anything that looks like life on the moon. How long have I been interested in space? I was 8 years old. Dad got the first telescope. I probably used it more than anybody else. They probably got mad at me. I don't even remember. To be honest, like, I remember using it all the time back then, though. How far can you zoom in the crater? If we throw in Barlows and stuff, we can get pretty close. You think of the song every time? Nice. Moon's weak in magnetic field. Going to the moon's core, iron. Yep, top of the field. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see 3 Atlas in November. We'll be able to see it in November. The control center's on the other side. That's why it's silent a lot. Definitely not why. And definitely not true. Are there laser sharks on the moon? No. Have you ever seen a laser being bounced off the retroreflectors? I personally haven't done it, but there are some really cool stuff they can watch about that, including Mythbusters. Mythbusters did an episode of using lasers and bouncing off of the retroreflector mirrors. Astronaut who drove across the country in a nappy. What's your take on the astronaut who drove across the country in a nappy? I got no clue what the reference is about. What do you think about NASA losing the capability of sending another astronaut to the moon, and we're more technologically advanced than ever? No, we still have the technology to do it. We still have like the shuttles, or you can actually go see shuttles inside the museums at these points. I think you're misunderstanding what that meant by losing technology. We quit making the rockets that basically sent us to the moon, and then we started working on the shuttle to be able to get to ISS. ISS became a priority at that point. The moon does rotate. The moon actually does rotate. Is it 3 months of holidays? Ooh, why? What's that? I must have missed something. Do you think we actually went to the moon? Can you see any things left? I can't see it with my equipment, but yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of evidence to show that we went to the moon. Including, as we just talked about, even the Mythbusters, where they bounce the lasers off the retroreflective mirrors. Speed of dark can be... Nah, speed of dark... dark is just the absence of light, so there's no such thing as speed of dark. Dark's not an object, it's just the abstract of light itself. What's up with the properties of water in the moon to affect tides? Gravity. It's just gravity. Do you think alien life is real? How do you think the human race treat them? That's a two-part question for sure. I think aliens out there, I don't think that we'll ever encounter aliens themselves. As far as like an intelligent life being, I don't think we'll ever encounter it personally. What specs on your gear? Right now I'm using the 8SE with the EQ6R Pro mount with the SV405CC camera. Will you be live tomorrow? I plan to be. Yeah, the ISS is super expensive. Super expensive. You have the elements to remain on the moon, given the harvest. So there's not a lot. We can see an exosphere, but it's not that thick at all. And there comes back a lot of questions. Does some of our atmosphere extend past the moon in a small form? And that's very possible. It very well could be our atmosphere extends just past the moon. Still to be determined, obviously. But that is one good possibility. The other things are, like, obviously, things happen on the moon that releases different elements or gas into outside of its crust, and these things tend to release as well. So there's a lot of different things happening. Granddad worked third shift so he could have a dark switch. He turned on in the afternoon so he could sleep. Oh, no way. That's really cool. How much the 8SE? The 8SE itself, it comes with its own mount. You can get it for about 1,600. For example, when you're a kid, all the planets in our solar system were around the Earth in similar distance to the moon. Is that? Ooh, that'd be a wild dream. I won't lie. I mean, I wouldn't mind looking out and seeing Jupiter that close to us. Like, that would be gorgeous. That would absolutely be gorgeous. See something? We got a lot of bats flying through. There's a ton of bats flying through tonight. Ton of bats flying through. The moon moving further away from Earth little by little. It is about 1.437 inches per year, roughly. Batman? Yep, Batman. I got another one. That actually might... Was that a bat or was that a satellite? That went by way fast. No, that's a bat. I seen it again. This is moon. It is moon. I like this on stream. Sky watching with my dad, an 8-inch. Oh, no way. And sketchy manual tracking. Yeah. We have a Dobsonian. Magnetism and how magnetic is the moon. The moon itself has some magnetic properties to it, but gravity and magnets are two different forces. Thank you, Waterman. I appreciate that. Or Watermer. Hopefully I said that right. When we live stream Andromeda tomorrow, ooh, that'd be tough. The moon's still gonna be really bright tomorrow night. It's hard to do deep space when you have a super bright moon. Watching the live stream from China. That's awesome. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Definitely glad to have you. Yeah, the moon's really hard. Or Andromeda is not the easiest thing to capture. We can definitely capture it. Just don't look that great when you have a bright moon. Camera off for a second to show the telescope. I can turn on the other camera so I can show you the telescope. Let me put it down here real quick. We gotta turn the camera. Oh, here's the telescope. Got two cameras set up, so it makes it kind of nice. Go the right way. I don't know how well you can actually see it here, but telescope's right here. I'll throw it in the main view, but there's a telescope right there, looking out towards the beautiful moon, doing its thing. Have you ever seen a big impact? I have not. I personally have not myself, but I have seen videos of people able to capture it. Moon's looking great tonight. It really is. It is looking stunning tonight. The camera that I have is a, so this is deep space camera, the one that I'm using. If I pull it off, it wouldn't do anything. It's not focused. It has to focus to the light it gets. As a moon hollow, it is not hollow. Good time to hydrate, y'all. Module lender technically visible right now. Technically, it would be. Alright, sounds good. Have a good night. Have a good night. Don't round up. That's been about 2.768 tonight. It's over 3 centimeters per year. It's like 3.8, somewhere about 3.8. But yeah, it's way up there. Hey, we'll send out devices to search for. I doubt AI can ever do that. Honestly, I highly doubt AI will be using anything like that at all. Do people find new craters? Not really. Like large craters happen about once every 10,000 years. Thanks, Stephen. I appreciate that. Turn over on Don's yet. Watching from Houston. No way. Welcome in, Dana. How are you doing? How's the weather down in Houston tonight? Get clear skies? Clearing up at least. How much was your first telescope? Oh, dude, I was so young. 8 years old. I got no clue how much it was then. Could maybe I'll be checking that out. What do we never see the backside of the moon? No matter the season or where you're at on Earth. So we kind of do. We see about 59% of the moon because of libration, but it is tidally locked to us, and its rotation is synchronization rotation because of its tidal lock to us. So we always see the same side, the near side. Biker mice was Mars. Still on the moon. The what? The biker mice? From Mars. Okay, go on a minute. Alright, sounds good. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Mary Beth. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. What are you using for a camera? This is a SV405CC. It's a deep space cold tech camera. Will you ever touch the moon? Not me. I mean, I guess I do. I got a lunar meteorite here. So I guess I do. Whenever I touch that, I'll be touching part of the moon. And of course, the moon came from here on Earth, so if you touch our planet, you're basically touching the same thing at the end of the day. When you have it, it will go away. We're going to find the best map of history of each crater on the moon. Ooh, that's a tough one. Most of the impacts that we see here are from the Great Bombardment period, which was somewhere around like 3.6, 3.7 billion years ago, which we weren't here to be able to observe where those impacts actually were. What percent of the sun's rays are reflected back to us? So the sunlight, the protons that we see here is about 12%. Or Mars, a cartoon. Yeah, I gotcha. I'd never seen it. That would actually caught me off guard. I'm like, wait, what? That's pretty good, though. That is pretty good. Oh, Streamlabs being mean, taking out so much chat. Must have been about Uranus, I assume. Oh, Atlas. Atlas. What about it? We won't see it until November. We won't see it until November. Do you believe in God or what man says? I think having your beliefs are for you. 100%. I think beliefs are for a person, including myself. I think that's something that don't have anything to do with this. Science and religion are two different things. Completely different things. Canada's back, yo. Welcome back. How you doing, S? Yeah, welcome back. I remember you. Yeah, they're just two different things, Brian. There, burnout. Volvo. Oh, 850R wagon. Not gonna be. I got no clue. You can do the math, I'm sure. You can't separate the two? Yeah, you can't separate the two. You know why? Because in science we talk about the observation and testing of those observations. The only why that we try to do is going to be, for example, would be the things that we see. So you got to give it take, right? It can't. When we talk about religion, we don't observe religion, so therefore science can't go at it. That's what makes it two completely different things. Science and religion are completely separate. And if you try to put it into the same thing, then clearly you don't understand the scientific process. And that's what I'm saying, Brian. Like, you're going to argue about something again, I'm going to boot you. At the end of the day, science has nothing to do for religion. They're completely two different things, man. It's leftover. Well, how did God tell you exactly how he made the moon? Let's go through that. Let's go ahead and hit that real quick. Doc, did God tell you how he made the moon? You think the scientific process is flawed? Gotcha. Then you clearly, you honestly don't understand the scientific process at all. Scientific process is very hard to go through. To get to a scientific theory takes so much to do. Can we talk about what you know about the moon, please? We have been. Absolutely. What's the most interesting anomaly that you've seen in the surface of the moon? Honestly, nothing. Like it had to be something really mad to see, or really large to see. He spoke it, then okay. Then how could he not speak it and have it happen from an impact? This is where I think you're actually missing your own mistake, is that you're reading just a black and white text rather than saying, is it possible that these could have happened? And then we go down the scientific method and say, we can't answer that because we can't observe it or test it. But we can observe and test different things that we see. We talked about weather and space phenomenon. Hidden name. Nice. That's super awesome. Again, it's not what the scientific method is. It's two different things. Why would you scientifically make dirt? I mean, technically, you could make dirt if you want to, but why would scientifically make dirt? That's not a scientific method again. See, I think you're getting outside of it again. You don't understand the scientific method. Just asking. No, I get you. I mean, I was just giving your answer back to you. This is why we don't get into religion, because I think most people get kind of stuck on the idea of you don't understand what you're talking about, but you make it like that thing that says, oh my goodness, because scientific method is very, very hard to actually perform. If you understand the scientific method, it's completely, it would make a lot more sense to you. You can't make dirt without the matter. Yeah, obviously, we understand that. Again, we go back to that. You're making a scientific equation yourself right now. That's what you just did, so you do believe in science. Enough said now, Brian. Moon has a pretty cool history. It really does. I do agree. Could terraform planet and create soul? I mean, good. Been asked, do you think that we land on the moon? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, just look up what the scientific method is. I think that's the biggest thing, Brian. Just understand the scientific method, how hard it is to go down the scientific method, and they don't interlock. Religion and science itself, they don't They don't prove or disprove each other. And even in the science community, you can't disprove religion, because if you tried to, then you would be outside the scope of what science is. Can we see it move at all? We're using a tracking mount. We now know we haven't been. No, there's more evidence saying that we've been to the moon than you could ever even try to put in your own mind. Do you work in NASA? If not, would you want to? I do not. I got a lot of friends that do work there, though. Mini moon? Which one? Well, oh, 3i. 3i is not a mini moon. So when you talk about mini moons, usually we talk about quasi moons. We got 8 quasi moons currently. These are captured like asteroids that eventually the sun's influence get them over. One of the moon created with a Mars size. That is right. As far as the scientific theory that we have, impact with Theia. That'll lock the size of it to make it eclipse. That's true. What is that compared to Earth? 60 MREM. What is that compared to Earth? I'd have to look. Not too sure. Mini moon now. I wish. Usually the mini moons, quasi moons, are super small asteroids. They're just really small objects that get captured, and then eventually the sun's influence grabs them and takes them out. So usually it only lasts for like a couple of months. You think the post-civilization speak of time before the moon? That's weird, because the post-civilization talk about the moon. Oh, now I see. Now you're saying it's hollow and stuff. I got you. So you're a conspiracy theorist. I got you. I got you. Anyways, let me help you out. We don't do conspiracy for sure. Can you see microplanets with your telescope? Not microplanets, but I think you're talking about a minor planet, like a dwarf planet. We definitely could. Definitely could. Mini moon now. One day I would randomly found the space and acquisition files on my MySpace. That's crazy. What's your opinion on Bob Laser? I think he's crazy, man. Like, there's so many things that he gets caught up in. So it gets kind of well. The moon's not hollow. The sun thinks it's so big. It does think it's so big. Those are the universe science and things need to use to understand the world. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good way to say it for sure. There's a lot of mirrors on the moon now. There's 5 of them, 2 from USSR and then 3 from us, of course, that we can bounce lasers off of. Think it's crazy at all? I actually met him. Oh no, he's crazy. He's definitely crazy. Like, he's been caught up in his lies way too many times. If we can't travel outside of our own galaxy, how can we make the claim it's consistently expanding? By observation. We can look at redshifting. Can you see the mirrors left by NASA? You'd have to bounce lasers off them. They're really small. What you do is you bounce lasers off them and receive them back. But look up the show Mythbusters. If you like Mythbusters, look up Mythbusters and retroreflective mirrors. They actually did a whole show on bouncing lasers off them. See this guy? It's bright enough to read a book. It's really bright outside. It truly is really bright outside. It really is. Yeah, we can bounce lasers off of them for sure. Yeah. Yeah, the universe is always moving. Absolutely. It's always moving. But yeah, we can see some of the dwarf planets. Absolutely. That's a sub-satellite. That would be cool. Like a sub-satellite, another natural satellite, another moon. That'd be really awesome. Rumors about an alien station on the dark side of the moon. Your thoughts? Just conspiracy. All those holes are from asteroids. Not all of them. Some are asteroids, and some are asteroids, and some are comets. Quantum entangling? Oh man, not really. To be honest, no. Honestly, I don't. Average pressure on Earth about 200. Of course, the whole year from natural radioactive decay. I got you. I'm not a physics. I don't get into physics like that. Seen the blue light on the moon, but I have not. Why don't we see stars in the stream? The moon too bright? Yep, the moon's too bright, so you got to turn down exposure. If we moved over, turn up exposure, then we start to see stars. Then start up. Mars First Bank. Mars First Bank. This is gonna be your new startup, dude. That's pretty smart. Dude, that's actually really smart. Like, you got to find a Mars currency for sure. That's pretty fun. No, there's no wormhole that open up near Mars. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't do conspiracies at all, y'all. I'll just let you know now. I don't do conspiracies. How fast our solar system is moving in the galaxy? It's a great question. We orbit, was it 250,000 years roughly around the galaxy. If we're going to keep bringing it up, the correct name is 3i. That is right, 3i. No, science is not a religion. Again, Brian, science is not a religion. This is where you're having a hard time understanding anything, and I think it's a good time for you to move on, dude. I think you don't understand what science is. That's your misinterpretation and making it and you look like a fool at the end of the day. Have there been footage of an asteroid hitting the moon? There is. There actually is some. We're at 11 land, not too far. We're actually almost where you can view where the Apollo 11 landed side. Let me pull it up. See a tranquility. It's that dark mass right in about the center right now. So on the right side, there's that little boot that comes up on the top right side where the bat just flew by. That's going to be the Bay of Roughness. There's that little tiny white dot inside there, kind of like, let's see, this impact right here. So just down and a little bit to the right is going to be the Apollo 11 landing area. Come back up a little bit more. Signs of lack of religion? No. That's the funniest thing, man. Like, most people in science actually have their own beliefs. This is where you're getting it wrong. Y'all don't understand the difference of what science is. Like, it's completely different. There's two different things. I think you can act foolish when you try to make those kind of statements. Any scientist that tries to claim in a different direction of religion itself is foolish as well. It's not what the scientific process is. Have you ever read the old moon pictures that show structures? I've seen some of the central peaks for sure. I have definitely seen central peaks inside of impact craters that they try to claim structures. Got this use the university's big research telescope last night. It was up until 3. No way, Wesley. What kind of telescope they have? What planets are we on now? Right now, the moon. We're looking at the moon. I appreciate it, Sweet Acres. I appreciate that. I broke the dome for a bit. Oh, no, man. No way. What do they use, like ASCOM or something? Yeah, videos, can you please prove that this is real by showing us your telescope? Yeah, I actually have another camera that sits right here. So if you take off your chat, right? Let me tap the telescope. There you go. Hopefully you're able to see that. What planet is the moon on? Our moon? What? I'm not too sure what you're asking there. Did you see it? Hopefully you're able to see it. Yeah, absolutely. Questioning everything's great. Just make sure what you're questioning actually makes sense to question at the end of the day. Deal with more intelligent. Are we in the best shape to deal with more intelligent beings? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, to be honest. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. Chat with us soon. This channel would be too big for you to respond to all of us. I try to do my best, so. I try to do my best. Isn't the moon made of cheese? No. It's rock. It's about 96% of what we have here on Earth. Do you do lives on Mars? We will. Not currently, though. It just sets right after the sunset, so not time. What's your opinion on all the TV shows and documents or documentaries that regard structures that look obviously built by hand as opposed to natural possessions? Well, here's the thing. You can go look up the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which takes high definition photographs, and then observe the moon yourself, and then see kind of what they're looking at. And I know exactly what you're speaking of. You're talking about the central peaks. Let me kind of move us down a little bit here. I know we're not in focus, but look inside this impact crater. We'll see if we can do a little better focus real quick. And these are called central peaks. See if we can get a little bit better focus. I don't know if I'm going the right way or the wrong way. Try to get better. Am I getting worse? It looks like it. Okay, let's go the other way then. We'll find the right focus here in a second. We just got to find it, apparently. Don't need to go more? Okay, that's the wrong way. Need to go the other way. But if you look right in that crater, that's called the central peak. And those videos usually focus on central peaks and try to claim their structures, just so you know. Yeah, but NASA doesn't make up that much of, when it comes to astronomy, NASA makes up a very small percentage. Like, using the term NASA lies or something like that don't mean nothing to me at the end of the day. So really, as far as they claim, we can test it. We can actually test how far away the moon is. Ever seen an asteroid strike on the moon? I personally haven't. Not with my equipment. I've seen videos of it, which were validated. I have seen videos. I just never seen one myself, though. But yeah, those are central peaks that are inside some of these impact craters. And you see them in multiples. Like even in this one down here. You can see a central peak in there. It's very common to see central peaks inside of an impact crater. With a star to the east and low on the horizon, twinkled red, white, and blue. To the east, you're probably seeing Sirius coming up. The dog star, Sirius. Do you think the universe has an exterior? It's a good question. Like, obviously, there's no way to test it. Like, on an opinion base, I think it's just going to be more space. I don't know. Like, honestly, I have no answer for it. No one could ever actually answer that one. What are we looking for? Nothing. We're just hanging out the moon. We are hanging out the moon. Means we come from somewhere. I mean, you would think so. Can you attach the laser to your microscope? So it's a telescope and see it? No, because your focus would be different. Your focus is all different. So even if we threw like a laser on the moon itself, it's going to be a little tiny dot. This is a massive moon. So you just wouldn't see it. Yeah, I got what you meant. Yeah, we just wouldn't see it when it hits the moon. You'd have to illuminate an area at least 20 miles wide, and the laser wouldn't be able to do that, and then we'd be able to see it. Can we see 3i Atlas? Not until November. 3i Atlas will be able to be seen in November. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Yeah, fake news. I mean, I'll tell you what, and that's the thing. Fake news mess with people. Clickbait messes with people so bad. And this is why I don't do conspiracy. It's why I stay away from it. It literally can make you go crazy. It puts you into the side of being in a cult, and it's scary. It's a scary place to be. That's where you live. Wait, dox me. That's funny. Don't want to be that guy, but have you ever seen UFOs since start? Honestly, no. What do you consider a UFO, though? Like an airplane that I can't identify, a satellite, a balloon, or are you trying to like? Is your actual question? Have you ever seen any like alien spacecraft? When NASA live stream got shut down that day, which day? Which day, Corinne? Like here recently? Are you talking about like in the last 3-4 days, or this past week, I should say? Yeah, that's a funny UFO story. We'll get to it one of these days. Beast stories are driving me nuts. Yeah, absolutely. They are crazy. Around the moon, I wouldn't see anything around the moon. Like, it has to be super big to be able to see it near the moon, like 20 miles wide. Really big laser. Well, it's not about the really big laser. It's about how wide is your laser when it hits the moon. Like, if it's a little dot, like, you know, shine a laser or something, imagine that little dot hitting the moon. I'm not going to see it because it's way too small. You think lunar exploration had considered radiation exposure to the astronauts from the surface and settled in the regolith? It's possible. Very possible. What are the space bunnies making very small? Huh. Oh, thanks, Mr. S. I appreciate that. Best telescope for around 600 or 500. Honestly, like if you like the moon, if it's the moon and planets, maybe a little bit more money, but I would probably consider like the 4SE from Celestron. The Celestron 4SE. Let me see if I can type it for you here. It's not a bad one. It'd be a little bit more money, but it'd be worth it. Celestron 4SE. Why is it not spinning faster? You mean like why is it not leaving our view, or why does it not actually spin faster? That's true. That's true, Mario. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. It is a comet, yeah. Correct name is not visible to him. Yeah, so 3i is a comet, and we're not able to see it until about November. Right now, it's going behind the sun. Moon is highly locked to us, that's true. Develop exposure plans for explorers. What? Are we still going back to the moon, or did the funding of that get cut? So we're still going to go back to the moon. It hasn't been cut yet. Do you like tornadoes and natural phenomena? I do. Honestly do. This is a wonderful tracking mount that I'm using. It's the EQ6R Pro mount. It's a wonderful tracking mount. Hope from San Antonio. Welcome back, Hope. Glad to have you back. Glad to have you back. How's San Antonio skies tonight? It's starting to get cold in here. Like actually getting chilly. It's like 50-some degrees out. It's getting chilly. 2001 Space Odyssey or The Martian? Neither. Probably neither, to be honest. Believe everything that you're saying, but why should anyone else? Credentials, you don't have to believe anything I say. I mean, you can go do your own research at the end of the day. It wouldn't matter what credentials I have or don't have. At the end of the day, you should do your own research. Question those things. Did Chance leave the live? He did. Yep, he went for the night. What do you think of a aperture 88 Dobsonian? It'd be wonderful. I think the 88 Dobsonian would be absolutely wonderful. Oh, you're welcome, Mitch. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that I've seen the moon life like this. That's awesome. Glad to have you. Exposure plan for explorers of the surface to keep radiation. An exposure plan for explorers of the surface to keep radiation exposure as low as reasonably achieved. Laura. Well, was that a question or just a comment? Or? Not sure. Would someone have to travel to look back at Earth and actually see the dinosaurs living? You'd have to go out long enough. For example, go to Andromeda. How much does an astronomer make to go to the moon and back? Astronauts? I couldn't tell you. I'm not an astronaut. From the mountains in the West Arkansas. I'm glad to have you. Definitely glad to have you. You're new? Oh, hey, welcome in. Glad to have you. You met a guy that thinks space is not real. That happens. Some people are that way. Can we see other planets? Not currently. We may here in a bit. We are getting to the other side of the sky with the moon, so we might swap around and hit Saturn and come back to the moon again. What's my large telescope? I got an 11-inch Smith catch screen. You want us all to take an astronaut? You want us all to take an astronaut? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean, Ethan. Are there reflectors on the moon that you can hit with a laser? Yeah, there's 5 of them, retro reflectors. Much better patience than Lori. Yeah. I see the bats occasionally fly by. Yeah, a lot of bats tonight. A lot of bats. Wasn't a question, just bet. Oh, I got you. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. What type of telescope are you using right now? I got the 8SE. Tonight's an 8-inch Smith catch screen telescope that we're currently using. Ever checked out the aurora with that thing? Not with a telescope. You wouldn't want to do it with a telescope. Way too small field of view. When it comes to coding, oh, dude, no way, Wyatt. No way. What program do you like to code in? Or you probably you did binary coding. What's great? What's the best telescope to see the moon? I'm gonna do this. So it depends. Tabletop Dobsonians are really good. Even binoculars. To be honest, like binoculars are not that bad at all. What up, First Kind? How's it going, buddy? I see you. Do the rockets go far on Earth since they resemble a reinforced and higher propulsion airplane? Do the rockets go far on? What do you mean? I'm not sure what exactly you mean. You didn't even want the period. Dark spot in the middle is shaped like China. That's going to be the Sea of Tranquility there that you see. Good time to get some drink, y'all. Hydrate. Tonight for me, it's sweet tea. Are we gonna see the dark side of the moon? I mean, if you're talking about the night phase, it comes around. We'll be seeing it here soon. Too shaky, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You can actually get a nice mount for like binoculars. You can get a really nice mount for binoculars. I would, honestly, because then you can make out like the moon's around Jupiter. On a really good night, you can make out the ring around Saturn. The big crater on top have a name. I cannot remember the name of that one off the top of my head, but it does. It does. I just don't remember the name. Taylor Swift? What? The big crater on the top is called Moonhole 1. Alright, Bird. Sounds good. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. You use tripod for your binoculars? Yeah, absolutely. Great way to do it. You don't think rockets can ever leave the dome? Except they do, and there's no dome. That's on which people won't believe you. NFC was it. Have you ever seen anything that people wouldn't believe? And if so, what was? I have. I've seen my neighbor drive a Ford one time. It's just really crazy. Dan, what's up, dude? How's it going? Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. By far. This is gorgeous. The moon is so gorgeous right now. You really can't beat these views of the moon. Linens with the telescope. You want it. You want a full view of the Linens. The same as the Orionids coming up, right? You want a fuller. You want like the whole sky. You wouldn't use a telescope for meteors. What's the most profound unanswered question about the moon in science, in your opinion? Oh, that's a tough one. That's honestly a tough one. See, we know so much about the moon. Like it's crazy. We know a lot about the moon itself. But I think, honestly, I think one thing I would like to know a little bit more of is there still lava flow near the core? Oh, you took some pictures with your iPhone 17. Looks like, dude, no way. My buddy, he was in here just a bit ago too. He used his iPhone 17 to grab photos. It's insane. It's really insane. Nah, the moon's not hollow. It has an iron core. I'll call it sun in front of some clouds. You've seen the sun in front of clouds, Robert. I think you've seen something while doing something. 4 stands for disaster. Why haven't we gone back to the moon? We have gone back to the moon. We went back 5 more times. Observation Space internationally. Nah, man. There's a lot of different space agencies out there. If you're spending less than $2,000 on a telescope, you should just get binoculars instead. Not true. Like this one's the 8SE, and it's $1,600. You can get it used for like $2,000. It depends. So now $2,000 for astrophotography is a little different. Dude, the phones are getting way too crazy, man. Yeah, way too crazy. Have you tried the night mode on it yet, Dan? The night mode and capture the Milky Way with it? Really crazy. Can a moon be a nuclear test? I mean, I guess it could be. I don't know why you'd want it though. Wouldn't do too well for you. Trying to steal the moon? Come on, Gru. Yeah, I drive a Ford, says Eva. Oh my goodness. He said Nazis Ford rockets. What's your opinion on digital telescopes? They're alright. They obviously have a really wide field of view, so they're not good for like planetary views. But if you want to just set something out and have it start taking pictures of like galaxy nebulae, it's really cool. It does a really good job with the, and we're talking about C-Star, the dwarf products, obviously. They do a really good job with like the moon and the sun, which I think that's really awesome. How about you took a picture of the patio and the moon reflecting off it? It's so good. It's like 6 p.m. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, try the night mode for sure. Go for like stars, even like towards the Milky Way. It's crazy how good the cameras are. Yep, temperatures on the moon are extreme, both hot and cold. That is true. If it has heard the story, maybe. So-called these craters are hundreds of kilometers across. They look so small. That's true. Have you seen any UFOs? Just Fords. Let's make conspiracy theories great again. No, let's keep away from all that. Does the moon core rotate separately from its crust? We don't know. So you got the core, obviously, and the question is from there, outside the core, is there a little bit of lava, or is all the lava solidified at this point? And then you have the silica, and then you get to the crust. Last time something flew by, a bat flew by just a minute ago. Yo, dude, thank you so much for the 10, man. Appreciate that. Cheers to you. Thank you so much for the love and support, by the way. Fly me to the moon, because no one needs beans coming soon. Mario, our favorite alien. Oh my goodness. Mario, how many times have you visited the moon? We know you're an alien. There ain't no way you're from this planet anyways. Again, thank you so much, bud. Thank you for the 10. Not with my equipment yet. We'll be able to see 3i in November. We'll be able to see it in November. There goes a bat right there. Y'all see it fly by. Does the being in the city affect how it looks from with the city of lights, light pollution? Not really. It depends. So deep space is a little bit tougher, but can still be done. But planetary and lunar views are still really sharp. Mario lands nightly. It's probably true. You see your outdoor patio. You think the moon's an asteroid magnet? I mean, ish. Like, you can go with that a little bit. It definitely has gravitational influence that's going to grab, similar to any other mass out there. Do you call the moon Luna, or do you call it her? Do you call it a her? So I call it the moon with the capital M, because I speak English mostly. If I'm speaking in Spanish, si yo habla en español poco, así yo decir nombre por luna es la luna, como ella. Where have you learned about space and the universe? Man, from chewing my toenails too long, apparently. It's a social media nickname sometimes. Love from India. What's up, buddy? Welcome back. How you doing? What's the best telescope that you can buy? Oh, dude, you want to spend $250,000 or upwards towards $1 million, or no? Or do you want to get up into the billions? Because if you want to get in the billions, we could talk about James Webb Space Telescope, and you and I can go in on that. But it honestly depends. The best telescope is a tough question. It's so subjective because what do you want to do? Do you want to capture photos? Do you want to do you want like a hybrid to look a little bit like our solar system plus deep space stuff? Is it something you just really want to hang out and check out the moon mostly? There's just way too many questions that require more information, you know what I mean? Do you want to go to mount, so you say, hey, I want to go to this place, and you swing it over. Trying to get one for an amateur like 10,000. Ooh. What do you want to do with it? Will be the next question. Like deep space or planetary type stuff, or do you want kind of a mix? Do you want a couple different OTAs or optical tubes that's set on top of a really nice mount, right? So if we talk about really nice mounts, you can look at harmonic mounts, which is similar to like the ASI AM5, for example. And then you could get multiple different optical tubes at that point, some for planetary, some for deep space, because then you got the other issues. You got the camera, you got the camera system. There's a lot of different things that you would actually have involved. You'll get into filters, and so 10K in that realm would probably be more realistic of getting the mount, buying a couple of OTAs, and then getting filters and cameras. That's probably the best way to go about it, Dan. Something like, if you look up like ASI, for example, you'll find they have like a computer that you can hook up, the mount, the AM5 mount that they have, and then they have a bunch of different cameras, whether it's planetary cameras or deep space tech cold type cameras. Have an amazing night, bud, and thank you so much for the 10 again. I appreciate it. Honestly, thank you. Manchester, England. What's up, Ben? How you doing? Mine Sturgis. Hey, welcome in. We'll be able to see 3i in November. We'll be able to see it in November. Call the moon the rock. Yep. The rock. Olive said the moon is male. Female moon would be called woman. Moon. What the heck? Let's go. Why can't we see stars in the background? It's the exposure. Let me show you. Let me kind of put it. Since you're always curious, let me give you an idea. So stars are dim, really dim compared to the moon, right? And if you go out and look at the moon, you won't see stars next to it. But you see what happens when we turn up the exposure? You get more brightness, right? If there was a relatively bright one here, we would start to see the star at this point. Let's see if we can get a little bit further away. Let's see what we can find here. See if there's a brighter star nearby or not. Not seeing one just yet. So let's say we sit here for a second and turn up some more exposure, see if there's even a faint one out here. Let me know if y'all see one too. Sometimes it's kind of difficult to actually spot it on my side. If you see one, let me know. Like a really bright little dot. Yeah, anyways, it's all about exposure though. Here, let me take you to a star that's near. Oh, we're gonna have to move the telescope. Let's move the telescope first. Let's do that first. Let's take us to the other side of the pier. We pull out all this brightness, or that thing's gonna be bright when we swing around. Let me give you guys, here's the view, the telescope that we're using, and we're on the opposite side of the pier, so I'm gonna put it down on the bottom with our view. Let's go to the other side, and then we can mess around a little bit easier. So what you'll notice is right now we're sitting on the west side of the pier looking east, but technically we're west looking west, which is a bad thing for a telescope. And what we're going to do is throw the telescope to the east side of the pier and look back west, which will allow us to even view Saturn. So we'll go over there. We'll do that real quick. You can kind of watch as the telescope swings around here. But yeah, it's all about exposure though. The moon's really bright, so if you go outside and look at the moon, you're not going to see stars near it. Sometimes you do though. Sometimes you'll see like even a planet nearby, and then you can actually pick it up. Do you do photometry? I do not. I personally don't. I personally do not. Yeah, we'll be able to see Saturn over here as well. Live stream right now too. No way. That's awesome, man. Martian planet. Digital display. Nice. Occultation set to happen soon. Nothing that I can say is going to be absolutely amazing. Nothing in the top of my head for occultations. Saw Shooting Star last night. Oh, Omar, that's awesome, bro. Dude, that's super awesome. That is super awesome. Alright, we're getting closer. We coming up on the moon again. So this is going to be... Whoa! There goes the moon. You can see the actual counterweight here. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to try to get to the moon. Then we're going to tell it that we are at the moon. So let's see if we can do that. Let me first get some brightness, so then we can determine if we're getting closer or not. And then we'll be able to lock her in. We speed up the telescope. See which way we need to go here. And you'll see it'll kind of get bright as the closer we get, and I'll start bringing down some of the brightness so it don't like turn into like a flashbang scenario. Getting close. Alright, here it comes. I found the moon. I found the moon. Guru cannot steal the moon. And like that. That's what I meant. I meant not to do. And so then we'll also have to focus a little bit here too, since we just swapped over the other side of the sky. You get what's called focus flop. It's where the mirror itself will kind of flop around. And so let's find the impact area, then we'll focus in on it right here. Get to look a little better. Hey, Tammy, how are you? How's your night? All right, let's focus. Let's see what we can do. See which way to go. Get a better focus. Looks like we got to go the other way. Focus, focus. Get a little closer. Make throw it a little bit faster though on the focuser. Then we'll be able to swing over. There we go. That's actually really close. We'll be able to swing over to Saturn as well now that we're over here. So let me line it up with the moon. The moon here, and sync the telescope with the moon like that. And then let's go try Saturn real quick, because someone did ask about Saturn. We'll do it real quick. We'll swing by. It's going to just be a small dot. It's not going to be that big. Here we go. On our way to Saturn. See if we can find Saturn here. We turn up some brightness. See when we get nearby. I see a dot so far. Let's see which way we need to go. Still see a dot. I see a star basically right there in the center. I don't know if you guys can see that star. So let's do this. I don't think I actually did a very good job at aligning us at all. Let me zoom out real quick. Let's zoom all the way out. That camera, zoom out. We'll grab some lights, we'll see some stars, and then once we do that, then we'll be able to kind of swap it around a little bit here. Do that, grab some light, so like a 2-second exposure through the telescope. Okay, we'll start to see some stars. Oh, there's Saturn right there. I see Saturn way down there in the corner. You see it? Really close to where we want it. Let's see if we can just force it up a little bit here. No, it didn't like that. All right, let's do this. 2 seconds don't work. We grab a little bit more light until we get enough stars. Then we can actually place off and bring Saturn into our view. All right, let's see if that works. Yep, there we go. I think it's going to move it over for us here. Right into the center, and we'll speed up the camera. Or close to the center. Not going to be like perfect. Select our area of interest, which is going to be here. Zoom into that, and then we'll zoom in one more time to get it a little closer. There, and probably there. You can see its moon. Check that out. You can see a couple of its moons. Definitely see Titan. I see what looks like maybe 3 moons. Let's see if we can pull it over now in the telescope. Let me move us over. Whoa! Better slow down a little bit too. It's gonna move pretty fast on me. Won't stabilize it here for a second. Pull out some of that brightness now. We're doing Saturn. We typically use different equipment than what I'm doing right now. But here's Saturn. So usually we have a lot more zoom than what we currently have. There's our beautiful planet Saturn out there. Saturn doing Saturn stuff. And if you want to see some of the moons around Saturn, got pulling all that brightness. Make out a few moons out there. Definitely see Titan. Titan's that really big moon on the bottom right. That's pretty cool. But we got to pull out that brightness, and we'll go back to the moon real quick. Our moon, the thing that we're trying to focus on tonight. Here we go. Whee! On our way. Let me drop down some exposure so we're not blinded. Saturn is really far away. It's about 796 million miles away tonight. Oh, guess what? I just took out the mount. I took out the mount. I'm going to have to restart the mount here, I think. Let me see if I can take out EQ mod real quick. Looks like I messed up on the connection. See if I can deal with that here. No, that's the wrong button. Hitting the wrong buttons already. Here, 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 here. Disconnect. Telescope mount. Here, COM port 12, disable. And then I'll re-enable it, and hopefully it'll just kind of kick back on for us. Here, enable device. Don't need a restart, and connect. Let's go and do it. I do not see it. Let me try to connect from inside the cartridge through seal. If not, we'll have to probably do something. It's going to kind of walk through our view. Right now, the telescope mount's disabled. So it's just going to do its own thing that comes through. Well, I have to let it kind of float through for a second until I can get a hold of the telescope mount again. Oh, you're at school right now? Oh, no way. Shimmer down, moon. Yeah, so there's the moon. And that's me not being able to control the telescope mount. And it is not connecting at all. All right, let me do something here. Let me disconnect it and replug it in. Maybe that'll. Sit down. Okay. Now it's it'll connect. Hopefully it'll connect. Go let me connect. It says port not available. Well, I guess I'll restart it real quick. Let me restart the computer that controls the mount and see what happens. Here, power, restart. Okay, can you hear me? I have to reboot every on the other side here. See if I can telescope respond. Mount has talk. Yeah, okay. Echo, I'm sure there is. Yeah, I'm sure there's. See if I can. Where is it? It's I gotta get the telescope to respond. Lost the mount, so I just rebooted the controls of the telescope. Let's see if it comes up for us. If it does, we should be right back. So, still waiting for it to load. All sky cameras running. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're good. Alright, now I should be. Just gotta find it. Alright, so I'm gonna bring it over. I gotta set everything. Sure it's not gonna on the right. So okay, back to the moon. Back to the moon. This is good, so now we're back. Ish. I'm not tracking right now. So I can. Then I gotta get the I think I'm drifting. Trying to get everything. The light of the silver. I would just had another. I can imagine that. Neat, and yes, should have a sync. Back in the middle. Are we good? Should be good. See it through. Is there? That look better? Let me get the microphone back on. Okay, can you hear me okay now? Everything sound right? Bringing our music again. There we go. Yeah, okay. Ooh, does a moon have mountains? It does. A lot of mountains. It has beautiful mountain ranges. Man, that's tough. That's always fun whenever you have that kind of issue. You guys get to see the experience of trying to get everything to work again. Kind of sometimes fun, I guess. All right, let me get that set back up. Get the live chat on my other monitor here. That's working. All right, I think we're good though. I think we are good. There we go. Whoa, pretty awesome. Yeah, I read you loud and clear, mate. I appreciate it, Jay. Thank you so much. Yeah, awesome. Very awesome. It does rotate, yeah. Can we just carry the balls of dopamine hits in the next year on? Gosh, wait, what? Man, you're getting way out there on physics right now. Was waiting all month to see your telescope looking at the moon. Been watching Saturn for the last few weeks. Yeah, I know. That is so funny. Everybody came in here so far and they're like, can we watch the Saturn? Can we see Saturn? You know what I mean? And here soon we're going to be looking at Saturn and everybody's going to get mad because we're looking at Saturn, not something else. It's just fun. It truly is fun. Only for showing, please, in spectrum view. I don't have a spectroscopy tool to be able to use. Yep. Can't wait to see Jupiter. Jupiter's gorgeous. Jupiter's really gorgeous. Methane and phosphine. Yep. Ammonia, prosophane, so on. Yeah, and even 0.002% water. Not enough oxygen though for an explosion. We just passed the harvest moon. Yep, the harvest hunter's moon. The moon rotates. The moon itself rotates. Focus. Yeah, I think it's pretty decently focused right now. Oh no, never mind. I see it right now. It's not. Disregard that. I was wrong. It definitely ain't focused. I see it now. Let's see if we can get a better focus. There's only one of me. One of me and a bunch of people in chat. I try to keep up chat. Sometimes I just can't pay attention. What's a bald spot? The area right there, that's a solidified balsamic lava. That's a Sea of Crisis. Beautiful Sea of Crisis. With Earth on his shoulders. What's that? What's that? Tennessee? Hey, welcome in. Glad to have you. Are there smooth-looking areas, places where meteorites don't impact often? So most of the impacts that we see came from the Great Bombardment period. So the areas that we do see that are really smooth, that's the balsamic lava, which solidified after the Great Bombardment period. Are all the craters named? Not all of them. Not all of them are. Using the 8SC. 2035 for you? 2:35 a.m. for me. So it blows my backyard. Nice. Sea of Crisis, yep. Americranium. Gonna go check on the moon. Nice, do it. Absolutely, it's gorgeous tonight. Bush bomb. Saturn made mostly of hydrogen and helium. Yep, methane, ammonia, and stuff like that. Yeah, prosophane, so on. by a large bomb, would it trigger a larger, more destructive explosion? It would not. There's no oxygen, not enough oxygen to create that explosion. Now you'd have a lot of nuclei going on in there. You'd be fusing elements because of what's happening, but still wouldn't even be able to continue to fuse off, beyond that. So you'd have some nuclei stuff going on. Thanks, Salvatore. Appreciate it, buddy. How you doing? How's your night? Tell me, it's 12:35 for you? Wow, West Coast, huh? North Carolina. You'd have nuclei occurring though, but like the bomb itself wouldn't do anything. Not to the mentions of what I think that you would see or what you envision when we think about them going off here and like on Earth. It'd be quite a bit different. Want the crater to go deeper in this? I don't know. Have you ever thrown anything at a rock really hard? You can make a little nudge, but you ain't gonna make it go deep. The deepest impact crater on the moon though is 7 miles deep. So anything from like a grain of sand to 7 miles deep is what we see on impact craters. Probably asked 1,000 times, but have you seen anything unexplained up there? Honestly, no, I have not. Had a chance to visit the moon, would you? I don't think I would. Like, I would love to be on the moon, but I don't want to get on a rocket and fly to the moon. If that kind of makes sense. The core of Jupiter is pretty wild, man. That's a whole different conversation. If you got down to the core, now it's a fuzz core. The best guess now is it's a fuzzy core. A fuzzy core. Jupiter's core is quite a bit different than what we even thought it would be. Hydrogen that requires oxygen, bitten of an atom. Then they worried the atmosphere would catch fire. Yeah, it's getting way out there on the physics side. Getting way out there on the physics side. Thank you, Mo. Appreciate that. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Mo. Wow, I'm surprised how chilly it is this morning. It's 47 degrees now. No, it's not. It's not hollow. It has a iron core. A small iron core. Maybe a little bit of nickel and mercury as well, but it's a small iron core. I showed different rust-like colors on surfaces. There's a little bit of rust on the moon, haven't I? But it's not like there's a lot, though. It's a very small amount. Chilly in Oklahoma tonight? No way, Joe. It's 47 degrees here right now. It's really chilly. Salvatore! Dude, Salvatore, thank you so much as well, brother. Bushbomb and Salvatore, thank you both so much for the love and support and helping us continue to provide what we do here. I do appreciate you both, absolutely. And Joe, make sure you jump in Discord with us if you haven't done so. You definitely should jump in Discord. And also, I'm going to do a members only stream probably Thursday night is when I'll do it. And we'll be using a couple of new pieces of equipment coming in, but we're mostly going to focus on a new lens for the camera before Orion's get here. We're going to check that out. Random moon fact? I don't know, man. We got through so many moon facts, it ain't funny, but I guess if you weigh 180 pounds here, you're going to weigh about 30 pounds on the moon because there's only about 6 of the gravity. It leaves us at about 1.437 inches per year. The moon is absolutely gorgeous. 12 people have been able to walk on it, yet there's another person on the moon in the form of Ashes, scientist shoemaker, which I think that's really interesting. And of course, this is our moon, our only natural satellite object that orbits around us permanently. Why is the moon so great? All the elements ground to pull. So it's radiation. Radiation really dims a lot of stuff down. Does the moon, if you fart on the moon, you can fly? No. No, you still have weight when you're on the moon. Now, jumping is going to be a little bit different. You'll jump about 6 of the height that you jump here. Could barely lift 30 pounds anyways. Yeah, you'll definitely be able to do it on the moon. Can your telescope be able to see 3-eye atlas? It will, but not until November. 71 degrees down there, 70 degrees in Phoenix. Wow. Y'all are making it seem hot. Y'all are making it seem way hot. Chris Berry, yeah, absolutely. Has anyone ever done those X-ray tests on the moon? Sorry, I don't know the exact name for it. I'm not sure what you mean by X-ray test. I'm not too sure. So seismometers are left on the moon. These are used to be able to determine what's inside the crust of the moon. So when people talk about like ringing like a bell, that's where that goes down. They read just really interesting words that were used that probably were the incorrect way of even saying it. Hey, LiDAR is awesome. LiDAR is really cool. But that's probably one of the biggest things that they talk about, and they'll read just that little part of it and not put together why exactly did it do that. Transfer released info probably found in the National Archives. Has anyone ever done? So I got that one already. Absolutely. So yeah, so when you're talking about X-ray, you use size monitors, and with the moon actually has moonquakes, and plus they hit it with the booster, and on top of that, it gets hit by objects like asteroids, which cause the vibration to go through the moon itself. That's really easy to study. The moon itself is really easy to study because there's a lot of lack of moisture. You got to see Halley's Comet? Ooh, near Mount Hamilton. That'd be really cool. Would have been really awesome. This went down with the API slow crawler protocol. What the heck are you talking about right now, Medley? Everyone just went down along with the API slow crawler protocol. Oh my goodness. See, it's like this one here. Someone says moon rings like a bell. You only read like the fine things that are said and don't even understand what the context actually is. Ted, why does the moon ring like a bell? It's not hollow, by the way. That's what you're asking. No, it's not hollow. We know it's not hollow. You don't think the world's spinning is a deception? Wake up, people. It's like, oh my goodness, guys, the world ain't spinning. Better wake up. Julie, why would the world spinning be in a deceptive way? Like, I'm actually interested in that one. What would be deceptive to say the world's spinning, though? Like, what good would come from it? Yeah, Flurfer detected. Like, what good would come from it? I honestly want to know what good would come from it. I honestly want to know. Yeah, this is real. We're looking at the moon live. Why it rings rock composition? Yeah, there's just not a lot of moisture inside inside the crust and underneath, so vibrations just continue. Like moonquakes occur, when they do occur, they're like 2-3 hours long. They're like really long. Oh, now Bugs Bunny. Or Mole Man. The rabbit holes you made me go down. Oh my goodness, Gage. Let's play moonquakes. There's a couple different things. One is its cooling effect, and two is its gravitational pull between Earth and the moon itself. We're always wanting to pull on it and wants to crush inwards. It's cooling off still. We estimate it to be like 1,400 degrees roughly near the core, and it's wanting to cool off, and we're always pulling on. There's a bulge that actually points towards us when we talk about the moon, and so this side here, the crust is really less dense than what we see on the far side of the moon. We're always trying to pull on it, wanting to crush it, and it gets these moonquakes because of that. And plus you get moonquakes because of like impacts, for example. There's no active magma. We're really not sure. There may be a little bit left, but it's hard to determine if there's any at all left. But as you can see, the dark areas, that's Bosnic lava. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I can't see the moon's atmosphere. It's transparent. All atmosphere is transparent, obviously, but we don't see it because it don't have an atmosphere. It has an exosphere. It's a very small amount, hard to measure, but there is an exosphere on the moon. Yeah, when you say ring like a bell, and I think that's a lot of differences. It's not like you heard it ring like a bell, but it's the vibration, which looks almost like someone bangs on a bell and it sits there and vibrates. And it didn't. I think this is one of the things that's so confusing is they shouldn't have said ring like a bell. They should have just called it for what it is. It looks like an object vibrating constantly, and it continues to vibrate. But the idea of ring like a bell is like if you take a big old gong and hit a bell and it sits there and vibrates. Fake. Okay, cool story, dude. Man, it's still streaming. I am. Plan to build a moon base, or maybe I'm mistaken. I think NASA is going to be the one that we'll see build the moon base. I think it's going to be actually a multi-organization between private and also public organizations doing it, and not just here in the USA either. Do you ever get to see the other side? Not from here on Earth. We see it through photographs, but not from here on Earth. Right before the moon is completely spherical. It's roughly egg-shaped, more so. Yeah, it's roughly egg-shaped. Exposition. I guess you can go down that. I guess you could call it that if you wanted to. I guess. The hollow body? Nah, it ain't hollow. Not hollow. No, not 2026. 2026 is going to be a mission that flies around the moon. They're not going to actually land on the moon. The moon base itself still ain't even in context yet. Oh no! The bot got you for some reason too. Bot got you for some reason. But anyways, it's going to be, NASA will be the lead of it, obviously. But I think that we'll see a lot of organizations come together when it does occur. Till Elon satellites fall back to, yeah, they do. He takes a lot out of orbit, but they're controlled though when they come out of orbit. He's upgrading for sure. Did the moon have volcanoes? Ish. In a sense, yeah. I mean, it has, I guess you can call it volcanoes, but what most of it is like the crust got peeled open from being struck so hard from stuff like comets and massive objects, like asteroids, and it kind of seeped up more than just like spewed upwards. Crazy how everything's made of rocks. Not everything's made of rocks. It has a difficult autocorrect. Yeah, exofficient. Yeah, there you go. I got kind of what you meant though. Photos of the structure of the moon that looked very convincing. Convincing of what? Lifting one payload of cargo to the moon with methane fuel requires 10 to 20 fuel tanks reloads in orbit. What figure do you have about deep space exploration that is so hard to do for people? I think that's one thing. Like, obviously, we put our minds in this aspect to say we can do anything, but the challenges are a lot to overcome in a huge sense, if that kind of makes sense. Hopefully that kind of makes sense to you. I think that's one of the biggest fears when it comes to space exploration itself, though. We tend to think that we can do a lot, but the challenges of overcoming it tend to be very high burns to get over. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, Arbus. Lifting one payload of cargo to the moon with methane fuel. Yeah, but the difference is you use slingshot method, you use gravitational pull. Doesn't even look like cheese. It does not. The moon definitely doesn't look like cheese. What, built what? Must have missed something. Definitely missed something up there. Interstellar has too many people thinking we're capable of such. Yeah, absolutely. Interstellar, it's a movie I couldn't get into for sure. Do love cheese, however. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, cheese is great. Cheese is great. See if I can pull up my telescope pad here. There we go. Slow down the controls. Look at a little bit of the other areas of the moon here. Looks like we could focus in a little bit more. Plato crater up there, looking good. Let me bring in some contrast here, make it easier to see this. He said moon is not what you think it is. Okay, cool story. If you can prove it's something different than what we think it is, you'll probably win a prize, so I'd work on it. Of little moving things we sometimes see in videos like this that happen on the surface of the moon. Nothing. If you're seeing something really little on the surface of the moon, then it's not real, because little things cannot be observed from a telescope here on Earth. Just not how it works. Now, if there's something like 20 miles wide or something like that, then yeah, now you're getting to a more realistic thing. But I kind of know the reference you're using, though. That makes sense to you, Ted. Hopefully it does. That's by Sabrina Carpenter was written because of autocorrect. Oh my goodness. I've never even heard Sabrina Carpenter's music. Where all the craters same depth yet have different diameters. They're not. They're different depths. You can literally see that like right here. If you look at some of the impacts here, they're different depths. Moon is cake, not cheese. Nice. There's a lot of answers out there from anybody. It's just you search for those answers. Wonder why conspiracies start? Because I think there's some truth to some conspiracies. Like, I think conspiracies have some truth, which make it easy to go down the rabbit hole, right? But then the question is, like, when does the truth end, and then the actual conspiracy basically start? You know what I mean? It's similar to any cult per se. There's some truth, but at some point you got to recognize I'm no longer being told the truth, and I need to consider what's actual factual and what's not. I think that's one of the biggest things. My favorite crater is Tycho. Tycho is really beautiful. Really, really beautiful. I truly enjoy Tycho. General Casino. So her X10 body, could I adapt it in lunar photography? I'm not too sure about it. I would assume you should be able to. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. Yeah, Casio. Yeah, I got it after I started reading the SLR X10 buddy. I'd assume you should be able to, but I just don't know much about it. Honestly, don't know much about it. I didn't see a flash. I missed something. Hello, hello. Is anyone out there? Oh my goodness, Fragment. Oh my goodness. And that's how conspiracies start right there. Here's the last I believe any of Israel. Being interested in the subject for year, maybe the phenomenon is more difficult to categorize than Greenman. Yeah, I agree. So the answer in the Congress was about UFOs, which don't happen to, like, the contexts are different, right? UFO and alien are two different things. And I think that's why a lot of people get mistaken on, because a lot of people ask me, do you ever see UFOs? And I'm like, well, I see airplanes I can't identify. I've definitely seen satellites I definitely can't identify. I've seen slow moving shooting stars I definitely couldn't identify, but it don't make it alien in its own sense, right? It just kind of make it wild. No, that was a bat flying by. Right now I'm using the 8SE. Oh, you got the 6SE? Nice. Yeah, right now I'm using the 8SE. Usually we have up the 11, but I got the 4SE, the 8SE, and the 11 C11. We did a little bit of Saturn, but mostly focusing on the moon, of course. Kind of hanging out with Luna. She's so gorgeous. That people thought might not be a comet. It doesn't have a name yet, but its classification though is C 2025 3I. So the third interstellar object, or 3I. Oumuamua was the first one. AI. Or sorry, 1I. AI. 1I. Oh, another one. Star zooms too. They're kind of boring. Stars in a telescope are boring. Sometimes we'll look at a star, but stars in a telescope really aren't that great unless you look at something like the Dog Star. Betelgeuse, because a lot of people like the idea of looking at Betelgeuse, but then you look at Betelgeuse and you're like, oh, that's boring. But stars in a telescope are actually kind of boring. Went down the rabbit hole on that one. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. Bristol, UK, near the birthplace of the ill-fated Beagle 2 space probe. What's up? How you doing, Love Skunk? How's your night? You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Yeah, good one. That is true. Yeah, it's probably mostly going to be the moon tonight that we hang out with. You think this is AI generated? How much would you bet on it, Mr. Tom? That I can prove to you that we're looking at a real view of the moon? Oh, he got booted. Darn. I was hoping he'd bet me. Yeah, absolutely, Drew. Yeah, absolutely. How we be streaming the Draconoids? Probably. We're definitely going to get the Orionids this month. I still wonder, are you still in here? I don't know if you actually got muted forever, but Mr. Tom, if I could prove that you're looking at the moon live and it's not AI, would you put a bet on it? You'd subscribe, turn on notifications, and hang out with us when we go live? Yes or no? That's the real question. Yes or no? My goodness. I love smart people. Yeah, absolutely. I do too. Don't touch the perfect. No, I mean, I can show you the telescope and it's just a tube and I can smack it and you guys can watch me do that and we'll watch it wobble wobble. Obviously AI can't do that. Leave me the next one. Oh, I was just gonna get it. Let's say how much would you bet on it, Nicholas? Would you put a bet on it? Just say it. Would you put a bet on it? Anyways, even see any chat that appears AI. Not that it's easy to tell these days. Oh no, I agree, dude. I agree. It is really hard to say. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let me put the other camera because I got two cameras here. Let me move the camera to point towards the telescope. Let me know if you can see the telescope here. Can you see the telescope right here? Let me pull it in a little bit more. Let me know if you can see the telescope down in the chat. Able to see it? Yeah, you can see it okay. You might have to turn off, obviously. You can turn off the chat if you want to. Let me turn on my other headset. Okay, you can still hear me? Yeah. The bottom to the right side. Okay. I mean, one, I can just stomp. Obviously, it's going to shake it right. But I think it's easier, like, you actually see me here. Now the control. Obviously, AI, there's no way AI could actually do something like that. Anyways, it's basically what you're looking at. They're live. I mean, I get it though. Like, I definitely get it. Let me change back over. Let me come back to that. Okay, I definitely get it, but obviously AI would not be able to keep up with this. Like, it ain't gonna make a continuous stream of the moon that we can actually move around. There ain't no way. Had that smile left the door. Cracked to go take trash out. Oh, K5 was gone. Oh no, dude. No way. You buy one too? I have no idea that the strength of the telescope is. Oh, I got you. This is about 1600 for this one. Hey, you better. Where you at? Where you at, man? You better have actually subscribed to me, dude. After I showed you that. It is cold out here. Happened to get up out of the chair. I am in a dark zone. Yeah, it is dark here. Absolutely. No, I don't, Salvador. Your AI, you can land on the moon. And AI, you can land on the moon. Okay. I think it's mostly AI on text-based things like Twitter. Yeah, absolutely. Like that internet theory. Yeah, I get that for sure. I think you just, Jamie. I appreciate you. Right now, the 8 SE. We're using the number 8 and then SE. Can you focus on the Terminator line? This is the Terminator line coming right here. That's why we see these impact craters really well, right? Let me kind of zoom in a little better. Move it over a bit. But this is the Terminator line coming through. That's why we see the shadow effect on these impact craters. Oh, there goes the bat. Especially, but yeah, comment section full of bot garbage. Yeah, 100%. It's hard to do AI on a video like this. You just, like, it would be almost impossible to do AI like this. Or need to cover layer X. What's that, Richard? Must have missed something, bud. Guessing you can't at the moment, or need cover laid exposures. Oh, you mean to stack it? We can stack it. So because your scope quality is awesome, but whenever your other viewing conditions are beautiful, man, I appreciate you. Honestly, thank you. Oh, the blue lake. It's pretty tough to do. That takes a lot of capturing the moon, stacking the images, and processing it. It's not like you go look at it live. It's quite a bit different. Makes it quite a bit different. Oh, same people don't believe. Oh yeah, I got you, Salvador. Yeah, 100%. I got you. I got you. Yeah, if you do the processing and stuff, then you can make it out. But yeah, you don't. Like when we're looking at it live, though, you can't make it out. It just doesn't work too well. Oh my goodness, Medley. That's funny. Do on the scope? If so, what do you do against it? I got a do heater and I got a do shield for all my telescopes. Do heater and do shields. Yo, Salvador! Again, Salvador, thank you so much, brother. Dude, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. That's the second time you did it tonight. Dude, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Subway staring. Dude, hopefully you liked it, Michaelis. Or Miklas. Hopefully I kind of showed you what we're doing. Crystal clear HD with like 0 atmospheric turbulence and distortion. There's a little bit. You just got to be more zoomed in to make out the turbulence. Let me kind of zoom in a little bit more. Can you see it now or no? More zoom, the more turbulence you actually make out, for example. You can kind of see. You just got to be zoomed in a lot more to pick it out tonight. It's pretty calm. Like tonight is relatively stable. Here's the field of view of the camera that we use, which is kind of nice. If we zoom out, let me zoom out. I'll show you the whole field of view that we have picked up in the whole camera here. So the telescope itself and the camera that I have, this is my field of view. It's really, really small. That's why I actually zoom in a lot of time too. It's such a wide field of view that we currently have. But there's a gorgeous moon. Almost in its entirety. Almost. Let's see if I move the telescope a bit though. Try to pull it down a little closer to the center. You can see it don't even fit. That's why, like 2 nights ago, we used a much smaller telescope to capture, because as the clouds came through, there's like no way to be able to keep up with it. No way. And so what I do here is we'll grab a small area of the moon. We'll set a field of view. Let me go to it real quick. Or a region of interest, if you want to call it. And then this little box tells me kind of like where I'm going to set my field of view. I apply it, then we get zoomed in, then we'll do it one more time even. Like that would be the field of view, and then if we want to add another field of view, then we can go like there, and then we can apply that, and then we get really zoomed in at that point. And it's just digital zoom at this point. Not much difference, it's just digitally zooming in. For the iron research on the iron core, I have not. Which one was it? Probable as a hollow nonsense. That's provable as a hollow nonsense. I have not read it. Let poop on the moon, I guess you would. That guy's apartment up there. You know, a ton of effects. Did you think that there's caves? There are caves on the moon. There's lava caves. Or if you'd survive jumping off a cliff, probably not. You got to still stick to the gravity. You can start to do the inertia, get the actual value of how hard it would be when you hit the bottom. You say the rover tracks were visible? No, not with my equipment. You can check it out though. Like look up the India's recent photos are like crazy amazing when you look at some of the stuff up there. Tapped iron 2 times. Got you sleepy. Oh, I got you. Yeah, gotcha. No caves we will ever see. What do you mean? How at the moon? Oh man, what are we howling at the moon for, dude? Oh, how? That's moon related, but microscopic life found on Mars. Yeah, I think that's super awesome. Dude, most biologists are pretty much on the same page of, yeah, they probably did, but obviously you need to bring back some of the samples to study. But yeah, absolutely. I think it's crazy awesome. Looks like you're going to be like 5 or 6 out. I'm not actually. I'm near Kansas City. We just had a cold front go through, which is what's really common. It rained a ton last night. Up to like early this morning, and then a cold front pushed through, and that's why it's really calm, but about 900. Have you ever seen anything like orbs or anything on the moon? No, never have. Never. And I can tell you, I've studied and observed the moon so much, and I've never seen anything like that. You live in Wichita, Kansas for 6.5 years. Oh, nice. Wichita's not too bad. It's not horrible anyways. Let me see if I can focus a little better here. Get a little bit better focus. There we go. Lucky? Yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. Lava caves. This sounds awesome. Yep. Lava tubes. Absolutely awesome. You never observed the dark side. I mean, what's the dark side? Because there is no dark side of the moon. Oh, the Winfield Bluegrass Festival. Dude, that's where I'm from. I'm actually from Winfield, yeah. I lived over the dikes from the park there. The fairgrounds, I guess, what you'd actually call it. Like, go over the fairgrounds and you got the train track, and I live, like, on that first street, Lowry Street. Has ever had as many hits as the moon seems to have had? Somewhat. We definitely got pelted a lot, but we have an atmosphere that helped us out as well. But most of what we see here is from the Great Bombardment period. It's like 3.6, 3.7 billion years ago, a long time ago. Yeah, the far side. Yeah, the far side of the moon. I know what you meant. We do it in photos. That helps. We definitely see them in photos. I've gone out there 3 or 4 different years. I don't know, and had the best time at the Winfield Bluegrass Festival. Yeah. What are the odds that there's subsurface ice on the moon? Well, we find ice in the deep impact craters, ice water. Have you logged any new craters on the impacts on the surface of the moon since data sets have been logged? Yes, absolutely. Definitely not plasma. No, it's a rock. If it's plasma, explain why we see the shadows in the impacts. Say lights are dim and yellow and San Jose. Oh, they really? All the time or no? Like they try to make like a deep or dark sky site. I've never been to San Jose, but that'd be really interesting. Like if they actually do that for Mount Hamilton. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, that makes sense. That light, which light? Like right on the edge, you see that little dot? Are you talking about right here? Like right there in the center, that little thing? Tip of the mountain. I got you. Trying to about the accident, I don't get where they're located. The south and north is about, so when we talk about the moon's about 6-degree axis or tilt on its axis. I'll show you here in a minute though. Yeah, okay, I got you. This is the side of an impact crater. The shadow's taking it over, so let me get more light. You'll kind of make it out a little better. You see it now? It's like the side of the impact, one of the impact craters there. What was the other one I was gonna do? About the axis. Oh yeah, I got you. So like the south pole of the moon. Let me see if we can run to it real quick. Let's see if I can get my bearing straight. Let me grab the other side so I can control this a little better. So over here is going to be the north. We're going to be looking like at the north pole, up in this direction. Then you go way over here. Oh, go the right way. Go towards Tycho. I don't know if you know what Tycho looks like. It looks like the belly button on the moon. We'll go towards it. So the south pole is going to be off in the direction of Tycho. So basically in this direction, you see Tycho there, but South Pole is going to be right back here. And the easiest way to observe it, notice where the shadow effect is on the impact craters. That's kind of like one of the easiest way to do, kind of like start looking out and see where the South Pole itself is. You're talking like way down in this region, down that region there. That kind of helps out basically to be able to find where the poles are on the moon. Let's see if we can focus a little bit better too here. Let me move us over. And we got a gorgeous moon though. You can see right through the moon during the day. Well, I don't think so. What you see is our atmosphere, and it causes you to think that you see right through the moon, and you're not using your brain to the at least even 2% of its efficient methods. Yeah, you just see the atmosphere, man. You're seeing our atmosphere. You can't, you're for some reason you're thinking you're seeing through the moon. Got no clue why. To get the best night sky view, we got to be in the darkest places. That's sometimes true. I mean, but it's not always, though. Not always necessarily true. You say you've seen right through it. Right through a rock. But what happens, the atmosphere, obviously in the daytime, the atmosphere makes things look different. And I think that's kind of what the thought is there. But people use it as like a conspiracy too. Turn the cracks of the cupboard. Oh my goodness. I have -5 perception yet. There you go. I was thinking it looks like a watermelon. Torch poles, yep. Yep. Really beautiful areas for sure. Pronoun and some I can tell need a nap. Yep. No, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant about the perception. 3D printed moon. That's what we're looking at, is a 3D printed moon. Pretty damn good 3D printing then, if that was the case. Be really good. Alright, Ranger Bob, or Ranger Rob, my bad. Have an amazing night, brother. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We appreciate you, bud. Definitely appreciate you. You think it's flat? What in here makes you think it's flat? Like this is actually an interesting thought, is what here makes you think the moon's flat? Let's just set it right here for you. What here makes you think it's flat? Does light pollution blind us? Not blind us. I mean, it makes it hard to see dimmer objects compared to the light that's in the air for you. Which critters are the newest? Do you know which is the most recent we see? I can't tell you which one's the most recent, but I can show you the youngest large impact critter. How come you can't see stars beyond the moon? Because the moon blocks us? If that's what you mean. Oh, are you talking about like next to the moon? I am so confused. Now ammonia blinds us. There are so many questions going on right now. There's so many different contexts going through the chat. When we can't, why we don't see stars. It's called exposure. So let me get near it, but not like right on it, and I'll show you the difference. To see something faint, you need a lot of exposure, right? You need a lot of brightness. So if we had a lot of brightness, then we get these type of issues, and it makes it really hard to see faint stuff out there. Really hard to see faint stuff. Yeah, that's been covered already, but some people come in, new people for sure. Your uncle lives there? Okay. Oh, thank you, Mitchell. Honestly, thank you. That's the one goal. Learn one new thing a day. Yeah, absolutely. Cause it was a long time ago. Yep. Same, dude. Same. The youngest crater? That's what I meant. So the youngest large crater is Tycho. Tycho's the youngest large crater on the moon. Tonight we steal the moon. Tonight we steal the moon. So Tycho impact crater is the youngest large impact crater on the moon. Yeah, it's going to be right coming up. It's about there. Right there. There's Tycho impact crater. Was the voice that you hear in the background? Probably mine. Be my guess. Probably mine. Let me pull out some brightness real quick. Actually see Tycho a little better. There you go. Beautiful Tycho. Tycho's about 53 miles wide, just over 2.5 miles deep, about 108 million years old. It's a really beautiful impact crater, though. Special energy increased saturation in real time at all. You can get a moon filter, like a variable moon filter, which would work pretty well. Anybody see the cat on the moon? Y'all see the cat on the moon? The watermelon, yeah. Can y'all see the cat on the moon here? Let me know if you can see the cat. Or actually, let me know if you can't see the cat as well. I'll try to do my best to make it here. Let me bring out some contrast here. Let me know if you can see the cat on the moon. Has anyone seen the flag? Yeah, there's a lot of photographs of the flag on the moon. Almost as old as this. Gotcha. Try. Can't see it. Yo, hi, Julian. How are you? Can see the cat. Why your white causes those straight lines? That's the debris that's blown out. It's called ejecta, and we call that the ejecta rays. So here's the cat on the moon. Let me zoom in a little bit more. So let me go to the face here. You can see its ear coming off on the top right side. You see its two eyes, the nose, another ear on the kind of like top left side. And then its neck coming down to its body. You can see the tail wrapping up behind it. And then its feet on the ground. There's the cat on the moon. If you back up a little bit more, it almost looks like a fox right here in the center. Yep. The tail curled up behind its back. Yeah. See two cats? Right below that one? Yeah, the fox. Some people see like a fox or something in this area. Let me come back out just a minute and we'll go to the witch on the moon. Since it is October, we need to see the witch on the moon, right? Got the black cat on the moon and then you got the witch on the moon. And the bunny, yeah, some people see a bunny there. So here's the witch on the moon. Let me zoom in on her face. Mouth on the left side, one eye right above the mouth, the other eye on the bottom. You can see her hat up here. And then it comes down into her torso right here. Some people see what looks like a broom, that she's holding a broom, which would be like on this side over here. When I zoom back out, you'll probably be able to make it out a little better. And there's the witch on the moon. Hi, Teggy. How's it going? What's up? How's your night? Plain distance we were talking about in comparison. Like the size of the area that we're looking at right now, somewhere around 800 miles in radius, basically, from right to left in our view. See the skull on the moon? There's a place that looks like a skull. There's a diamond ring on the moon, too. The diamond ring right here, right next to the witch. See if I can pull it over a little better. Oh, went the wrong way. Right here's the diamond ring on the moon. Bring out some of the gamma. Make out the diamond ring. Can't really make it out too well. Yeah, there's the diamond ring. Man, right underneath that, I'm at the lowest. Yeah, I got you. That's just cool stuff to be able to observe on the moon. Interesting for October for sure. Makes a fun October view. Now we need a little bit more brightness, don't we? Give us the brightness. We want to see. There we go. Now we see it a little better. What happened to the man on the moon? I can still see the man on the moon. It's like right now, if you go out, you can see it pretty well. The man on the moon with the phase that it is. It's not too bad to see. Zoom all the way in, everywhere. You'll see stuff. What do you mean you'll see stuff? What? It's a man on the moon. Yep, the man on the moon. Yeah, this is going to be the edge that we're looking at here. This is where the Terminator line is coming back around. All impact crater, same depth. That's not true at all. No, not true at all. It's anywhere from the depth of like sand of like grain sand up to 7 miles. 7 miles being the deepest that we see. It's all different. Is the moon affecting El Nino or La Nina or El Nino? El Nino, La Nina. I don't think there's anything that backs that up at all. That comes more towards like the heating of the ocean, which is like caused from different things. Even though the moon has a lot of effect on the ocean, I don't think it has that much effect on the actual temperature of the ocean or the ocean. It's one of the biggest lies you ever heard. Okay. So I was watching F1 racing though. It's one of the weirdest things on earth to do. Looks like a fried egg. Ooh. Where did they do the moon landing? Which one? Which one? I'm not sure which moon landing you want to see, or the location. Depends on which one. But if you're talking about Apollo 11, it's right here in the Sea of Tranquility. Huge shadow on the moon casts a huge shadow. Those are called central peaks. Like inside the major impacts, those are called central peaks. Like right here. Look at this big old impact crater. Like that one right in the center. See it right in the center? It's called central peak. Or bad headache affected by the moon? Ah, gotcha. What does the moon do to you that gives you a headache? That'd be the real question, Lish. I'd have to ask you this one, just on the scientific side. What does the moon do that gives you a headache? Rings like a bell for over an hour? Yeah, it does. Any type of impact on the moon makes it vibrate. Even moonquakes. Moonquakes vibrate for a long period, a couple hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Force give me headaches too, that's true. That's so true. What do people say the moon landing is a lie? Because I think there's a couple of things there. One, it's not something you could easily just go and verify yourself. You know what I mean? It takes a little bit of work, and I think most people are lazy in a huge sense. You feel better at night? Ah, why do you feel better at night though? But you said that you get headaches. Why do you feel better at night? Maybe I'm confused. You just said you feel you have bad headaches, and I'm affected by that. I wasn't too sure about that. I guess I'm not sure what you meant by that. Okay, points on the moon like it's his hometown. Absolutely amazing. I've been doing this for quite a while. I've been doing this for quite a while. Not too bad. Oh yeah. Honestly, I don't think everybody believes like the Earth's flat, but I think you got a mixture of people. You got those that want to be resistant to like government, resistant to could be religion, politics, whatever it shall be. I think you got people that want to just be resistant to the general population itself, and I think you have people that want to troll. I don't think truly many believe it, but I think there are many that do believe it because of being put into the position like that. And I think they go down a rabbit hole and they start to believe it. Full moon definitely makes me happier. I'm 47 has happened my whole life apparently. Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy cool. Hydrocephalus. Oh, I got you. Yep. Hi Jen. Jen from Australia. How you doing, Jen? How is your night? If you're just coming in, by the way, say hi. Let us know you're hanging out with us. This is a live view of our moon from here near Kansas City, Missouri through an 8-inch Smith catch-screen telescope. Good guys. Thank you. Wide statement. Do you have some kind of job in astronomy? Dude, I never talk about what I do on a personal side, man. Why do some of my patients act bad? Crazy on a full moon. It's a good question. I was a firefighter EMT for 12 years, especially when I was going through school and stuff. So when I turned 18, I didn't experience. There's some nights that I experienced craziness on a full moon, but I also experienced craziness when it wasn't a full moon. It was kind of both ways. You think the sun's waves make it harder to hear in the daytime? Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt. It's a good question. Does the sun wave? So what are you talking about by the waves, though? The photons? Or which waves are you speaking of? A brain tumor and water on the brain. My health is affected by the atmosphere and the pressure. Yep. I get that for sure, Leash. Here's the thing about the moon. It don't gain more gravity when it has a full moon, though. That's kind of where I was thinking that you're going to go with it. But the moon itself doesn't gain gravity just because it's a full moon. Nice, awesome. Hey, welcome in. Thank you so much, Jen. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. I'm doing really good. But hopefully I kind of answered something for you. I think I get exactly where you're going, Leash, and I was going to let you actually make that statement because I thought that's where you're going. But just because there's a full moon doesn't mean it has more gravity. It didn't gain more mass. What does tend to happen is that we get more light around us, and sometimes more light can do a secondary effect to us, right? So we can get a little bit more active when there's a lot of light around us, obviously. It can make people feel a little bit safer being outside. It makes animals a little bit more aware because there's a little bit more light. So there's different things that it does actually have, but the moon itself doesn't change on gravity. So there's no like instance of like, well, because we're water, it does this. If that kind of makes sense to you. What's taking the moon are we at right now? Sea of Crisis area. Actually, Sea of Fecundity. We're looking towards Sea of Fecundity here. Sinus frontal pressure. Ooh, I get a lot of sinuses here lately. Like the last probably like 7-8 years, my sinus has been wild. Moon does look so gorgeous tonight. Maybe interpreted with the light. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Lunar cycles don't have, they don't match the female cycle. Like, not at all. That's kind of like a misinterpreted part. Like, for example, you'd have to say that all women have the menstrual cycle at the exact same day. You know what I mean? It doesn't work like that. Flip it around for us. Flip it around to what, Matt? What's that mean? It's only in the National Air and Space Museum. I couldn't stop looking at the lunar module eagle. It tripped me out. Dude, crazy big, huh? Made it really cool. Really awesome. You hear dogs? Mind yours. I don't know. I shouldn't have any dogs out here. My dog should be inside. Oh, the dark side of the moon? It's coming through. So there's no true dark side of the moon. Just a daytime or a day phase and a night phase. All parts of the moon receive sunlight besides the really deep impact craters near the south pole. Oh, I just seen a bat go through. Today it is walking on the moon. Ah, don't judge. No, I get that for sure. I could definitely understand that. Let's zoom out a little bit. I think I'm still too far. As you can see, the field of view is way too much. Let's zoom out just a bit. Let me zoom all the way out, and then we'll grab a new field of view. Bat. I did see the bat. How much do we want to zoom into? So here's the whole field of view that we can get with the camera through the telescope currently. I'm thinking let's do like a field of view of like, not quite that much though, but what do you guys think about that much? I think that'd be kind of clean. Let's try it. Let me know what y'all think when I do this. Too much zoom, not enough, but I think we can actually see a little bit more by doing it this way. And let me move the telescope a bit. So we can get a little bit wider field of view of things that are going on here. How about that? Is that okay? Now we got the Sea of Serenity here. Yeah, we got the Sea of Serenity up here on the top. Sea of Tranquility, the Sea of Fecundity, and then we got the Sea of Crisis in our view currently. Is that perfect? Okay, cool. Oh, there's space dogs on the moon. Not on the moon. Not on the moon. You actually hear a dog, I say? No way. Right now I'm using the 8SE. The number 8SE Sam Edwards. Which camera telescope? The telescope 8SE, and the camera's the SV405CC. How we lost track of thing like 3 times now in history. Hey, track of time, like, what exactly mean, Medley? Must have missed something there. Hey, Jacqueline, welcome back. How are you doing? It's super peaceful. It really is. Peaceful, calm, and beautiful. Definitely can hear a dog. Is there a dog out here barking or something? Let me turn my audio. See if I can hear it. Oh, something just went through. I wasn't paying attention though. Oh, there is a loud dog barking. The heck? Yo, Miklos. I appreciate that. Thanks, buddy. I want to say thank you. Definitely glad that, I'm glad that you are enjoying this. I really am glad that you're enjoying this. And thank you so much for the love and support of what we do. Know that your gifts always, or your funding always goes back into what we do here. It goes back into the observatory with the equipment to continue to maintain what we do with astronomy outreach. Yeah, something flew across the screen. Was it a bat? I missed it. I was looking away. I seen it go through, but I just didn't see it go through. Assume a bat. I've seen weird things in my chat. Sometimes in the chat. Dog barking at the moon, yeah. Dog in the sky. That's funny. Oh, there goes no one. Yeah, it's a bat. That's a bat flying through. Has it been proven that water was on the moon? Yeah, we find water on the moon. We find water in the form of ice and also inside some of the silica glass that's on the moon. Absolutely. And again, Miklos, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was Ozzy. Oh my goodness. Ozzy chasing the bats. No, I don't think he would go after the bats again. Not after the first time. Barking at the moon. Nah, not UFOs. I'm pretty sure. I think the first one's a bat, but I can tell you the last couple were bats. I've seen those fly by. I definitely seen the other ones fly by. Those were definitely bats. It's about 33% of the size of Earth. Roughly about the size of United States or Australia. Or, sorry, Russia. Like United States or Russia, roughly. Sustainable life someday soon? Maybe. Why are there crickets on the moon? It's not. They're right here by me. Some ancient moon water one day? Oh my goodness, yeah. It'd be something different, right? Those temperatures, like negative 410 degrees in the impact craters where that ice is observed at. Negative 410 degrees. Could you imagine? Could you only imagine? What about crystals? Oh, what? That's Mario, by the way. Mario outside barking here, I think. Another planet or something, please. We did Saturn earlier. And we may hit Jupiter soon, but really the focus tonight has been the moon. Tonight the focus has kind of been the moon. What's the temperature of the surface? The side that faces us is about 240 degrees, roughly Fahrenheit, above. Then it can drop down when the dark phase comes around, or the night phase. It darks down to about like negative 220, 230 degrees. Zoom temperature is something on the moon. Would love to look at it. How to send it to you? That's a tough one. Like, it's really weird that we don't have a good way to do direct messages, but do you have it on your page? What does moon dust smell like? I haven't been there, but from astronomers, they said it smells like burnt, basically burnt gunpowder. No, that's Fahrenheit. Sorry, Jen. Celsius, I'd have to convert it. Let me see if I can get it for you. Celsius. I'll just do basically 240, so about 115 degrees. 115 degrees down to about negative, roughly 104 degrees. Yeah, absolutely. Most people do Celsius. We do Fahrenheit, obviously, here. We're kind of weird. I don't know why we do, but we do. We do here. What's the actual name of the moon? Do you speak English or another language? I can only tell you based on the language, but in English, since you're typing in English, obviously, the moon with the capital M. The moon with a capital M. If you speak Latin, then it's going to be Luna. And then you get into like Mond and other names. But here in English, though, we call it the moon. Orion's belt, it'd be coming up. It'd be coming up here soon. Yeah, definitely. You don't want to buy land on the moon. Can't do that. You're from Canada. Nice. Very awesome. Not being able to see the far side of the moon. Yeah. Luna 3, which is a spacecraft. Oh, there goes a bat. A spacecraft back from USSR in the 1950s took the first photographs of the far side of the moon. And place a new one. That'd be kind of cool. Don't have it on YouTube. How do I load that? Ooh, I'm not sure, man. Honestly, I don't know a good way to be able to show unless you put it on YouTube and I can view your channel. I don't know how else I'd be able to view it, to be honest. Fly to the moon? No, not on the moon. Not on the moon. Very close, but not on the moon. Because they ever made it to the moon, they would have put an ad on it. We'd put flags on it. Does that count? Gaza, thank you so much for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, wait for the Artemis missions. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Sputnik being the first satellite to go up. USSR did a really good job when it came to space exploration. And they still do. Honestly, like Russia still does a really good job. China does a good job. India's been doing a great job. How can you see Betelgeuse? Just a blurry red dot. I mean, it's a red dot. That's how you see Betelgeuse. It's just a red dot. Yeah, you can see the flag. You can actually go to Russia's space website. They got photographs from some of their missions. China, Japan, and India. India probably did one of the best jobs when it came to photographing some of the American objects that are on the moon. You can actually see like where the people walk, so you see the trail, the foot trail area, which I thought was really cool. You get to see the lander, the shadow from it. I thought it was really awesome. If you get a chance to live on Mars, however, you cannot come back, would you go? I would not, and definitely you won't come back. What was found on the far side of the moon? So India's near the south side of the moon. I'm not too sure. I haven't been able to see a lot of... I'm not even 100% sure how much their rover's been able to go out and do stuff, to be honest. Have you seen the harvest moon? I mean, you're still looking at the harvest moon. Anywhere by our river? What do you mean by our river? What exactly do you mean? What river? The real race. Any species in a planet to get off the planet before it resets. Yeah. How do we feel about 3i? That's over it yet? Yeah, absolutely. Over all the conspiracies, for sure. Do you think it's fake? Do you believe all that? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you not only can you look at these photographs, but even put it in your mind a little bit, Matt. For example, why would USSR concede that we landed on the moon? And not only that, but they were #1 in the space race up until that point. And if they could have easily embarrassed the U.S. government, they definitely would have. And they had a lot of missions up there, a lot of Luna missions, and they were able to take photographs and verified. And they had to concede, yeah, they made it before us. I think that's like one of the biggest things you can go with, and not only that, but the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people involved. Then you would have massive slippage. People it'd be the best kept secret. If we didn't land on the moon, it'd be the best kept secret. And the problem is we went back 5 more times even after that. Oh, there goes back. You mean the moon itself? Oh, what about the moon itself? Yeah, you can't keep nothing secret. When you got that many people, there's no way to keep a secret. Like, even if we didn't land on the moon, like, and let's say that was fake, it'd be the best kept secret ever. And every government is in on it. That's the crazy thing about it. Martian movie could actually done in real life. I've never actually watched it. That was a 2015, right? 2015 Martian movie. I think it's here on YouTube. I never did watch it though. How much is the moon? What do you mean by how much is the moon? No, we've been to the moon 6 times. 6 times that we've been, that we actually took mankind to the moon, but we've been to the moon a lot. And when I say this in the context of mankind itself. The moon being an artificial object? Nah, not at all, man. There's no way. No way it could be artificial. No way it could be artificial. How much US dollars is the moon? You can't buy the moon, so there's no value to it. I watched Interstellar a little bit. I tried it twice. I thought it was, like, it put me to sleep. It wasn't so much of a chick flick. Ever noticed lunar lights? I've never actually seen them. Zoom in on the lantern flag. Not with my equipment. I don't have equipment that big. They're small. Like, think about like the flag itself is 3 foot by 5 foot on an object that's the third of the size of our planet. Like, when you look at the moon, it's about, basically you're looking at USA. So imagine looking at USA and then zooming into a flag. It just wouldn't happen. Just wouldn't happen. What's part of the Bermuda Triangle is globally protected ecosystem. Go seaweed, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Have you seen a planet other than the moon? Yes, we do live stream the planets. We also do deep space like galaxy nebulae. We do stellar nurseries, globular clusters, all kinds of stuff here. I think you will enjoy it here for sure. How do you see photos of footsteps? So look up the India's photos. You'd have to look up India's photos. I'm trying to think of the name of their lander. But go to the India's space, or even just do a Google search, of course. Just put in there photos of American objects on the moon from India, Russia, China, Japan. You'll get to see all the different ones for sure. And then we have the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. It takes photographs, but of course that's from our government. So if you want to get something from another government that would easily love to embarrass the Americans, and you can go look at those. And I think that holds really strong value behind it. Camera most powerful can get when looking at our moon. It depends. So there's two different things. One, you got angular resolution, and then two, you have the atmosphere. So it depends on both of those, your angular resolution and your atmosphere. ISRO is the Indian organization. Nice. Very awesome. Favorite planet within our solar system? Ours. By far ours. You should. It's called Elysium. The 2013 movie. Reminds me of Going to Mars. Okay. I'll try to remember that for sure. We got that one up there. Alright, I think I got other questions above us. Believe me, I'm a Jedi. That's so funny. Well, thank you, Francis. Honestly, thank you. Yeah, and we are going back again. That's right. We've been there 6 times. 12 people walked on the moon. One person now is also on the moon in the form of ashes. And we are going back to the moon. What's this stream do here? Astronomy. Like right now we're looking at the moon live. This is the moon live from here near Kansas City, Missouri in the USA. Have you seen something weird on the moon? It had to be massive. Like I've never had, but it had to be massive. Had to be really, really big. Ashes, yeah. Shoemaker. Shoemaker was flown basically to the moon in the form of ashes. So, scientist Shoemaker. He rests on the moon. How much space junk is there up in the atmosphere, and does it get in the way of some of the photo shots? So this is kind of a tough one. Obviously there's a lot of satellites up there, a lot. It can, but it can also be processed out at the same time. When's the next moon mission to go around the moon? Should be next year, hopefully. We go around the moon. It'll be the furthest distance that mankind can go, and they'll basically orbit around the moon, come back. And then the landing mission, Artemis 3, I believe will be, I think it's scheduled for 2029, if I remember right. But I wouldn't put it past like 2030, 2031. The only reason that we go back to the moon is to go to Mars. It's the only reason. Yeah, you can definitely see the ISS telescope. I think so. I appreciate that, bud. Look at this picture. It's a huge structure, very visible. Look at that picture. Which picture? I'm missing something. What picture? Strange you can't see any though. Space junk that is. Oh, we do. You just need more brightness than what we have here. Like we don't have a lot of brightness come through. If you go out and look at the moon, you'll realize how bright it is. But then look at what we're doing. We have the brightness turned like way down. How do you avoid light pollution near such a large city? So I'm outside this city, of course. But even then, I still have to deal with some light pollution. We're in a dark sky site, though. This picture? You see something on this picture that... Where at exactly? Well, we can zoom in a little bit. Thunderbolt lock floating in space. Oh my goodness. The link is the picture. The link is the picture. What? Do you know anyone who works at NASA? Yeah, I got some really good friends that work for NASA. I do. Cleans up space junk would be worth trillions, yeah. Just even coming up with the idea would be worth a lot. You'd be surprised. Roger from Pensacola, Florida. How's it going? I recognize the name too. Welcome back. How are you doing? I gotta get a drink, yo. Yeah, I got you. There's nothing like walking out, looking up, and seeing all the stars. Absolutely. Hi, Saka. Can't sleep. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. Once got a blue like structure. Interesting. Nope, there went something. Bah! Where am I? Kansas City, Missouri. You don't remember me? You've been in here before. Mars rover, Opie. Did get stuck for a while. It did. It did. Watching from the Midwest. Us too, KK. Morning, Caesar. How you doing? Yeah, Starfield skies are awesome. Over Eats app, having ribs for what? Ribs? Oh my goodness. Dude, that sounds really good. Ribs from their Texas ribs. Oh man. Solving your problem for no reason. Yeah. You find a lot of peace when you look up. I think looking up's much better than looking down. Yo, what up, Mike? How's it going, brother? How you doing? Live there decades ago in Warrensburg. Okay, I got you. What's your favorite space movie? Do you have one? Probably Contact. Definitely, I would say Contact was pretty good, in my opinion. Can you zoom in? Top left. Top left. Top left of where we're viewing? Or like, what exactly mean? Why are there flat spots on the surface? The dark areas, this is going to be solidified lava. Bosnic lava, which actually solidified after the Great Bombardment period. So most of the impacts we see is from the Great Bombardment period. And then you had lava that solidified afterwards. And so they appear to be a little bit smoother. Joseph says it's hollow. And you forgot the apostrophe, by the way. And capital I and the period at the end. Top left of the moon, other side. So you want the north side of the moon. Why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say the north side of the moon? I honestly don't know, Jim. I honestly don't know. I've actually found them in every different politics and religion. It's nothing. There you go, a little better. Now make it make sense though. Now you got to put out there why you think it's hollow. Look at the Martian. I got you. There are mountains on the moon. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Now, Joseph, you have to describe why you think it's hollow. And then you got to put something behind it, why that makes you actually think that makes it hollow. Northwest of the moon. Okay, we're looking at the northwest of the moon now. We're over by the ocean. Ocean of storms, sea of showers, bay of rainbows. We're in that area right now. So this will be the northwest side of the moon. We can only see one side of the moon at all times. That is correct. We see the near side of the moon. What's the name of the impact? Dead center is going to be Copernicus. Copernicus crater, which is the scientist that came up with the model of heliocentric, the heliocentric model. Have you not seen the Y-Files? I don't think so. But go ahead and answer it, though. I mean, I know what you want to say. That you want to say that it rings like a bell. Now, I'm going to guess that you didn't actually research what that even means. Is entertainment not factual? Yeah, 100%. I was just gonna let him explain it. So, like, when you make a statement, at least make sure that that statement's accurate, in my opinion. During Apollo missions, when it hit the surface and rang like a bell. Not a probe. It was the lander, and it did make it ring like a bell. Now, what did that actually mean? Ring like a bell. Was there an asteroid that hit the moon? When? Asteroids, like, the moon gets hit all the time from, like, micro meteorites, like, constantly. Metal and hollow. Nope. Still don't say nothing. Have to switch my phone sideways to see it right? Probably. I'd imagine. Nope, we're no longer 100% full moon. We're probably down to about 96 at this point, 96% roughly. Ah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, it's a gorgeous view. Obviously, we can zoom in a lot more. We could throw in Barlows. We can zoom in like crazy. But until you get the Terminator line, which is right here coming around, until it really starts to come in, like there's not much to zoom in on. Honestly, not much you can zoom in on. So just enjoying the Terminator line right after the full moon sometimes is just gorgeous of its own. Currently 3:46 a.m. 3:46 a.m. There's no real answer to that, DA. There's no true answer to best telescope. Like, I could say binoculars. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a sea of rainbows over there. Yeah. White sides facing Earth have impact areas, but the dark side don't. So the dark side is solidified lava. These are impact areas. They just got filled up with a lava flow, and it's solidified. But most of the impacts come back from the Great Bombardment period, which is when we see most of the impacts, of course. And so the lava solidified after the Great Bombardment period. You still see some impacts in them, just not as much as you see around the rest of the moon. Yesterday was a supermoon. That is correct. 4:47 Eastern Time. Nice. Correct that in the early formation of the Earth time, the moon collided with our planet. Not the moon itself, but Theia. Theia. Where's the light from the moon? The sun? What do you mean? The sun. 2:47 Mountain Time. Nice. How big is one of those craters? Ooh. So you see that dark mass? Let's go to the dark mass. 350 miles radius over here. Let me go to it real quick. The Sea of Crisis. That's going to be roughly about 350 miles in diameter. The Sea of Crisis itself. That little area right here. Puts it kind of in perspective. That's about 350 miles in radius. When it gets hit all the time and we don't. Well, it don't. I mean, it gets hit by like micro meteoroids, but it don't get hit by large objects all the time. It only gets hit by large objects roughly about once every 10,000 years. But we get hit all the time too. They burn up in our atmosphere. That's why we get shooting stars. There's no longer volcanic activities. We don't see that at all. No, we had rain yesterday. It was all bad. It was all rainy here in the Kansas City area. Hopefully got everything else up there. Is that about the size, like the width? Yeah. That one to the left, the Sea of Tranquility, is really close to about the size of Texas. So if I pulled over, like this is basically looking at Texas right here. That's the Sea of Tranquility where the Apollo 11 landed. This area right here. It's about the size of Texas. I did not get to see the supermoon. We had rain. We had rain Monday night. It was all rainy. Literally looked like I saw a ripple on the moon, like we're looking at it through water. Yeah, we got an atmosphere. We literally have an atmosphere, so it's what you see. Atmospheric turbulence. See the blood moon from a month ago? I did not. Not here in the United States. We don't see it. Our next blood moon will be March 13th. Is that right? March 13th next year? Oh, you're welcome, Matt. Yeah, absolutely. You think it's a realistic idea to live eventually on one of these planets? Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a requirement. If you want mankind to continue on, then it will be a requirement to try to get further away from our sun. All right, Matt. Sounds good, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Like an Aiden and Ross video. Oh, dang, man. Well, I appreciate it, honestly. I guess that's awesome that you get to do. Ever argue with the flat earther? And honestly, no. I like to ask a question just so they can try to experience science themselves, right? Be able to do some kind of observation that's pretty simple to do. I think one thing you can do is break down the things that you say. If you can break that down, or yeah, let's say like you think there's a sun above you doing a 360 around. If you can break that down easily with simple observation, then I think at that point you can start to realize that maybe you were fed a bunch of weird stuff. Pretty great as a crater. looking at right now? How the crater you're looking at right now? 50 degrees. The crater you're looking at right now. I'm not sure what you mean there. What will happen with the moon? What do you mean what will happen with the moon? Have you ever seen anything move across the surface? No, it'd have to be really big to be able to see it from here on Earth. Yeah, hard to convince a smart man, but impossible to convince stupidity. Yeah, dude, I agree. Nothing you can say. Yeah, absolutely. There's not much you can say. Like I have a few times had conversations, and if you can end the conversation still on a good term, then obviously that's good, right? And that's one of the biggest problems with flat earthers is that they think that you're attacking them. And I'm talking about true flat earthers. I'm not talking about the people that just want to be resistant to whatever it shall be, right? Science, government, whatever they're resisting. But if you find a true one, then I think at the end of the day, like, you can have reasonable conversations. No, there's no base on the moon. The crater on the right, look at the top right. The crater aimed at 50 degrees, roughly 50 degrees. Which impact crater are you talking about here? 50 degrees. I'm not seeing much over there. I'm not sure what you want to see over here. See if I can pull it back over there. This one? I mean, I know I'm past 50 degrees. We're probably closer to about 80, 75, 80 degrees, but still. Have the elements that are more technology? We have all the elements. What more technology can there be? What exactly do you mean? There can always be more technology. Like, you got a smartphone built from a rock. Sounds exactly like something someone with a base on the moon would say, I guess, if you want to say it that way. We have not observed any kind of structure on the moon, if that makes anything. Why would we leave Earth for good? Get further away from the sun. Not the moon, the sun. Get further away from the sun. Much to the left. Looks like letters. Oh, yeah. There's all kinds of things you can see on the moon that you can make out and say, oh, it looks like this, but it don't change the fact of anything. Just impacts. Let me see if I think you're looking at one, probably. I gotta zoom out a bit. Can I make them out? Oh yeah, right here. I think you're talking about right here. These impact craters. They almost look like numbers, like when you're far enough back, then they start to look like there's numbers or something. Apollo 11, right over here. And Sea of Tranquility. Let me zoom over a little bit. Roughly about right here in the center of the screen. The Apollo 11 landing site. Surveying lunar waves tonight. No. Oh, I just seen it back go through. Anyone observed any lunar waves? No. What time did I start streaming? About 6.5 hours ago. We don't get into politics here, man. Let's not even go down that road. Politics, religion, stuff like that, it's not necessary. How plausible was 0 to 100 is a theory that USA has crashed UFO in the secret area? 51, a research site? I guess you gotta define, what do you consider to be a UFO? Know what I mean? Now you gotta define what you clarify to be a UFO. You talking about aliens? Highly doubt aliens ever been here. Alien craft, yeah. Highly doubt it. Just on a biology standpoint, highly doubt it. Flat Earth comes with some religion, but it also comes with politics. It comes with anything. It's not specific to religion, though. Anyways, get off the whole politics stuff, y'all. We're not gonna sit here and attack politics or religion or anything. That's one thing I'm not gonna stand for at all. Lower and upper ends of the moon are turning reddish. No, we don't really see it turning reddish. We find some rust on the moon, but it's not like the moon's turning reddish. Can you see the moon landing sites? We can see the landing sites, and we don't see the objects there, though. Not from my equipment. No, we don't know that every planet has even a solid core at all. In fact, Jupiter is the best evidence we have now. Jupiter has a fuzzy core, a little different. Temperature on the moon and the is 5x the North Pole. Wait, no, the temperature of the moon is 5 times the North Pole. What? There's so many different temperatures when we talk about the moon. I'm not trying. Are you trying to say like the average temperature, or what? I'm not too sure what you're trying to reference there. Like you threw something out, but it ain't sticking. Why do we have the technology to get men on the moon? And we did all those years ago. Seriously, the moon and KW, but why do we not have the we can get to the moon? We flew a mission to the moon. India's flown a mission to the moon. Japan's flew a mission to the moon. Russia's flown missions to the moon. I'm not sure what you mean there. We have flown to the moon several times. We've actually been back there 5 more times. What's for us? Is it from iron core being exposed to the ice water? That's a good question. We don't truly know exactly how it happens. But the thinking is that during the impact, so we find it near the rim of the impact craters. But the thinking is that when solar wind blows through, it can capture some of our oxygen and blow it that way. No, History Channel is not facts. Like, History Channel has definitely changed a lot. It got pretty wild. How about the other side of the moon? What about the other side of the moon? Oh man, the conversation's way out there right now. And the internet is to have planets have iron core. Okay. That shows intent, and the intent is to have planets that... I must have missed something up there. What's the moon made of? About 96% the same isotopics that we find here on Earth. Oh, I'm sure YouTube did, yeah. Yeah, but they all do have metal cores. Maybe. It's possible. Asking about the other side of the moon is way out there? No, not at all. Not at all. You can definitely ask about the other side of the moon. What's a fuzzy core? Look up fuzzy core on Jupiter. It gets more into weird explanations. We thought it would have an iron core, maybe a molten core, but it's neither. It's kind of like, it's almost like both put into each other. It's super wild. What makes solar winds the sun? Just Google National Geographic versus History Channel. History Channel is containing conspiracy theory. It is. It really is. Honestly, like, they have ancient aliens on there. Obviously, it's conspiracy. I know if you threw an orange off the moon, the orange would... It'd just come back to the moon. Last time we had a man on the moon, 72. Barely understand the Earth core. I mean, we still understand it, though. Must be millions of meters all over the surface of the moon. Yeah, absolutely. Living on a spinning planet, and we call it a hot, extreme hot core. That's crazy in itself. How's that crazy? As the 2 moons on Mars do the same thing this one on Earth does? No, they don't. Phobos and Deimos are a little bit different in their own way. Phobos is erratic in a huge sense. It's on its way inwards towards Mars, and eventually will get crushed and turn into a ring around Mars. That was like a super compressed metal. No, now we're up to, and this is actually studied. The way you study these is you use the magnetic field and then try to determine off the magnetic field. So it's not 100% accurate yet, but you can start to model. Yeah, you basically model out and get to it. But now we honestly think that it's like a fuzzy core, which is a pretty wild term. But you have to look up fuzzy core on Jupiter. You get the same assumptions to other theories that rival the common ones. What's that, John? Must have been something. We assume a lot to prove our theories. No, we have to be able to model. When it comes to theories, you still have to be able to model stuff. So, like scientific theory, there's no scientific theory of a core on Jupiter. It's just the best evidence we have so far. And then you can start to put that into models, and then you can work on a scientific theory. There's still very much a hypothesis. Oh yeah, absolutely, Dustin. Absolutely. They can definitely change the way you think. It's never a bad thing. Are you moving your scope? No, it's tracking. The telescope actually tracks objects through the sky for us. In real time, Sunday evening, 7:20. No way. That's super awesome. That's really cool. What's a wobble? One, it's me shaking because of how cold it is. 2, the telescope itself has to keep tracking, so it's going to have a little bit of wobble. Like if I just stomp, for example, like that. I'm shaking. It is cold. It's 45 degrees. Speed things up, quantum computing, better option. Nah, I doubt it. AI can only do things that it knows off the internet, and so you'll never ever, like, for example, you can't find a new scientific hypothesis or theory off of AI because it can only do what it only knows from the internet. Like, will AI ever take the lead? Probably not. Pull out the Mars con. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Telescope changed a lot since, say, in the 1970s. Not really. There's a few new types, but even then, like Smith-Cassegrain, what we're using now is from back in that period. I can observe my own telescope at night in Denmark with no clouds, and then tune in here in the morning and look at your view. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you here too, and that's super awesome. I love it. We've not been back since. Yeah, we have. Oh yeah. You're right. We haven't been back as far as mankind. We didn't lose the technology. That's a kind of a misinterpretation of what was being said. The technology still exists. It's still inside of museums that you can go view. The only thing is we changed up what we do. We started into the space shuttle program to basically work with the ISS. 69 degrees on my gauge. Oh, no way. It's cold tonight at your house. Yeah, it's really cold. It's 45 degrees. I'm honestly getting a little chilly. Kind of shivering a little bit. Except Pluto was the 9th and last planet, and then said it's not a planet anymore. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, there had to be a definition of what a planet was. And I kind of agree. Like, you need to be able to define what a planet is, which is what ended up kicking Pluto out of the planetary system and made it a dwarf planet. How cold is 45 in Celsius? Ooh, I'll look it up real quick. It's cold, I can tell you that. 45 would be 7 degrees, roughly 7 degrees in Celsius. Be frozen that temp? Yeah. Pluto shrinking? No, it ain't shrinking. No, it's just, the problem with Pluto is it was a moon of Neptune and something happened. Something kicked it away from Neptune, and so it had its own orbit around the sun. So if we look at it, it has the same orbital plane, of course, because of being a moon. And if they ever meet, Neptune would win. Pluto would be gone. So the definition of a planet became, it has to be an object that is round, it has enough mass, and it became round because of its mass. And it was able to orbit the star system, and it has to be able to clear its neighborhood path, which is a great definition at the end of the day. But if Neptune and Pluto ever met, then Pluto would be done. It just wouldn't be there anymore. This is the 8SE, and it's roughly about $1,600 new. Yeah, we got pretty good scene conditions tonight. It's actually really gorgeous. I can see we're out of focus some. It's trying to jump out of focus, but we got really good scene conditions. Let's see if I can focus a little bit more. See if we go the right way. For the most part, we have really good scene conditions. This is our moon. Yep, this beautiful moon. The criteria has revised because there were too many. Yeah, absolutely. Does more than we do. That's sad. They'd be lying. What's that? Save? The Hubble? I'm not sure what you mean by that statement, though. Like, who's they? Who do you reference as they, though? Why is a dark bit that looks like a melted M&M? The darker areas, that's solidified lava. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. Think the planet we can't see? Serious question. Do you think there's a planet that we can't see? It's possible. Highly unlikely, but still possible. Not the ancient civilization were said to have used a gold-like helmet, basically a hat, that could intercept when they did studies on it. That's how it was designed to be. Dude, I don't know anything about all that, dude. I don't know anything about all that. But who do you consider they, though? I think that's the biggest question that I would ask is, who do you consider they? Who's they? How long ago did the big bombardment? Somewhere probably around like 3.6, 3.7 billion years ago, roughly. Received signals from putting. Yeah, I mean, you're stating something that I have no reference to. I don't know anything about all that. I don't know anything about it. How long do you live stream for? Usually it depends. Just depends on the night, how the night goes, how clear it stays and such. What time do you start your stream? Last night I started about 9:30 Central Time, so I've been on for about 6 hours and 34 minutes. Or before that Pluto was a moon and Neptune, yep. It is. That's why its orbital planes are really, really nearby as well. And so, like, if they ever meet up, which they probably never will, like, no model of running time ever makes it where those two meet up, just because of how slow they are. But we can't find a time that they would ever meet up. But if they did meet up, then Neptune would win, and they cross each other's plane. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, Reese. Honestly, I don't know anything about that. A nation that used made of gold, like a cone head stuff. Been on to something, I think. I just don't know anything about that, dude. That sounds like a pretty wild scenario, obviously. I just don't know anything about it. Third time in human history where the moon did not exist in the sky, not in human history, no. The Atlas here to save us to go through our solar system and be slungshot outwards? How does that help us? Maybe I'm confused on that one, Brett. 3i is just a comet, and it's leaving our solar system. It's on its way outwards now at this point. Hi, Brian. You're welcome. Absolutely. Dark patches, solidified lava, bosonic lava, ancient solidified lava, though, that we see on the moon. Bully planets, yeah, absolutely. Hi, Mooncat. How's it going? Good morning to you. How's your day? Gotta go for lunch? I have some great lunch. Have an amazing day of lunch. It's a weird connection, to be honest, but I think it's odd. Ancient civilization used that weird hat, and scientists said it had like a magnetic wave. It could intercept from space in the Hubble. Uses gold too. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like trying to put two and two together to try to make something stick. You know what I mean? Like throwing spaghetti at the wall to make something stick just because one element's used on one and it's also used on the other. It makes it that way. I think that's a little far stretched, though. Can you see any of the Apollo landing sites? We can see the location, not like things that are in those landing sites, so that'd be way too small for my equipment. The moon does control the oceans, that is true. Look into it. I'll definitely check it out, man. But I mean, again, this seems far stretched just because a hat was made out of gold and then they put gold on Hubble, which is an element. Like, I think it's kind of far stretched to try to put together, though. Correct anything that we see were created by the Big Bang. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, this kind of comes to the context that if you reverse time, we know the universe is expanding. In fact, it is expanding faster today than it was yesterday, right? And we can observe that. That's something that can be observed and tested. And if you were to reverse time, things come back all to a period that if you reverse time completely, things come to like a central point, and that's what Big Bang itself represents. But his cool. Then step foot on the moon first. Yep. Absolutely. That'll teach Neil. Or that'll teach Neil, right? And there are tons of old lava tubes. There are. Yeah, there's a lot of lava tubes on the moon itself. That is true. Pluto is a twin planet of Neptune. They are only 3 year travel apart. That'd be a moon, not a planet. That's too small. Too small to be a planet itself. If it was even near Neptune, it's relatively small. It's very odd. It shows something about gold is still and was used to receive. You know, gold's pretty common element that you find in the whole universe itself. I mean, I get it, but it's going down a rabbit hole where it's kind of like trying to make something stick. You know what I mean? There's just nothing there to say, well, this is exactly what happens and so on. It's kind of just, I don't know. Makes a vow to honor it. That's funny. Where's Saturn? It's already behind trees for me. Can't see Saturn anymore tonight. Have you ever done the moon laser mirror? Not me personally. I haven't personally done it. Yeah, absolutely. You can measure space suspension. Yep. Yeah, definitely more gold on Earth than we find on the moon. That's true. Just gathered from soil. Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what I was picturing. Like if you had a gold hat Like, did it look like a tinfoil person? Which at the end of the day, like that's pretty crazy too, right? That's kind of what I envisioned when I thought like a gold hat is like a tinfoil hat idea. And so like it seems so interconnected in that. Missouri, yeah, Kansas City, Missouri. You don't agree, and that doesn't. What's that, Darren? Must have missed something there. It tests the gold hat. I think it's odd that they are still using all these gold plate panels in the Hubble telescope day. Yeah, but we really don't use the Hubble that much today. It's still being used, but it's not like it's like, I guess what would be the point of it though? It's orbiting around so fast. Like, if why would you need the Hubble to do it? You know what I mean? Like, why would you use a Hubble rather than just send up another object up there just made for exactly what you want to do what you want to do? You can keep that more top secret type stuff. With the Hubble, it don't make any sense because you're gonna make photos and people are gonna know, oh man, this thing's out there. I just don't add up to me at all. Nope, not too late. Sirius will be coming up here soon though. Gold hat stuff. I love your info. See you guys. I appreciate it. In fact, my wife is like your info. And she'll telescope see the Girl Scouts every year. Oh, that's crazy awesome. Thanks, Darren. That's really awesome. That is super awesome. One for military inspired Earth, one for spare parts. Yeah. Do you fear solar flares or an asteroid being a real dinner? Asteroid probably would be the one I would fear more than a solar flare. Solar flares don't really do much to us. What can happen from a solar flare is a little different story, but the solar flare itself is not something I'd worry about. It'd be the asteroid. Were you looking at Saturn earlier? We were, yeah. We had Saturn for a little bit earlier. Said about, didn't they just find the largest reservoir of gold in outer space recently? Drillers are going to be mad. I think I've achieved it somehow. we know gold's very common in the universe. Gold is actually relatively common. Same for diamonds. Diamonds are relatively common in the universe. I don't know about saying reservoirs of gold. I think that's kind of a... I wouldn't say that being the case. Lemon's a comet. Lemon's a comet, not an asteroid, a comet. Long wait in line, time to show, or to use Hubble. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Same for any, though. There's a long way if you want to use James Webb or Hubble or any of the other objects. What's the first planet that you can see with that telescope? All of them. We can see all of our planets. Better than usual? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Brand says space is fake, Earth is flat. Okay. You said two different things, hoping one would stick. And this is what happens when you go down those roads, by the way. When you start talking like that, you can't even have a real conversation. You just either become a troll or... it's hard to say. Yeah, it's constantly expanding. So based on the theory of the Big Bang, could the universe reverse and explode? Maybe. We don't know. Like, you can model stuff, but there's no way to put a scientific theory to what would happen. You can have the big freeze. You can have the collapse. There's just too much you can go with. And the truth is, there's no way to test it unless it happens. And if it happens, it wouldn't matter, right? The scientific theory at that point would just be completely pointless. Yeah, this isn't a Jim Carrey movie, right? Which is pretty funny. I actually just watched, oh, what the heck is it? The one where he lives in that dome or whatever. Hi, Peggy from Nashville. Hey, welcome in. Glad to have you. Definitely glad to have you. Observe light existence, but once it enters our eyes and collide with the cones of the retina, the photons and the electrons become one with the human body. Everybody knows that space is flat and Earth is big. Yeah, okay, cool. Can we see another planet? Can you show us one? Here in a bit we might go look at another target, but really tonight was about focusing on the moon. It's a lot easier. Yeah, Truman Show, that was it. It's a lot easier for me to focus on one object, because if we're jumping around between objects and I completely lose focus on the chat, can't respond to conversation tonight, it's just currently easier for me to focus on the moon currently. All speculation, what was that? What's that, Leash? Is there anything expected to come near Earth anytime soon? Not as far as I know. There's always things near Earth. But I'm not sure if you mean like expected to hit Earth? He also reads tarot cards. Who does? What? Who reads tarot cards? I'm so confused now. Can we see Earth through a telescope? You can see objects on Earth, I guess. You can look at trees and mountains and stuff like that. After it came within 300 miles of Earth. Yeah, absolutely. Could appear Telestar 7x50mm binocs. Oh, dude, that's awesome. That's really awesome, Selena. That's really awesome. All speculation, space shown. What? I'm so confused right now. Universe expansion is accelerating. Wouldn't the big freeze sound like the most probable end? I mean, you would think, but at the same time too, if you consider it like a, let's say you consider it like a rubber band, right? And you're stretching and stretching and stretching, and then you run out of energy, then it could release, right? And then you have that collapse of its own. The Big Bang? What about the Big Bang? We experience the Big Bang. We can actually observe it and test it. We know the Big Bang's there. I think the problem is a lot of people try to define Big Bang more than what it actually is. So, Big Bang just means reverse time. We see it contracting. See the meteor that's coming near Earth. Which meteor? Kind of Russian competing on who has more satellites going around space is getting out of hand. Like clogging up. And dude, honestly, Elon Musk Starlink is getting kind of wild. I like Starlink. I think it's a great opportunity for where we are in technology advancements, but when you talk about like actual satellites, Starlinks do tend to mess up our photos more than anything else. But he's done a great job like correctly painting them so they're not that reflective. They're very small, so it helps a lot though, for sure. When does Haley Comet come back? Somewhere like 2063 or something like that. Beyond. The problem is that it's beyond the terminal distance of which we have been, or seen and studied, yeah. Really? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Can you see the USA flag on the moon? Not with my equipment. Will we see any cross over the moon? Any what? If something were to go near the moon, and for us to see it, it'd have to be like 20 miles wide, at least. On like a really good night, 20 miles wide, it'd have to be something big. Is it true the moon is a map of Earth? No, not at all. Found bodies of water in outer space, bro. Titanians grow up. Earth is the only planet with water. I knew that wasn't true. No way. No, we see water out. Like we know comets are out there. Comets have a lot of ice water. We know Saturn has mostly ice water around its rings. We know there's ice water on the moon. So I'm not too sure who said that. Water's out there for sure. Water is abundant. Oh, Starlink satellites, when they come through, sometimes you can. It's easier like in the morning hours to see Starlink than it is like right now. So probably around 5:30 or so, it's a lot easier to see satellites in the sky because then they start to leave Earth's shadow and get illuminated by the sun. I used to live in downtown Phoenix from my balcony at night. You could tell, oh yeah, see the Starlink satellites yet. Say 3i Atlas and alien ship. I didn't see that. Like I personally didn't see him say that. First time I saw Starlink, that's someone appearance was occurring. That's so funny. That's super funny. Over 100 Starlink satellites. Yeah, there's like 9,000 of them at this point. There's a lot of them. Because of moon rusting, we observe some rust on the moon. Very little, though. We observe some rust on the moon. Good time to get hydrated. Thanks for all the fish. At what point could we use the moon's gravity? We already kind of do in a sense. It's not effective like Earth's gravity, but we'll use it like going to Mars. When we lift off from Mars, lift is a lot easier when it comes to the moon. That's why building a base on the moon to get to Mars makes a lot of sense. Don't take as much fuel to lift outwards. So you use the gravity of the moon, come towards Earth, grab it, and then slingshot outwards. A lot easier on lift, a lot easier to travel. He wants 30,000. Oh, yeah, he wants a lot up there. Some of the old Starlink satellites were really bright. Now they're not so bad though. Now they don't catch so like you don't see as often now. People say, "Oh, I've seen all these bright dots coming through the Starlink satellite range." You don't see that as much as we did in the past. Why doesn't it disintegrate? Why would it disintegrate? I mean, the next question I'd ask you is why would it disintegrate? Can you see the ISS? Sometimes you can. Sometimes I'm okay, just not knowing. Yeah, I get that. Elon Musk has too much money and time in his hands putting things in people's brain. That's too much for you. I don't know, man. I think I think that's going to be subjective to the person, because I'm sure there's people that get the brain surgery and say, man, I can't believe I got that. I'm lucky to have that, right? So I think it's subjective, too subjective for sure. What you about to say the same thing as was going inside. So first of all, yeah, the Starlink chains. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Tori, how are you? It's clear here in rain. Oh, no way. You got the rain. Got a few good pictures of the supermoon yesterday? No way. We had all rain yesterday. Is there any visible comments or anything like that? Yeah, there is actually right now. It's the A6 Lemon is up above the horizon force. I don't think it's going to be high enough yet, though. Let me look. Let me see how high it is. I don't think it's high enough to get to currently, but A6 is coming up. Yeah, it's coming up. It's just not where I can get to it because of the trees blocking us. St. New York on the East Coast looks like Christmas tree from space. Yeah, artificial light is not a good thing. Dude, I agree. We need some periods where it's just dark out and we can actually enjoy the night sky for sure. Right online that the US getting total control. That's fair in 2013. No. Do you think we'll make a ship that could be like a bus, go back and forth from planets? So space travel is hard. Space travel is super hard to do. We lose muscle mass, we lose bone marrow. It's not an easy thing to do. So having a bus going back and forth, one, is expensive, and two, it's hard on the body. We only see this part of the universe that is observable because of the, the simple element available in the domain. Cannot see the part of the universe that is not detected by elements available. I mean, in a sense, like, we can use different methods to look further out, right? So like James Webb uses gravitational, or the gravity of stars and stuff to look further out. If that's kind of what you're talking about. Maybe I'm kind of confused on what you meant. Didn't notice it until I went to the country. They don't have many lights and an amazing view. Yeah, it is. Honestly, it is. It honestly is. Space shuttle was basically a bus. Yeah, I mean, a small bus, so. It just, yeah, obviously it's not like that you would want to take people back and forth between planets, because if you go to Mars, it's going to be like a 6-month travel. 6 months away from the planet, you're not coming back to Earth. It's going to be a rough travel. And then you're going to be sitting there near Mars. You're not going to land on Mars. You're going to be orbiting Mars for a while. It'll take you time. It's not the easiest thing to do. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of places in the ocean we can't get to. It's the same as space, though. There's a lot of places in space we can't get to, obviously. We've only been to the moon. Astronauts can barely walk when they get back, or picked up. Yeah. I mean, and rightfully so, right? Like, how many times have you ever even been on like a roller coaster or something and get off and your legs are like, whoa! Imagine that, but more extreme, obviously. Meant the dark part of the universe. Oh, okay. I got you. Beyond the cosmic background radiation. I got you. Where you can't even open a window sounds like a nightmare. Yeah. I could understand that. Whose major space is endless? Space or the universe? Which one are you trying to speak of? I guess you have to define what space is to you. To detect characters other than the M spectrum, we need exotic elements. Okay. Depths of the ocean, dark. Outer space, dark. Yeah, everything's dark. Absolutely true. At least we can map the ocean a lot better than we can map the universe, in a huge sense. We can definitely map the ocean a lot better. So we mapped, what is it, 86% or so of the ocean, which is much better than what we've done with space. The G's. All right, make sure I got all the other questions up here. I think I did. I think I got most of it up there. Makes you feel like it. Did I get that? I definitely get it. Next 30 years, if you don't blow ourselves up, some hover, some ridiculous war. Yeah. We'll land on Mars and maybe have a base on the moon. This is very possible. I think that's very, very possible. I think sometime like an opinion, obviously. That's just an opinion, but I think sometime in the 2030s, we're going to see some kind of structure itself on the moon that we'll be attempting to use to get to Mars. When we get to Mars, I couldn't even tell you, though. Wait, you don't think people realize that there are mountains? Oh, realize, okay. I got what you meant, realize. Yeah, there's mountains on the moon, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of mountains on the moon. Yeah, there's a lot of mountains on the moon. The mountains on the moon are actually really gorgeous to view. It depends on the face, though. Records on the moon already, quick, obviously human-made, with river and such. I don't know what you mean by rivers. Made with rivers. So there's no area that looks like water flowed on the moon, if that's what you mean. We see that like on Mars. But as far as like stuff on the moon, we know that a lot of our stuff gets there. We've seen a rocket booster even hit it. Oh, rivets. Okay. Rivets and such. But someone. So we've seen like the rocket booster that hit the moon, and like basically it created its whole new impact, right? That was observed, and that ended up being China's booster, one of their boosters. Where there are large dark areas, that's solidified lava, ancient solidified lava. I mean, like crafts that have crashed with human mabels. Yeah. Yeah, like the China one. The China one actually impacted, and they thought an asteroid hit it, but it ended up being a booster from one of the China's rockets. Expansion observed, and we're entropy is for the space contrast. Yeah. Hi, Mark. How you doing, man? Good morning. Do you really think that celebrities went to space for this time? They did. I mean, in the definition of what space is, let's actually take that back. Outer space, right? So you're in space. I think that a lot of people kind of forget this. Is you and I are in space. We are in space. So outer space, what is it, 63 miles above Earth? If you can get to that point, then you're considered to be out of space at that point. Hope they got everything there. Ooh, and it is cold. It is stinking cold. 10 USSR have the most resources. Oh, did you guys see that go by? Crazy bat. Oh, there goes another one. So many bats tonight. Bro, USA, China, and USSR have the most resources to find out and have been trying to take a lot of money. Resources. Of what, though? I'm not too sure what you mean there. No, not a UFO. It's a bat. Time dilation is the reason gravity exists. Well, time dilation only happens because of gravity. So it's not the reason gravity exists. Gravity itself dilates time. So for example, if you're standing on Earth, your time's going to be different than you go to the top of a, let's say like the, one of the large towers we have here on Earth. Your time's going to be a little different. It was a total stunt. It was bullcrap. And they made stock of it all? Of what? I must have missed something there. Do you think Artemis 2 will be on schedule? It probably. I think we'll be pretty close to it. I don't even know what she meant there. What was even the conversation about there? Didn't like saying because I flew in an airplane on my pocket. You said no, they did not. That'd be like saying because I flew in an airplane in my pocket. I got no clue where that went. The celebrities. Oh, I mean, they in the definition they went to outer space. It's not like they went to the moon or anything wild. They just made it to the point of what outer space is considered to be. China, I don't think they all. Yeah, that's a whole different thing though. Completely different. Of the idea of the size of time and all time is not linear. Depends on your viewpoint. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Artemis is already behind schedule. Yeah, I agree. But I think we'll get there next year. I think the liftoff will go. Not like they don't have the technology. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but if the airplane goes high enough, then you'd be considered to be outside of the lower orbit, obviously. Don't think my body could handle all that G-force. Oh, I agree. Dude, I wouldn't want to be honest. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they got to the point of what is considered to be or classified to be out of lower orbit or lower orbit, and so that's the only thing it is. It's not, to me, it's not special by no means. But at the end of the day, they did what the definition said. I don't see anything special with it because we had people do that a long time ago. It's not the first time someone's ever done it. Oh, Mr. Random, how can I see the full moon, please? Oh, I can't. the most I can see of the moon. So if I zoom all the way out, unless we throw on a different telescope right now, I'll zoom all the way out. You can see what my sensor sees through the telescope. So the most I can actually zoom out is this. So here's how big the sensor is on my camera that's in the telescope. Now I'll move it over a little bit. I can't get the whole moon to show up in this telescope. We'd have to put on a different telescope to capture it. You can see it kind of gets cut off a little bit. A little bit. Does the moon have a regular pattern across the sky, or does it seem to come and go every time? So it can be off the ecliptic just a bit, but its orbit is near perfect, if that's kind of what you mean. The bright white spots, younger impact craters. Those are just regions of younger impact craters on the moon. Here, let me kind of adjust the gamma here too. See if we can bring it down a little bit, and you can make out a little bit more definition of the moon. There you go. Does that work for you, Mr. Random? Is that kind of what you're wanting? I believe I got provided. Oh no, dude, that no second. Where did the materials and particles which created the Big Bang come from then? We don't know. Like, there's no way to say. At the end of the day, like, don't try to answer that. You can't answer that. We can only see what we see, right? You can only, when it comes to science, you observe and you can test. And what we can observe and test is that the universe is expanding. So if you reverse time, it comes back to one area, right? And that's all Big Bang actually is. There's no way to say, where did the Big Bang come from? Nothing like that. That's what science is. Science is that separation of opinions or beliefs compared to just the things that you can observe. If that kind of makes sense to you. Yeah, absolutely. That makes an opinion. But see, what you're using right now is not science, right? So, and I have no problem at all with religion, politics stuff. I think people need to have their own beliefs. I have my own beliefs. And when we get in these conversations, it doesn't have anything to do with beliefs, but it just comes back to what do we observe, right? And so if we reverse time, things come back to one point. That's all the Big Bang actually goes into it. Don't try to say, how did the Big Bang happen? Who created the Big Bang? Because then it wouldn't be science anymore. Then it would just be opinions, and that would make it completely false of the scientific method. How do you reverse time? Well, time's going forward. All you do is you reverse it. If you see, like, for example, if you're filling up a bathtub of water, but if you said, okay, now I'm going to turn off the water and then I'm going to reverse it, right? You're going to pull all that water out, then you can see that the tub was empty if you were to pull all the water out. I mean, it's just your reverse time. Yeah, we don't observe it. I guess this became a brain dead conversation. If you were to reverse the time, we see it expanding moving forward. So if you moved backwards and it wouldn't expand, it would retract. I think that's kind of easy to understand anyways. Maybe not for some people. How are you saying are based on the observation? Because we can observe that time moves forward, and we can observe that it's expanding. So if you were to go in reverse, it has to go backwards and it has to retract. Here's screen shaper. That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Yeah, you kind of I don't know how you have a doctor in front of your PhD, by the way. Honestly, don't know how you have a PhD. You believe in the heliocentric? Oh wait, you believe in flat Earth? So this, I guess you're kind of making your point. Where did you get your PhD and what is it for? Medical doctor. And you believe in flat Earth. Please never do any kind of performance on any kids if you don't believe in science, and yet you do believe in science. That's wild. That's super wild. Don't believe in science, but believe in science. Got it. Default iPhones. Yeah, gotcha. Wow, that's crazy right there. Yeah, absolutely. Let me help it out. You think I'm a real doctor? That's all I'm not. It's because you're using a title. For example, should we call you first class sergeant? So think about this one. Should we call you first class sergeant? Should we call you army person if you use first class sergeant? Yeah, but you have PhD at the end of your name. That's like stolen valor. It's kind of nasty as well. Here you go. Let me help you out the door. There you go. Wow, anyways. My goodness. Holy crap. Yeah, what goes up must come down. But that's a whole different thing. That's talking about force. Yeah, we're a doctor. Can you imagine, like, this would be the kind of person that would go into, like, the airport with the military stuff on? Holy crap. Wow, it came out pretty quick. I got it now. Wow. Wow. Anyways, beyond that, holy moly. Anyways, I just became a little bit more brain dead by reading some of that. Tomorrow when I speak to say higher ups, she'll be clean and direct about efficiency and education or understanding them. Graduate administration, oh my goodness. Come on the belly button. The impact Tycho. Yeah, we can go to Tycho. Anyways, I should make this. Yo, Miklos, thank you so much for joining, man. Thank you so much for joining as a member. Make sure you jump in my Discord as well. Get into the members only Discord. Make sure you jump in there. But holy moly. There's some people don't even deserve to have internet at all that shouldn't be able to communicate with people, and that's one of them. Thanks, Jersey. Appreciate it. Yeah, let me zoom in digitally first, then we'll move the telescope a little bit here. See if I can move the telescope right. All right, so here's Tycho. Beautiful Tycho impact crater. All right. Entertaining him was useless. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Parts you have no space, there's some element that can affect the space-time quantum. Maybe. I mean, you have, like, if you want to write a hypothesis for it, right? Then, so put down on the hypothesis what you observe, how we can test it, and then go through it. Then, I mean, good idea. You can definitely try it. You just got to write the hypothesis, though. What's that one that looks like a belly button? Tycho. This is Tycho. Tycho impact crater. Let me bring out some of the brightness so you can see a little better. It's a bit bright. Hopefully you can see a little better now. Beautiful Tycho. This one, no, not this one. Which one then? Oh, were you talking about Copernicus? Maybe Copernicus? Was it further up in that dark mess? Like over here? How do the brightness and darkness use contrast to? So the bright areas is your normal material you find on the moon, where, and of course I guess it's all normal, but it's the more common rock elements, where the dark areas, this is solidified lava. No worries, just vibes. Thank you so much. Dude, jump in Discord with us. Make sure if you are a member, jump in Discord with us. We're going to be doing a member-only live stream Thursday night, by the way. We're going to be using some new equipment that's coming in. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Why no craters? There are. It's just hard to make out impact craters here because you don't have the depth, right? We don't see the actual depth because there's no shadow effect. The sun's illuminating this area. It's really hard to make out impact craters. So lighter impacts are more recent. Yeah, the brighter the areas, or the bright impacts, are the more recent impact craters that we see on the moon. I mean, you can even see some of the lines that come out. That's called ejecta, the debris that's blown out during impact. Good night, Leash. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, thank you. Honestly, thank you. I believe every other body in the universe is sphere. Yeah, besides Earth. Yeah, absolutely. Go down. Go down where? Let's see if I can hit the right buttons. Down this way? What's the crater at the bottom of the screen? This one here, down there, chat. These ones? Looks like roads. I mean, they do. It's just called ejected, though. It's debris that's blown out during impacts. Copernicus is older than Tycho. Tycho's a younger impact crater than Copernicus. The one with the dot in the center, that's called a central peak. Those objects that you see in the center, that's called central peak. Brighter than the rest. So what happens with the moon itself is a lot of radiation comes through with the sun. With the solar winds, you got a lot of radiation. And the radiation dims objects down. So when you have these huge impacts and it blows out debris, sorry, it's material being tossed out and basically uncovered from the crust that hasn't had that amount of radiation. So they're really, really bright. Is this live now? It is, yeah. There. Let me shake a little. You can see the moon moving. Love how they look. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're stunning. They're really actually very beautiful. How can you tell the age of crater? There's a couple things. One, obviously, from the brightness. You can look at the brightness. The other thing is that it's pretty consistent on how often the moon actually gets impacted with large impact craters. And so you can start to look into that ejector rate, these rays that we do see, and see how many also how many impacts you have in those areas. So you got the brightness, those objects. So it's just more of an educated guess. Are they raised or just color different? No, they're raised. Those little things that you see inside the impacts are like little mountains inside there. Have you seen the ISS? We can, absolutely. The trouble with this part of the universe that we are limited in access to information from the light coming from the outer space. Gotcha. Okay. Where are we located? Near Kansas City, Missouri. Gotcha. The moon does rotate. The moon definitely does rotate. There's the magnetosphere, covered the moon, direct radiation. It does not. Our magnetosphere does not protect the moon itself. That's an that's an animatron moon. What do you mean, animatron moon? Yes, the moon does rotate. The only way we see the same side of the moon is it has to rotate. What kind of setup do you have? Right now I'm using the 8SE. The 8SE from Celestron. Why does the moon get hit so much and not the Earth? We do too. We actually got hit quite a bit as well. It's just what we see here on the moon, there's not a lot of sedimental changes like what we see here on Earth. Then we also have a huge atmosphere above us. It does. It rotates on its axis. It literally rotates on its axis. It's a synchronization rotation. It takes about 27.3 days to rotate, though. But it does rotate on its axis. What's the other side of the moon besides the dark shades? On the other side, there's a lot less volcanic lava like what we see over here, but it's very heavily impacted. Very heavily impacted. Can't see anything you explain. Being 100% serious when I ask you, have you ever seen anything you couldn't explain logically? Honestly, no. Honestly, no. I guess one of the easiest ways to think about it, and I know it's confusing thinking, does the moon rotate? Because, like, logically, like, on a real quick thought, you're like, oh, but I always see the same side. But then you start to break it down, then it starts to make sense. So the one thing to do, to be honest, is if you hold, like, a can of Pepsi out in front of you and do a 360, you always see the same side of that can, right? You're looking at the same side of the can. It don't change for you. But have someone stand there and watch it, and they'll see that one rotation. As you make the 360, that can has to rotate one time. The fact that the gravity from the galaxy is holding the moon's planet. Gotcha. What up, Sonny? How you doing, Sonny? How's your night? I know it definitely can kind of catch you off guard. I don't know why some people don't think the moon rotates. Maybe it's just we didn't teach it well. No, it's not how we get the half moon, full moon. Always wonder why we're not attempted more moon landings with humans. We are. We're going to. Artemis 3. Need to check in. Yeah, it's okay. Zuko, it happens, man. I think it does become a confusing thing, but it does. It rotates. It's about 27 days, 7 hours, and 43 minutes when it takes to make that one rotation. Yeah, tidally lock does confuse rotation. Tidally lock is the concept of it being tidally locked to us through gravity. So it is locked to us with gravity, but the rotation itself, and if you were to want a term for it, then you use synchronization rotation. Oh, it happens, man. It definitely happens. You're not the first person to argue about it, trust me. It happens. It definitely happens. Yeah, I think there's a couple of different things that happen. One, seeing it makes it easier to understand, and so that's why I use the idea of like holding out like a can of like Campbell's soup or a Pepsi, or even your cell phone. If you hold out your cell phone, you look at the screen, you do a 360, you always see the same side. But then if you really think about it, or have someone watch you, or even record yourself, you'll notice that that object has to spin as it orbits around you. How's equinox and solstice affected? It's just seasonal. Just through seasonal changes. How long you chill out here for tonight? 7 hours and 13 minutes so far. It's been 7 hours and 13 minutes. Is the moon bright enough? Can you guys see it okay? Or do we need a little bit more brightness? Maybe I'll give you a little bit more brightness on the camera. Hopefully that's a little better. Is that a little bit better or no? See the blades of space, but rotates. No. It orbits around Earth. It rotates itself on its own axis, about 6 degrees axis when we talk about the moon. And then we're going around the sun. So there's a lot of motions going on, obviously, when it comes to our moon. A lot of different motions. The tides are different, though. We get the tides because of its orbit around us. Tidally locked means that one side faces you through gravity. So tidally and then locked. One side faces us through gravity. Who built the moon? It's not an answer for science. Science don't try to answer who builds anything. Do you have any favorite landmarks on the moon? This right here. The Sea of Christ is what we see on the right side here. Like, this is a very gorgeous area of the moon. Like, I really like this side of the moon. Really beautiful. What are dark areas? Solidified lava. Volcanic lava, ancient solidified lava. And these are called the mares, or basically the seas, the bays, and the ocean on the moon. And what happened, ancient astronomers would look up at the moon. They'd seen these areas, but without a telescope, they thought it was actually water. And so they started naming them the seas, the bays, and the ocean on the moon. How's it rotating on its axis? Because it has to orbit around us. If it, let's say it didn't rotate and it's still orbiting around us, so wouldn't we see the opposite side? Can't think that one through, Jimmy. If it did not rotate, but it's orbiting around us, then you would see another side of the moon. But we don't. It has to rotate as it orbits around, which is 27.3 days. Where do you get your theories? It's called scientific theories. Yeah, it's just synchronization, rotation. Lava, volcanoes don't have fire, and lava don't always come from volcanoes. It can, obviously, but it's not exactly the same. One side to you from your location on Earth, but another side from someone else's viewpoint on Earth. But we all see the same side, no matter what your viewpoint is from Earth. You'll see it upside down if you're like in the southern hemisphere compared to what you see in the northern hemisphere. Please keep it this angle, okay? Yeah, there's no reason why. We can explain, like, the only thing in why is cause and effect. How is a whole different story. How things happen, that's the scientific method. The only thing in why is just cause and effect. Be a PowerPoint? I think so. I think that's about where we're at. Europa does have water volcanoes. It does. It definitely has really cool volcanoes. I'm gonna put there by my two brothers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, here's one thing. I'll just make sure everybody knows that we don't go down the whole of like politics or religion or anything. I have high respect for everybody's politics and religion, but obviously politics and religions comes up, then there's not going to be respect, obviously, right? So looking up sometimes is better than looking down for sure. Let's put there about your two brothers. Do some research. Oh, to see if your two brothers did. I got you. Okay, cool story. Crash landing in the crater in approximately 13 minutes 12. Okay. Fourth grade elementary science book has tons of Earth, Sun, and Moon information if anyone's interested in knowledge. Ouch. If the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour, we don't measure in like spin in mile per hour. By the way, we call it rotation per rotation, RPMs or RPH or whatever. And if we stay here for 1 hour, would we see it move? I can actually turn off the mount right now, and you'll see it move. We're guiding with my mount. Can we look at the northern star? Really hard to do with my setup because of the way the telescope points. It's an equatorial mount. To like turn straight to the north, one, you got all the cables and stuff that get pulled around with it, and then two, you get into the point that it needs to always jump over to the other side of the meridian every single time. It never fails. Venus, Saturn. Saturn's already out of my view. Jupiter's coming up though. We'll be able to see Jupiter in a bit. Be able to swing over and check out Jupiter. You get videos of the northern star. It's just a dot. There's nothing to the northern star. Like it's literally just a dot. Literally just a dot. I think dogs being loud. I don't know whose dogs they are, to be honest. Maybe the neighbors. Could be the neighbors' dogs. Yeah, I get it. So time before in a telescope one time. It was actually sock. Yeah, absolutely. It's really awesome. Yo, what up, David? If you rotate a Pepsi can with the logo on the same point toward you, yeah, south, east, west as it turns. When you hold it and spin, it will also do the same thing. So it is indeed rotating. Yep, absolutely. We're still alive. That's true. Did I work 12 hours? So as an EMT, I was a firefighter. I was a firefighter, and the EMT was just a secondary part of what we did. I didn't work for the ambulance stuff, but as a firefighter, it's 24/48. Weighs 100 kilograms. Being my weight on the moon, about 6 of that. So whatever it is, 20 whatever, 20. Yep, exactly 20 kilograms. It confused me when you put kilograms because we don't do it in kilograms up here. When can we see Jupiter ETA? Here in a bit we will. Do you ever see any UFOs? I did not. So North Star, just a dot. I mean, it's a star. It's a dot. It's a point of light. There's not much to a star. Looking at stars and telescopes are boring. Unless you find like a really, really bright star like Sirius, for example, then it's pretty cool, but just dots are boring. Should be an EMT for space or for NASA or SpaceX. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I enjoy what I do. I definitely enjoy what I do nowadays. What are we looking at right now? The moon, our beautiful moon. The moon. Our gorgeous moon. I think so. I think aliens are out there. I think aliens are definitely out there. According to Linda. Good thing no one listens to Linda Howe, I guess. Yeah, the sun is an interesting star to observe. That is true. Yeah, absolutely. That is true. The moon is a reptilian bay. Oh, dude, that's too out there. How much your setup a ballpark? The 8SE is roughly about 1,600, but it comes with its own mount. I have an additional mount, which is about 3,000. The camera's about $800 roughly. Ancient people sow crops based on the position of the moon. I don't know. I'm not too sure about that answer. I know that the full moon made a lot of sense for them at night to be able to hunt and stuff like that, but whether they sowed crops, I honestly don't know. I'm sure they used it as, like if you're talking about their monthly counter, because they did use it for the monthly counter. How next video get the most powerful Amazon laser and point at the moon? Will they signal back? That's funny. Aliens are out there in the Andromeda Galaxy when it take about 4 billion years to them travel. It depends on the travel. If they're doing speed of light, then it's about 2.5, roughly 2.5 million years. Just a dot the travelers used to navigate. Yep, exactly. It is. It's just a dot, though. Like stars in a telescope, especially with the field of view we have now, it's a dot. There's not much to a star. Hi, Dom. How's it going, buddy? Don't try to see a meteor shower tonight? Not tonight. The moon is way too bright. But we are coming up on the Orionids. We shall be coming up on the Orionids. It'll be awesome. I'm excited for the Orionids for sure. Is the dog still barking out there or no? Hi, Sarah. How's your night? Let's turn off the crickets and stuff out here. You guys don't have to hear all the dog barking if he's still barking. I'll turn on the music. I'll turn off the background noise and we'll just turn on music. Enjoy what we have. Don't hear the dog in the moment. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and turn off the background noise. So nice. 6 a.m. now for you. Wow, 5 o'clock for us. Team Nably, that set up. You can absolutely, definitely can. UK in the house. What's up, Ben? How you doing, bud? How's your night? What's an amazing thing that you've seen out there? Honestly, planets. Planets always amaze me. Is it possible to see the ISS passing by there? If it's going by, we'd be able to. Came across a UFO, I pointed a laser at it. Don't do that, because maybe it's an airplane. Started watching it on my phone last night, so I could order some new cables for my solar panels. I think my eyes are now still watching on my phone. Why? Ken from New Zealand. Hey, welcome in. How you doing? Film meteor summoning the moon. I personally have not. I have not been able to capture one. Once in a while, but that's okay. Make sure you realize that you're actually out there. Looking out there. Yeah, I got you. And of course, Sunnyland from New Zealand. 10:54 for you already. Wow. And good morning to you. 5:55 Eastern Standard Time. Yep. 4:55 here Central Time. Why do you avoid entropy? Because what's it have to do with the subject of what we're doing? What's it have to do with the subject? You asked about firefighting and entropy, but what's it have to do with the subject? That's why I avoid it. Why does the moon appear yellow when it's full? Like when it comes up over the horizon. You ever notice like when it's almost straight above you, it don't, but when it comes up over the horizon, it does? Exactly, risk management. What do you mean risk management? It has nothing to do. What's entropy have to do with firefighting? Let's take it in that place. What's entropy have to do with firefighting? It can look red sometimes, absolutely. Think. What's it have to do with actually firefighting, though? Like I think you're getting into the science of firefighting when you talk about entropy, but what would it have to do with firefighting? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this has no context to looking at the moon or enjoying the moon. Oh, it's red. I wonder what it'd look like up close. Oh, that'd be really cool. So usually when we see it come up over like the horizon, it appears off a little bit color because we have a ton of atmosphere we're looking at, because it's coming up over the horizon, right? And we're looking through a ton of atmosphere. But when it's up above us, then we normally look through a lot less atmosphere, and it gets more of that whitish color that we see. Entropy is the key. The key to why? I still don't even know what you're talking about, man. Been there for millions of years. People, nothing's new. Of what, Daniel? What? Oh my goodness, I'm so confused on the conversation right now. I'm so confused. Here's a, years ago, it was still there. Okay. What? I'm gonna come back to what? What? They have scientists here to talk about fire science and entropy. Like, I am so confused, dude. Why do you actually want to talk about that for? What's the context? Maybe put out the context. Why is it not moving out of your frame? It should be moving, right? No, I use a mount that follows it. Yes, I understand entropy, but what's your point? What's your context? You said something about firefighting and entropy. What's your context? There's no context to what you're saying. You just keep mentioning a word. Are you stuck on the word? ASE? 8SE is great. The 8SE is definitely good. He is trolling. Yeah, I know. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, at least cause the risk. The risk of what? Like, you're not, it don't even make any sense of what you're saying. The risk of what? The risk of fire? Okay. And? Oh, like, yeah, dude. Anyways, moving on. Okay, then entropy creates the risk of fires. Okay, cool story. Does the moon have its own revolution? It does. It revolves around its own axis. Takes about 27 days. 27 days, 7 hours and 43 minutes. The Big Bang was the fire. Dude, I still don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, man. I have no clue. I am way beyond having any intelligence of what's going on here. But the moon does. The moon does revolve around its axis as it orbits around Earth, which is about 27.3 days. Bird, bats, yeah. A lot of bats tonight. We've had a lot of bats come through tonight. You're going to type it? That happens. On the moon dust brought back, I don't know. I didn't actually test them myself. Ask a random question, is a scientific person, are you spiritual at all? Yeah, absolutely. I think we all have the rights to have a religion, have a belief, but it has nothing to do with science. In fact, if you actually want to look up something, then you can find, even in NASA, over 55%, it's like 58%, I think, are religious that work in NASA. Science and religion don't have anything to do with each other, though. Once you actually understand what the scientific method is, then you realize that there's a huge separation. Like, we don't try to figure out who did what, right? The idea is that we can observe something, test something repeatedly, and then come to a conclusion. So the only why is just cause and effect. It don't have anything to do with why in the sense of what a religion would be. Did the impact from August 25th leave a visible crater? August 25th impact. I don't know anything about the August 25th impact. Actually, be so huge, so deep. Yeah, absolutely. The average impact crater that you're seeing, these small ones, are even around 20 miles in radius. The average impact on the moon is 20 miles. Now, some of the big ones are massive, 100 miles, even bigger. What was howl during a full moon night? Have you ever seen one howl at the full moon? How often you watch the moon? I've done quite a while, obviously. A couple of times at least. Micah doesn't on. Yeah, I don't know where that conversation was going, honestly. I had no clue. Say the moon spin when it doesn't. The moon does spin. The moon satellite of an extra threshold. No, we don't have anything that says that the moon has anything to do with ET. I wonder if he had done research on the North-South Pole, like here on Earth. Of course, but I think you're going to get in a whole different science field, obviously, at that point. Science without religion, they still don't mix. Like, they're two different things, for sure. One's a belief, and the other one is trying to observe and repeatedly test stuff. So it's a little bit different. Hey, belief, how you doing? Around the Earth. Yeah. There's people who study hour poles, like, nonstop. As if there was wind on the moon. There is in the sense of solar wind. Not wind as we know it here, but solar wind does occur. Checked it on the dark side, or that's really put. We've definitely been on the moon, if that's what your question is. We have walked on the moon, and there's no structures on the far side of the moon. Nothing that we've seen. Describe moon in a sentence. Moon would be a natural satellite object that orbits around it, around another object. I think it's a holographic universe. Okay, that's a pretty wild thing, but okay. Happy today because I captured Neptune's full disc. Oh, no way. It got featured on Top News Channel. That is awesome. Dude, that's so awesome. That is gorgeous. New sub. Yo, Neptuna in the house. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. What solar wind? It's going to be the charged particles that come out from the wind, or from the sun itself. What's the other side of the moon? Boring and structureless? It's not boring. It's really, really impacted. There's a lot more impacts. The only thing that makes it boring is there's not as much of the volcanic lava, these dark patches that we see here. You don't see that much on the far side, but there's a ton more impact on the far side. Never take interest in her opinion. Yeah. Oh man. Something like that is just like a holographic. I don't know. It's pretty far out there, to be honest. Caught entropy. I still don't know what the heck that was about. Some people get stuck on a word, I guess, and they just keep going with that. I got no clue. Oh my goodness. You know a lot of free Masonic people? So why don't you bring it to light, Sarah? Why don't you bring it to light? Is it live view this? Yep, this is the moonlight right now. It's not a universal consciousness. Okay. Sarah, I feel bad for your door because obviously you walked into it when you woke up. Solar wind on the moon would be similar to sun flare on the sun. Not the sun flare itself. Now you're talking about different, right? We're talking about the protons of like light, for example. Solar winds are going to come out from the other effects, so you're going to have different types of material being ejected out. You're saying even physics? No, it's a holographic universe. Okay, like who cares, Sarah? At the end of the day, who cares? What's it change for you? I don't care. Just didn't know how to use it. Yeah, he just definitely didn't know how to use the term for sure. Why did the moon skip dinner? Ooh, let's hear it. Let's hear it. It was already full. Nice. What's the name of the crater towards the north? Near the top of the shot. Ooh, oh, that's Plato. Plato crater up near the Sea of Showers up there, right next to the Bay of Rainbow. Let me kind of come up to it. I'm sure people want to see which one we're talking about. So this is a Plato crater, and then right underneath it, up on top, that dark mass on top, like the top right, is going to be the Sea of Cold. but underneath is going to be the Sea of Showers. That little area on the top now that looks like a shark took a bite out of it, that's going to be the Bay of Rainbows. But then you have the Plato crater right there. Who's the first female astronaut? We haven't had one yet. We're going to, though. We're definitely going to. How can you say definitively that there's no structure on the moon? Did I say that definitively? I said we have not observed it. Because we get photographs not just from NASA, we get photographs from other countries. And if you think NASA is the L2 whatever, then you have too much faith in what NASA actually is. Can you please view 3i? Not until November. Not until November. Make sure I get the rest. You don't. Well, you must have took it that way because you definitely put words in my mouth. How powerful are moonquakes? Pretty amazing. They can be really powerful, though. They can be really powerful. Hear about the restaurant on the moon? Let's hear it. You hate NASA? Okay. I mean, that's fine. You can hate NASA. They're not the only space organization out there, though. Like, it literally is not the only space organization. I think this is one of the main issues, and most Americans think apparently NASA's the thing. And they are such a small organization compared to astronomers around the world. Like if you get so caught up on something like that, then it's like you're getting caught up on something that's super small compared to the grand scheme of things. It's just that honest answer to it. If you get caught up on that, then like you can take it. I'm sure that they lie to you. There's going to be times they lie to you. There's going to be times that they're going to be faithful to you. But that's true in anything, right? But NASA makes up a very small part of what astronomy actually is. I can show you the direction of the lunar sample. Well, I mean, yeah, you have those type of deals. I'm sorry, I was taking the astronauts as in being like went to the moon. My bad. I completely fumbled on that one. So sorry for that. I definitely fumbled on that. What's what I wrote before you would know there are structures. There are no structures. We don't observe structures. Like, are you talking about like structures in like houses or something like that? Let me read the rest. Photos that were downloaded and we spotted only to be later scrubbed on. Again, we can see high definition photographs of even the far side of the moon, not through just NASA, but through other organizations. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter goes around, takes high photograph photos, and actually builds out the moon. That we use even laser to be able to determine the height of different things on the moon. And then you get into Luna's, the Luna missions from USSR, which took the first photographs of the far side of the moon back in the 1950s to India, Japan, and China. Again, you're caught up on NASA. That's your only problem. Oh my goodness. It does not have tectonic plates. No, but there's a lot of other things why we have moon quakes, but it's not from tectonic plates. Different reasonings. March 3rd will be the next lunar eclipse here in the USA. That's going to be amazing. Hi Lizzie, how's it going? Have beautiful full moon here tonight. Coming up. Nice. That's awesome. That is super awesome. Hi from Perth. How's it going, Oscar? Hey, but nerds attempting space awesomeness put 12 nerds on the moon. I'm just saying. Yep, this is a German equatorial mount that I use. So we're tracking the moon through its right ascension through the sky. Cosmonaut is a cosmologist that becomes an astronaut. Different forms of study of what the astronaut does. That is true. If that's a good point. Without NASA, you wouldn't be watching this on a phone. I mean, obviously, we probably could have had phones in a different format, but NASA is what got you a cell phone that you're holding in your hand right now. The studies that what NASA's done, where the funding basically went to. Change a rock to a smartphone. Went to look at the moon, so-called, and then said it was nothing, and we never saw any. We see a lot of photos from China. What are you talking about? We see a lot of photos from China. Lights appearing on the moon's surface. No, that's going to be brighter impact areas. These are younger impact regions on the moon. Wouldn't have Tempur-Pedic beds either. Yeah. There's a lot of things. Obviously, NASA has helped a lot of people with. At the end of the day, it really don't matter. You can like them or not. You're still using the technology that space science gives you. And you can hate science as much as you want, but science is still going to love you. It is what it is. Absolutely is what it is. One morning, nice. Ah, nice. No way. You can call spy phones. You're using it. What's that make you? Spy dummy? If you got spy phones, that make you a spy dummy, though. I mean, think about that one. I'm not actually. I'm just giving you kind of crap. I know it's a joke, but kind of think about that one. It's almost like yeah. I guess we won't go down that rabbit hole. It's kind of funny though when you think about it. If we use Niki Tesla, we would not have mobiles. Chinese rover went look at. Then we never saw any photos because they didn't go look at no rovers. You know where the Chinese rover is? I don't think you understand stuff, man. The Chinese rover's near the South Pole studying some of the impacts where the ice water is. They weren't looking for no structure. And we get that data all the time. It is shared data that a lot of scientists are able to go through. People are talking about history. Yeah, man, people are getting pretty wild for sure for that. Billion light years is why. Still not enough space. Do you suffer from light pollution? Not really. I'm in a dark sky site. All kinds of reality. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Without NASA flat earthers have way too much confidence. That's funny. I mean, even then, you don't even need NASA for that. That's funny. Shape structure that I went and look at. It was in the bed. Wait, are you talking about inside like an impact crater? Like a little thing inside an impact crater that looked like a triangle? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is that what you're talking about? No. What did it look like then? Go ahead and tell us. You've seen the photos, right? So this photo exists, and it was out there because it went through the news, but yet you can't find the photo. Think about how crazy that actually comes off. The photo was out there, it was in the news, but no one can get the photo. I want you to think about how crazy that kind of comes off. Crashed satellite into the moon and it rang like a bell for a couple hours. Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you say ring like a bell, it's not like an audio aspect, but the idea here is that we see it through a seismology or seismometer, and it was like a vibration. It looked like it has good skin character routine. That's true. That's super true. That is super true. That is super true. Oh my goodness. About the cosmos that you view regularly? Not honestly, I don't. I don't spend a lot of time on social media, to be honest. It's really wild because here I am streaming, but you'll notice like I don't even make content. I live stream. Like I don't spend a lot of time creating content, or which I need to. I need to learn how to make content. It's probably one of the things I need to do on the YouTube side, obviously, is make better content. But I live stream all the time. We've been here for 7 hours 42 minutes doing astronomy outreach. Was there more small impact craters at the south edge of the moon? Because the Terminator line's coming through. There's a ton everywhere. It's just when you get near the Terminator line, for example, like right here, see how it's you can see the impacts. So Terminator, or the shadow effect, is what makes them really stand out for us. I honestly don't watch a lot of like YouTube and stuff, to be honest. I honestly don't. I wish I had an answer for you, because I don't watch a lot of TV either. Like I'm so dang busy that even watching TV for me becomes hard to do, because even if I had a minute to sit down, then I spend that time with my son. Do you think we'll ever have man base on the moon, or is there no point? I think we will. And the only point of that is just to get to Mars. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a point for it. We'll have visitors soon. Are you ready for 3 a.m.? It's definitely not coming here. Quit spewing bullcrap. What up, Mark from Australia? How's it going? How's your night? Just Musk on the moon. Oh my goodness. What if all 11 astronauts look like hostages at the press release? I don't know. I know what you're talking about. Nope, that disappeared. I know what you're talking about. I mean, I can understand being uncomfortable, but I don't have the answer. Like, I don't know. I can't give you the answer for it. Think about the theory of the moon reflecting on the bigger Earth. Okay, I mean, whatever. I don't get into conspiracy. I'd like to pick you up. Bathroom break on that one. Man, I need a bathroom break. I won't lie. I have been doing this for 7 hours and 44 minutes and have not used the bathroom yet. Translator spotted something on the far side of the moon, one crater that looked like a cube. Oh, you're talking about the crater. Yeah, okay. So there's a crater. There was an impactor in the area. Well, I still don't know what the point is, so about 80 meters away. Yeah, I mean, did it look like a hut to you? And I have all the answers. I know, right? I guess I'm supposed to have all the answers all the time. I guess. Oh, there went a bat. But gotta maintain isolated, I think. Oh yeah, they were isolated for a long time. It's hard to say. I've seen the video. I know what you're talking about. I don't know why though. I can't tell you. Honestly, don't know why. Look like crystals. It's the moon. It's our beautiful moon. Has a perfectly cube shape. Okay. I know what you're talking about. I do remember it now. I remember what you're talking about. I just don't remember the details about it. It's online. You can get those photos still. You can still see those photos. I know which one you're talking about now. I was completely confused when you first started talking about it. But I don't have the answer to it, man. I don't have all answers in life. I mean, no, there's something that looked like a cube. Don't make it a structure. Does depend on moon landing conspiracy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I spend all the time out in gravity. They would have, dude. I mean, I would think so too. Like all the stress that they went through, I think it would be understandable that a person that went through that kind of stress probably would act kind of different. There's a lot of things that definitely occurred. Any new digital scopes that can help with light pollution? Not really. I mean, not help with light pollution. You can use filters though. Definitely use filters. No, there's no structures in a floating city. Send the rover to get closer look and never saw the photos. Okay. I honestly don't remember, man. Again, I don't remember. It's not something I did. I can't give you the answer. That's why I've said 100 times now. Doing the interview on YouTube and the information about them. Having to be ice. Oh, okay, I got you. Absolutely. Got drain the main bait. I got it too. I won't lie. I actually got it as well. I do as well. I won't lie. Some people just can't take I don't know as an answer, I guess. Oh, man. Do you think there's other life out there? I think it's probable. What's the function of aluminum hat? I don't know. Was counted on China and they pulled a NASA? Yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly don't know. You can look up the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Look at the data for that area. That takes high photographs. High definition photographs. It's the only thing I can tell you. Do you think humans built the pyramids? Kind of wild question. Maybe. I mean, I don't see any other reasoning or any other way logically. So logically speaking, I would have to go with yes, but I wasn't there. But logically speaking, I would go with yes. Apparently Michael was there. Michael knows. I mean, they could have used water, water hydraulics pretty much, which is reasonable too. That could happen. Forgotten tech, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But I wasn't there. I can't answer that. I know that's a whole different field than what we're doing. It's way off topic too. Water hydraulics this morning. Yeah, dude, water hydraulics is actually very interesting. Find the name and location of 3 craters. Nice. The older you get, yeah, I get it, man. I mean, I get it. Like, It's fun to go down the rabbit holes, but I mean, there's not anything that tells me either way, right? So it's a tough one. I just don't have an answer to it. Take a look at the object. It was the big news. I remember it coming out. I just don't remember much about it. I'll look it up and then maybe I'll have an answer next time. I just don't remember, man. I don't know what came about it or anything like that. It didn't strike me when I seen the image. It didn't appear to be anything that I would focus on. I can't really recall the exact shape or anything, though, to be honest. It didn't seem like something I'd be interested in. Saturn already set. Okay, then they covered it up. Who cares? Again, I'm going to say it. Who cares? At the end of the day, it has nothing to do with the live, man. I don't know what to tell you. I've already said this 100 times. Guy, but I just like to hear all sides. Oh, yeah, 100%, man. I get it. Hence why later was almost 2,000 years ago, lifespan of 700 years. They all spoke the same language. How do you not understand they were way more advanced prior to the flood? Honestly, would probably use pulley system. Very possible. Yeah, pulley system, water hydraulic. Yeah, I just don't have the answer, man. I don't. Because the rocks with such precision, I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know. Again, it goes back into conspiracy because we know where it's going to lead to, right? I don't know. I don't have the answer. That's the cool thing about me is if I don't know, I'm going to tell you. I don't know. I don't have the answers to that. It's a difference. I'm not going to sit here and feed you crazy stuff like, oh, it was definitely aliens or, oh, it was definitely, whatever. I don't have the answers. I don't know. Honestly, don't have the answer. My goodness, I still got to use a restroom though. Natural occurs on Earth. E.g., giants, God's way. With a small bright dots, some say they are lights. Is there an explanation? There's an explanation for it. So you see how they're bright right now, right? Obviously, it's how my gamma and contrast is set. Let me bring out the gamma a little bit for you, so it looks correct. First of all. And then let's go find one that's kind of bright over here. These are younger impact craters, and then let me try to focus as well. So here's one that's relatively bright. There's actually 3 here. Let's focus the telescope. See if we can get a better focus here. See which way we need to go. It's probably about the best I'm focused currently. But these are younger impact craters, and look at how it's really bright there, and you see the rays coming out from it, the ejecta, that debris. These areas are where things hit the moon, and then it pushes stuff out from underneath the crust of the moon. And what happens here is you have a area that's been just diluted with cosmic radiation from our sun mostly. And cosmic radiation tends to dim stuff down. Well, this area here was pulled out of the crust, so it's really bright. Over periods of time, though, these will become much dimmer for us to be able to see. And then we'll start to see other areas that are much younger in relationship to these areas that we currently see. No, we haven't observed anything like life on the moon. Son of the Limb probably sporty. You think he would like this? Oh yeah, absolutely, probably. Dude, I'd imagine he would. I would imagine. What do you know about the mirrors they put on the moon? The retroreflective mirrors? What about them? Straight line from the crater to another. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. Like anywhere you look, there's going to be impact craters, so you're going to pass by another crater. I mean, you can make it into a conspiracy all you want, but it's just ejecta. I think it's fair to say you don't know, so you don't have an answer. Yeah, absolutely. Research the people who study this stuff for a living. They do know, right? I think that would be fair to say. Absolutely. The moon's not hollow. So you don't know about the mirrors. And I know about the mirrors. I just said retroreflective mirrors. What about them? What's your question? What do you know about the mirrors they put on the moon? But what's the question? What do you know? I just told you there's retroreflective mirrors. What's the actual question about them? What do you know about them? Just kind of a blunt question. What about them? Like, what's your question about them? Yeah, absolutely. You could. We don't do it anymore, though. We would bounce lasers off of it to get distance to the moon. I got what you mean there. I got exactly what you mean. We would bounce lasers to get the distance. How we know it's leaving us at about 1.437 inches per year. We left 3, and then USSR left 2. But they're called retroreflective mirrors. Retroreflective mirrors. They're not used anymore. You can look up the show Mythbusters. You can watch their episode on the reflective mirrors or retroreflective mirrors. It's actually a really cool one to watch. Talking about 3 eyes. I didn't, but I would. I mean, 3 eyes getting sold. First time passing the solar system. Report your channel for misinformation. Okay, report for misinformation. That's funny. I didn't even respond to you, but sure, whatever. Get there in how to create artificial gravity generation. Dude, write a hypothesis. Definitely write a hypothesis for sure. I don't know. I was just reading this dude's comment. You put me on timeout for talking about 3-Eye Atlas. Yes, it's the first time passing through our solar system. Shaking my head. Report your channel for misinformation. Okay, cool story, dude. I also found the moon still wobbling from one of the last impacts. They used the mirrors to discover this. Mentioned that something inside the moon, so maybe it's hollow? Nope. What's so bad about talking about 3-Eye? There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know what he was actually trying to say. He's probably trying to go down, say it's like aliens or something. Probably why he got muted. Imagine with new laser technology of today, we don't need a reflective mirror. Oh, radio waves too. When you say, I don't know what you said. I didn't mute you. I don't know what you said, dude. I'm not, I have moderators that do this stuff. I don't know what you said. Oh, there you go. She just said she muted you because you went on about it being aliens. So apparently you said something about it being aliens. And so it sounds like you're spreading misinformation. If no one's there to clean the mirrors, wouldn't they be fully covered with dust? They are now. Yeah, over time they definitely did. But they're obviously mirrors. No or yes, we will never know for sure. What's that? No or yes. I'm what? There are more impact craters on the other side, that's correct. Think how the core planets work and move around. You could technically create multiple chambers and layers. Yeah, write a hypothesis, bro. Like, that'd be like the one thing I would ever say. Like, if you got a good idea of how to do it, write a hypothesis. Don't just start spreading it on the internet, but write a hypothesis so it can be tested. Because if it is the case, let's say you are right, then dude, it's worth a lot. You're going to leave a heck of a history behind you. You don't know if it's hollow if you haven't been there. We test it. We know that the moon's not hollow because we do test it through seismology. Just let it go. Let what go? Heard about that stuff. Never did research on 3-Eye Atlas. No clue. Yeah, it's a comet. Which Nobel Prize will be awarded today? I don't know. Probably Flat Earth at this point. There's so many of them. Oh my goodness. Who knows? Talking to Nimbus? Who's Nimbus? Oh, up above us. Never said alien yet. Y'all talking of hypotheticals. No, we're talking to scientific terms, scientific theory, scientific hypothesis. It's a lot different than talking about things that you can't actually hypothesize or test. Nobel Prize for Physics. Some do. Some of them do. Are there moonquakes and what would cause them? There are moonquakes, and it's because of the, there's several reasons for moonquakes. 1, you got impacts. 2, the cooling effect of the moon itself. 3, it's just, it's wanting to crush in because of our tidal bulge. There's different reasons for moonquakes. See the video, supposed microorganisms that were supposedly on the moon. You mean Mars? I assume you mean Mars, right? I assume you mean Mars, but I'll let you go ahead and re-answer that. I remember the thanks for telling me. Yeah, absolutely. Make sure I got the rest above us. Can't test it, therefore it's globe. Can you point out the name and location of another crater? I want to show off to my girlfriend next full moon. Full moons are hard, dude. Like Tycho. Tycho's going to be the one that you want to show her. when it's full moon. Letter notes. Tycho is named after Tycho Brahe, a Danish astronomer, 53 miles wide, 2.7 miles deep, roughly, and 108 million years old. Mars, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, absolutely, that's real. Whether life is... So a lot of that material has to come back, though, before it can be said, yes, this is life. Oh, Dave loves this so much. He can call it boring, but he's here, and he's commenting. That's how much he's loving it. Don't really know what those microorganisms... Oh, yeah, he's talking about Mars. Absolutely. Tycho Copernicus gets Pluto. Pluto? What? Where'd you get Pluto? If you could do any experiment to do with the moon, what would like to do? Ooh. There's not a lot that I would want to do. I like planetary weather. That's kind of where I want to go, and the moon just ain't that fun when it comes to it. Mars are called Martians. Yep. What's the name of beings on the moon? They'd be Moonchins. It'd be Moonchins. Mooners, yeah, Moonchins, if that's the case. Hello, John. Thank you so much, buddy. So it's kind of like this is where you get into biology, and this would be better to actually read it. Moonians, that's probably true too. This is where it'd be better to get into biology of it, of course, but there's a lot of things about carbon areas. And I think this is one thing that they say, hey, this has to be because there's so many things that aren't around that should be around for any other reasoning. And there's things that are around that are expected to be around. So it's kind of interesting. But this is something to ask more of like on the biologist side. Say hello. Nice. Apollo 12's lunar module crashed into the surface seismometers, right? Yep. Ringing for nearly 6 hours. For like 2 to 3 hours, roughly. So I think it's because of the less dense inside of the Earth. That is correct. Less dense and not as much moisture. There's two different things going on. Moisture acting as a baffle, and plus it's less dense on this side. And you see it, like moonquakes occur, and they last for a long time. Yeah, like even upwards like 6 hours. And it's just a vibration. Ringing like a bell was just a visual aspect of seeing the vibration. It wasn't like it was actually ringing like a bell. It was probably the wrongly termed, to be honest. I think the term ringing like a bell is definitely a wrong term to use. Hollow lava tubes. Hollow lava tubes do exist. That's big time, but lunch break is over. No. All right, have a good day, Lee. Hopefully work goes well for you the rest of your day. This company is controlled with an app, or you control them both. Nope, it's controlled from the computer side here, inside the control room of the observatory. Towards Uranus, not very often. We don't stream Uranus very often because obviously people get into too many jokes and it gets a little nasty. Yeah, so there's two rooms to the observatory. There's the control room, and then there's the room where all the telescopes are actually located. But it's interconnected. It's all part of the observatory. But this area here, it's climate controlled, less mosquitoes, a lot less mosquitoes. Reverberating effect. That would be a good term. Yeah, absolutely. The moon is gorgeous. That is true. Volcanic activity on the moon? Not anymore. Yeah, not anymore. I'm joking. No, and that's why I have the bot actually mute Uranus jokes, and that's why I don't do a lot of Uranus views. Because like people do get, like it gets even worse than you can imagine. And of course we've heard them over and over and over. I mean, in astronomy you hear these jokes nonstop. Must be because the density causes it to resonate. Yep, that'd be basically it, Brad. You got it. Name the impact crater in the north, called Pluto. Which one? On the north? Oh, in the view? Plato, not Pluto. Plato crater. Do satellites blink in and out when viewing from the ground? Sometimes they can. It depends on if they're controlled or not. Yeah, I'm inside the observatory. That is where I'd be. I'm right here. Like even if I see, even stomping, I'm that close to the telescope. There's like a simple wall basically between me and the telescope. Are you in astronomy for a living? Not 100%. Currently looking at the moon from Sydney. What a beautiful creation shining in sunlight. Yeah, absolutely. That's the actual frequency. When the moon vibrates, watch. I couldn't tell you. I don't know, Mitchell. I don't have the answer to that. I have no answer to it. But Plato crater, AI. Plato. Ever have an atmosphere? Not that we know of. Not that it has an exosphere, but there's nothing that represents to say that it had an atmosphere. First builder, you pay for this, or yours? This is mine. It's paid for from people like you, people that become members, supporters of the channel. I always throw whatever I get, any funding that we get goes right back into what we do, and then of course I fund a lot of it as well. Thanks, Bobby from Fresno. I appreciate you, bud. Got the chance to go to the moon, would you? I would love to be on the moon. I wouldn't want to be on a rocket, though. One time must have some really gases, so there must have been some kind of atmosphere. And in a sense, it's not that there were like volcanoes shooting like lava into the air. There's more that the crust got peeled open, and then the lava started to flow outwards. What are reservoirs underground on the moon? I doubt there's reservoirs. We see that there's a little bit of water underneath inside some of the layer of silica. We see that through silica glass. We also find ice water and deep impact craters near the South Pole, where sunlight never gets to the bottom. Do you think an elevator space would never work? Honestly, it wouldn't work. Is Mars really habitable? There's water, right? There's some water on Mars, but habitable is a whole different question. It's not like you're going to walk on Mars and live. That's a whole different thing. There's a lot more you got to do. Like a music about said, yeah, it reverberated. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Do you think there's an elevator to the moon? No, not at all, because the moon orbits around us. So your elevator would have to always be going around us. So roughly every 27.3 days, your elevator would have to make the whole orbit around Earth. Hey, what up, Zipper? There's some atmosphere on Mars. We see atmosphere on Mars. Why is it perfectly round? It's not. It's not perfectly round by no means. Oh, I think the bot got you because you put something after a period. Here comes the elevator. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 5 to 4 hertz range. Very low. Well below the range of human ear. Yeah, I got you. Said he used to meditating, music and sound healing, the moon frequency. Oh, interesting. Yeah, interesting. I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you, though. I don't know it off the top of my head. I'd have to research it myself. Here comes the elevator. I got to run and pee real quick. I have been on here for now 8 hours, 6 minutes. Give me just a minute, y'all. I got to run in the restroom. I'll be back here shortly. Oh my God, it's cold. It's freezing here. 44 degrees this morning. Missed the impact. What? No. A rope ladder? Guys are wild. Oh no, Brad. Bot got you. What did you get it for? 44 degrees. We've messed with your sleep study. Show people sleep slightly less. FOMO, which is why we're all here. Nah, man. Studies from Johns Hopkins do actually show the reverse, that it don't have any effect to it. Or 72 degrees in Long Island night? Wow. It is so cold here, man. 44, crazy. In Kansas City. All right, you guys ready to go check something out real quick? I want to take us somewhere. So let's zoom all the way out first. I got an idea. I has this idea. I think you guys will like. Truly enjoy. Maybe. Maybe. All right. Let me zoom out from the moon for a second here. Let's do it. Let's go to the other side of the sky real quick. I got an idea, y'all. I have an idea. Okay. And one's going to be Jupiter. One of the ideas is Jupiter. Oh, I'm shivering. I got this another sweet tea, and man, I shouldn't have went inside. It's just way too cold to make that walk. It is chilly. 49 degrees near Dayton, Ohio. Wow. 48 degrees in Racine, Wisconsin. Dang. The moon is slowly leaving Earth's orbit. That is true. Cash trying to build an elevator to the moon. I got you. Hey, here we go. Why don't we over here real quick? Let me turn up some brightness. Turn up some brightness. Let's get a little bit more light. See if we can see anything here in a minute. It's like 3.8 or so. 1.437 inches per year. I need more light real quick. Let's see what we're looking at. I remember I have a massive filter on the telescope right now. It's going to be kind of tough to do. I'm not going to be able to see it probably. All right, let's try this. Come over here. Try this instead. There and slew. Let's go. Is it really a perfect circle? What's that? It's not a perfect circle. Bring a bottle up here? Nah. Ain't that far from home. Why am I not seeing anything right now? What the heck? Let me take a photo. I may have to look at the telescope real quick and make sure we're not dude over. Oh no, we're just out of focus right now. Holy moly. Try to fix that. So y'all see the little rings? We're out of focus. That's why we didn't see much. Let's get it back in focus. See which way we need to go. Looks like we need to go the other way. See what we can do. Am I going the right way? Looks like it. All right. Getting closer. Starting to see some stars. Maybe a little more. All right, let me speed up the camera now a little bit. Starting to see stars. That's a good sign. Now we should be able to focus a little quicker. Back this way. Back this way. Back this way a bit. There's going to be a couple things we want to do over here. One, let me put us in color mode. Let's go straight to color mode. Okay. And then let's go to over here real quick. All right, let's move over just a second here. Yo, what's up, buddy? Yeah, it's Mike. We had to focus. Go to a couple stars here. All right, and then let's take a photo, see what we see. I probably have to take out the, I have a filter in the telescope, so it's kind of tough to get, but we'll see. See if I can get enough stars to do this. This will make us go to the other side of the sky. I don't want to do a meridian flip. Okay, so now we want to go over here then. And then hit slew. Alright, now we're on our way. Let's slew over to our place and we will check out what we're going to see. I'm going to plate solve here. Got some stars, plate solve it. And we should get Jupiter to jump in our view here. See if we get it. Jupiter! Alright. The filter was to make the moon not so dang bright. Alright, let's speed up the camera again. Yeah, it's looking. Look at the Galilean moons tonight. How crazy cool is that? Let me zoom in a little bit here. Check out the Galilean moons tonight. That's a cool orientation. See if we can focus a little bit better. Which way we need to go? The other way? Yeah, I think so. It's not bad. Our Jupiter has 4 Galilean moons. Let me check, see if we can see Jupiter pretty well or not right now. Kind of make out the rings. Or not the rings, but the bands around it. Can you guys see the bands okay? See if I can zoom in a little bit more. Without actually putting in Barlows and stuff, but there's some of the bands on Jupiter. Y'all see the bands okay? The bands that make her dance. So if you were with us earlier, we've seen 4 moons around Saturn. Now we got 4 moons around Jupiter plus our moon. Dang, we're up to 9 moons tonight. That's pretty cool. You can't see the bands on it? What? What? Some wind blowing through too. And of course, bring up the brightness and you can see the actual 4 Galilean moons over here. It's pretty cool. Barely see me, yeah. We're not really zoomed in much at all with the setup. Show better on the phone. Oh, okay. Can't really see them on the computer. I gotcha. Couldn't see the bands. Usually when we look at stuff like Jupiter, for example, and Saturn, we get the Barlow in. We have a much better view. Now there's a target that I wanted to capture. We probably got to remove the filter. Let me see how high it is though. It may not be high enough, but it was going to be Comet Lemon. I want to capture Comet Lemon this morning a little bit. Let's swing over to it and see if we can just capture some light near Comet Lemon. Get an idea. We'll probably have to take out the filter to capture this properly. Squint my eyes. What's up, Maru? Yep, 2 bands. That is correct. We're going to go see if we can find Comet Lemon real quick. Let's see what we can do. Grab some more light. Let me clear us out here on the telescope. Okay, and then I'm going to hit Lemon, Slew. It's going to be C2025 A6 that I'll be looking for. Let's see if we can capture any light here real quick. Very possible we got to take out the filter. Oh yeah, we're still in the tree, I think, too. Let me move up just a bit here. Find some stars and then I can plate solve it properly. Let me plate solve this over here. Slew. Let me try over here first. 11:50 a.m. for you now in Britain? No way. Lemon is very pretty blue. So true. So dang true. Steve from USA, from Virginia. Nice, Steve. Welcome in. I'm Roman over in Kansas City, Missouri. All right, here we go. I found some stars. We're definitely out of focus, though. Which way do we need to focus? Try positive first. Oh, let me go negative. Go negative, and then let me speed up the camera, and we'll see if we can focus in on these stars a little better. Saturn tomorrow night. It's already set for me. I can't see it currently. Focus, focus, focus. Focus. A little more, a little more, a little more. I keep hitting the wrong button. Starting to see some more stars. Maybe a little more. All right, let me take a photo real quick. See if we can get ourselves place solved a little better. And telescope, yeah, it can be. It can be a little bit of a fun challenge, but it's not horrible. All right, let me place solve it so we line up to where I'm trying to go to first. There it is. I see what I was trying to find. Can you all see that bright area? Right here. See that right in the center? It's a galaxy. Galaxy! Can you all see it? Super bright in the center. You guys want to try to take a photo of the galaxy real quick before we try to find the comet? Let me drop our gain some. Make sure we ain't got nothing on here. We're good there. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Oh, you know what? It'd help if I didn't have the gamma all the way down, too. That's why we couldn't see much of the stars and stuff. Holy moly. All right, then we'll go for like a 30-second photo and grab that galaxy. That's going to be taking a 30-second photo. So basically what it's doing, the camera's going to leave its eye open for 30 seconds, and all that light that it captures, it's just going to save it, and then we're going to see exactly what it captures. So basically a long exposure photo. And it'll come through here anytime now. We got about 7 seconds. We'll see what that photo looks like. Should be gorgeous. Get the light. Let's get the light. And there it is. You can see part of that galaxy. Pretty cool, ain't it? It looks a lot better if you have don't have the filter in like what I have, but you still see part of that galaxy out there. Which is pretty cool. Still pretty cool. Definitely cool. All right. Let's go see if we can see Lemon. Let's go try to find Lemon. Let me speed up the camera again. Turn up some brightness. Now we can see a little bit more. That's better. No, this would be, that is Boots. Or sorry, Bode's Galaxy. Sorry, focusing on trying to get the telescope turned. That's Bode's Galaxy. And we moving. Saturn has the hexagon storm on the top near the North Pole. We are in the Milky Way. That's great. All right, let's see what we can see. Ain't seeing much yet. We may not be above the tree line though. Let me take a photo. Yeah, not above the tree line yet. Still got to wait for it to come up above the trees. Not quite there yet. So that makes me want to do this. Let's go to the other side of the sky again. Kind of towards the moon. Let's go to the other side. Let me throw on the camera and you can watch the telescope as it swings around here. On the way! That's correct. Saturn has a hexagon storm near the North Pole. That's super awesome, ain't it? Yep, we're out near the outer arm of the Milky Way. What do they call it? Orion... I can't remember, Orion's arm or something like that. Dude, it's been ages since I've learned all this stuff, man. I feel like it, honestly. My mind sometimes goes different directions. Hi from the UK. What's up, Benjamin? This one is a Celestron, yeah. This is the 8SC that I'm currently using. 8SC. All right, let's speed up the camera. Fix our focus again. Always need to fix focus. See which way I need to go. Other way, okay. Let's focus flop here for sure. Focus flop! Alright, let's see if we have enough light here. Enough stars in the area. Grab a photo. Play solve. See if we can get it. Here it is. Here's what's coming in. That's what I was looking for. The Great Orion Nebula. Check that out. Y'all see it? How cool is that? Let me speed up the camera real quick though. Ain't that awesome? The Great Orion's Nebula. This is going to be the Atrapezium, Orionus A, B, C, and D. And this is an area where new stars are formed, what we call stellar nursery. It's really gorgeous here. Really, really gorgeous. focus changing. Every time you fly or turn the telescope to the other side of the sky, you get what's called focus flop. The mirror has a little bit of shift in it. Then you got to refocus. So one thing tough about being on a German equatorial. All right, let's do this. I got an idea. I have an idea. Let me plot some of the brightness. Plot some of the brightness real quick, and then we take a photo. Because taking a photo tells a different story than obviously just a fast view, right? So we always want to check out that photo. Let's get it. Let's grab it. 30 seconds. Where's your light? Eclipse the shadow. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, through a live stream on YouTube. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, here we go. 2 seconds, 1 second. Should be giving us a photo. I got too much brightness probably. Let's make sure I don't. Hopefully we don't. Okay, here it comes. Oh, we got some too much movement. No. Dang it. My bad, y'all. The telescope's still moving. Too much to actually capture what I was wanting to capture. We'll get it though. Just gotta wait for it. Not missing anything. No. I'm gonna clear it out. Hopefully the telescope's settled down. Let's see if we can clear it and get a better photo. Can you close the camera on the scope? What do you mean close the camera on the scope? Oh, on the bottom? Yeah, absolutely. I will. We're still getting some star trail though. A little bit of star trail. A little bit of star trail. We'll try it one more time. No, we don't even see Betelgeuse close to this view. It's quite a ways away. Let me clear this one out again. Let's see if the next one does it. Did I get it on time? Yeah, it's really beautiful. Orion is so gorgeous. Really, really gorgeous. That's a little better. That's definitely a little bit better. Still some star trail, but you can at least make out some of the difference, the details. And remember, we have a filter on, so we're not going to get like the craziest view of Orion at all with that filter. But look how cool that is. Isn't that amazing? It's still going to be really beautiful to see. That's earlier, and you said about yeah, this telescope's about 1600, roughly. Yeah, that's when it was close to Mars. I did not. Not with my equipment. Not with mine. Need to get involved? Yeah. How long of exposure? 30 seconds. Just 30-second exposures. They're really gorgeous, though. A lot of beauty on it. Let me adjust the histogram just a bit. Make out more details. Really, really gorgeous. If we didn't have the filter in, it always looks better. Right. All right, let me turn off the 30-second exposures though. Let's go a little faster. Quarter second sounds good. Ish. Come to brightness. It's really cool out there. And then again, this way. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we. Let me adjust our brightness again because this is going to be all bad here in about 2 seconds. Let me pull down some of the brightness when we get over here. Pulling in. And we're getting close. Our moon. Our beautiful moon. Watch some of that brightness. Way too bright. There's our beautiful moon again. Come on, hit that subscribe. I appreciate it, Henry. Honestly, thank you. You never know what we'll do at night, by the way. Sometimes we do a little bit of deep space, so looking at galaxy nebulae. It just takes a little bit different setup. If we're doing planetary views, we got to have a different setup as well. It just depends. Dude, Tony, come on, man. I got a filter in, so it's hard to capture it. I'll go back over there, yeah, bro. I really need to take out the filter, though, if you really, really want to see it. The filter is making it a little bit harder to capture tonight. If you guys want me to take out the filter, I definitely could. Let me know. We can take it off and at least see some of the coloring from it. Zooming on the moon might sound silly. Stuff left by NASA. No, it's just too small. All that stuff way too small for my equipment. You need a really, really big telescope to be able to see stuff like that. It's called angular resolution, by the way. All right, let me see if I can capture some light here real quick. Let's see if we're in the right spot again. Yeah, we're pretty close. You guys want me to pull out the filter? How dark the sky is in Kansas? Here in Long Island, so basically daylight. Oh man, yeah, 6:01 right now. Got the mess of the eye? I know you did, man. We came back over it though. It's your fault. No such thing as outer space. Okay, CJ. There's no such thing as you having brain cells either. Looking at an asteroid on the moon and it was mocked. Profile picture. No way. Oh, that's horrible. Let me take a look out real quick. See how things are looking here, out here. Too bad. You can tell how bright the moon is. You got a little bit of daylight starting to come through. Starting to try to break for us. Go the other way. You know, 90 acres forest in Tennessee. Cool. Oh, cool, man. You got 90 acres of wood. You're outside all the time? Okay, cool. I made you an expert. Man, couldn't imagine what your science is like in space. I look at trees. That's why you go, yeah, that's a beautiful view. Oh, there's a satellite up there. Can you guys see the satellite on the very top flying through? Shut the light. Hang on, Alan. Oh my goodness. What is it? Is in my picture? I honestly can't even tell what that is. Honestly, don't know. Oh, is it clouds? Oh, okay. That just accent change. All that's true. This one is the Canyon M50 Mark II. Canyon M50 Mark II. Oh, there's another satellite. Or is that an airplane or satellite? Looks like a satellite. At first I thought it was flashing, but it looks like a satellite. Oh, there's another satellite coming in from the right. Crazy how many satellites you start to see when you get closer to daylight, of course. It's crazy how many satellites you start to see. Anyways. Anyways. Alright, where are we going to go? Back over here? Back to Jupiter again? Oh no, I remember what we were trying to do. We were trying to find a comet. Y'all made me forget what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. Let's go back to see if we can find that comet real quick. Let's go! While telescope's going over there. Look at the sky again. Good morning from Ohio State. What's up, Ardovore? How you doing, brother? Yep, I completely forgot what we were trying to do. Completely forgot. I was like, man, I knew there was something we were trying to go for. I just could not remember it all. Ohio does not exist. That is true. Ohio does not exist, brother. Good morning from Florida. What's up, MIB? How you doing? Can you check something moving as fast as satellite? We can. You just got to get it all set up in the computer system, though. Yeah, that pesky sun is coming. It is on its way. It's getting bright really fast. All right, let's see if we can see it, though. Let's see if we can spot it. Let me pull us back over the camera. Here. 2-second photo. I see nothing still. What the heck? Still not seeing anything. Let's see. Let me get some more brightness. Are we still behind the tree? Possible we are. Let me move us upwards a little bit to a star. See how far we got. The star a little bit higher where the trees will be. From middle of nowhere, Iowa. Hey, welcome in. All right, so I see a star. That's always a good sign. Oh, you know what? We're out of focus again, of course. Dang C8. Let me, let's get some more light real quick. Let's see how bad this is. On focus. Pretty bad. It's not the best to be in. Let me speed up the camera. Let's focus it in. Which way do we need to go again? I don't remember. The other way. Okay. Need to go positive. Positive on this side. A little more, maybe. We'll check this real quick. Let's see how many stars we see now. Real quick. Check out the lemon comment. That's an idea. That's what we're trying to do. We just got to get past the tree lines. The question is, are we past the tree line yet? I only see a star right now. It looks like we're still near the trees, though. I think we're still near the tree. No pun intended, it kind of is. Originally from? Ah, nice, man. I'm not too sure where that is. Split Lake, Iowa. Or Spirit Lake. Wait, is that like near 35, right? Down south, but west of 35? Is that correct or no? I think I know where you're talking about, actually. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's not the comet yet. These are still stars. I tried to bounce up a little bit higher to see what I could see. I think we're still in the trees, though. These silly trees get too big. Isaac, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Isaac. South of Perry, northwest of Des Moines. Oh, northwest of Des Moines, so it's further up there. What? I was thinking it was like more towards like the Missouri borderline. We are not in Kansas anymore, that's true. That is absolutely true. So if you are just coming in, we're going to try to get a comet. The question right now for me is, should I take out the filter? Because then we'll be able to see a little bit more. That's a good question, actually. Should we take out the filter? Tony! Yo, brother, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, brother. Make sure you jump in Discord with us. I'll send you a link later. I know it's kind of tough. I'll text you a link. So on the lower left is blue. Yeah, it's from the filter, though. Let me take out the filter. Y'all want me to do that? Let's do it. Let's take out the filter real quick. Let's do that. 2 seconds. Disconnect, or are we good? I think we're good. Okay, and then we'll readjust our coloring correctly here. Let's see if that fixed our color a little bit here. 128, 128, 128. Gamma 1. There we go. And then we got to focus in again. Oh my goodness, it's cold. Let me speed up the camera. Now we'll focus. See which way we need to go first. That's actually pretty cool. That wasn't too bad. Grab some light. Blue's gone, yeah. The blue is gone. Alright, now we'll try to play solve real quick. And we should be able to go straight to where the comet is and see if we can find it. There we go. Now we're getting there. And then let's go see if we can find this comet. Slew! On our way. Let's try. Let's see if it's still behind trees or not. Oh, I see it. It is behind trees, so y'all see the comet? Can you see it or no? We're behind tree branches still. But there's that comet right there. It's starting to come through already. Look at how bright it is. You see a star like a little bit higher. You see a star on the bottom, but look at how bright that comet is. Once it gets above the tree line, we'll start to make out like the tail and stuff of this comet. It's so crazy beautiful. Oh my goodness, I am freezing. I'm starting to shiver. Oh. 75 degrees there, but gotta leave the tail there. Oh my goodness. Just one, right? Only gotta leave one for you? I could take the other 15 with me or what? Oh my goodness. Alright, Frank, sounds good, buddy. Before your son wakes you up, yeah. Got snacks in the observatory? I don't. I normally don't snack much. Be strong, Roman. I know. I ate me clothes. But no way, man. We can't go to bed yet. I'm just cold. Come on, trees. Get out of our way. How much do we got? Here's the full frame, by the way. Got a little bit. Looks like we're near. It's just not there yet. Let me take a look here real quick. No, it's actually just Mountain Dew and Sweet Tea. That's right. Tends to be what it is, too. So funny. Dang, this camera just can't point at that tree very well. All right, while we wait for a second here, let's go over here real quick. Just because we're waiting so long. We go right over here real quick on the telescope. Go down tomorrow, I know, right? Not my trees. These ain't on my property. Oh yeah, absolutely. Lemon's so bright too. There's a target right here. That'll be kind of cool to check out. Let me get the telescope settled down. Okay, and then let's see if I can pull it to the center a little better. This is a really beautiful target. We're gonna get it. It's gonna come through. This will be the Owl Nebula. It's a planetary nebula. It's gonna be really faint, but we'll see if we can capture it real quick. Because it'd be kind of cool to see. Pull out some of the brightness here. Then we'll grab a 30-second photo before the sun really starts to pop on us. Got chainsaw ready. Nice. Let's go. If you can see her breath, that's pretty cool. It's getting that direction, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Not as good, but too much got to protect your teeth. Yeah, I agree. And soft tacos, dude. Heck yeah, I could do soft tacos right about now. I've been live streaming 9 hours now tonight. It has been a long night, really long night. Can we see it? Ooh, I don't see it. What the heck? How come I don't see it? Let's go back to live view first. Turn up all the brightness here real quick. There we go. Let's check something. Let me clear out our sinks here. Here, clear out sink. I don't think we're actually on it. Slew. And then we'll replace all of it. Here, place solve. See if it goes back properly. See if I can see it. Let me grab just a short exposure. Even like 8 seconds would be good enough for us, probably. See if we can see it. Drink way too many in a day. Oh my goodness. Alright, it is hard to see it, but it's there. Can you all see it down there? There she is. See that really bright blue area? That's the Owl Nebula. Let's see if we can actually capture it now. Take down some of the brightness, grab some photo-ish. Anyone see it without a telescope? Can anyone see it without? Oh, the not yet, not lemon, but hopefully near the end of October we will. Hopefully it gets pretty bright. You can see it by binoculars though. Even your phone camera can pick it up. But you definitely need something that can capture a little bit more sensitive light per se. But here we go. We got this. We go and get it. 6, 5, 4, 3, a 2, and a 1. Yeah, absolutely. And the photo. We got a little star trail, but you can start to make it out here. That's what matters. Can y'all see it? The Owl Nebula. Oh, wrong way. There we are. Here's the Owl Planetary Nebula here. It's kind of cool too. Owl Nebula is Earth's measures about 2,000 light years away. It's a planetary nebula, a dying star gas shell. Yep. Name's Owl Eye pattern seen through a telescope. Yeah. It is a beautiful blue. Definitely is a beautiful blue. But pretty cool. The Owl Nebula is definitely pretty cool. Come on. Can we see the comet yet? That's going to be the real question. Before the sun comes up, we want the comet. Gets a little bit harder to get it every night. Let me back up a bit. There we go. And then check for the comet now. See if it's getting higher yet. I see it. I definitely see it. Grab a little bit more light real quick. I definitely see it. Yeah, we're really just a speck, dude. Really are. Alright, so I definitely see the comet. There's a star right next to it tonight, too. Or this morning, I should say. Let me pull it over a little better. There we go. Starting to see it a little better, though. The comet. Look at how bright that is. It is gorgeous. Here in a bit, we'll be way above the trees, or at least coming out of the trees, and it'll be a little bit easier to see everything here. We're just not there yet, though. We're definitely in some of the tree branches. I don't see enough stars yet. Nice, yeah. It is super blue. It is gorgeous. Like, this is a stunning comet. Really beautiful comet. Where I missed it last time. No! Come on, BD. You can't be missing stuff. Glad you're here, though. Definitely glad to have you here. I'm also glad I brought out another sweet tea. Be all bad without another drink. Thank you, Mo. Thank you so much. Should be named Blueberry instead of Lemon. If you discover one, you can name it Blueberry. Get your naming convention to go out there, I guess. Not this one. This one's not interstellar. This one's still stellar. This one is stellar. We'll be able to get the interstellar object in November. A star and planets are created and die. Everything, man. Everything comes and everything goes. That's why you should take things at a higher value. How do I get up? What? Dang, dude. It'd be baby blue. Just based off the coloring. Oh, satellite. Satellite went through. Satellite. Crazy satellite. Let me take us into full screen again. There we go. See it move relative to the stars. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Actually, you know what? It looks like we actually moved pretty far from that star already, to be honest. The way you can do it too is like if we actually turn on live stacking, then you'll see how much it trails compared to the stars. We'll pass on October 21st. I don't remember. Dude, I'd have to look it up. I'd actually have to look it up. The Sky Live, by the way, is a really good website to go to check for that data. I can't remember when its perihelion is. No, not a water planet. This is a comet, which does have ice water on it, but it's a comet. A beautiful comet. Going super fast. They do. They definitely do. Follow your lead. I don't even know what my lead is tonight. At this point, I'm tired. I won't lie. I'm thinking about what do I want for breakfast. And breakfast burrito actually sounds, or breakfast pizza sounds good. Does it sound good or no? Breakfast pizza? Bonjour, Dave France. Nice. Welcome, everybody. It does, yeah. I think it definitely has moved a little bit now. I am thinking breakfast pizza, though. Breakfast pizza sounding good. Just means I gotta get in the car, drive to the gas station, get breakfast pizza, freeze the whole time because it's cold. I should start the car remotely. You know what? That kind of ticks me off too. Cadillac, you can no longer start your Cadillac through Alexa. Or she who shall not be named, my bad. Right now we're looking at a comet. This is a comet next to a star. Your family gonna go to bed while they get up? No, I'll be here with my son as he gets up and take him to school. He's in 2nd grade. Casey's Breakfast Pizza. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, man. Casey's Breakfast Pizza. Exactly what it is. Check places so I can find me a comment today. I got you. There you go. Or burrito sounds good. Yeah, breakfast burrito or breakfast pizza. And good morning, by the way, Karen. Eggs, bacon, jelly on toast. Nice. What's a breakfast pizza? Man, Henry. Someone mute that guy. No, I'm joking. Breakfast pizza is usually like a pizza with a different type of sauce on it. I can't remember if it's... Some people use like a breakfast gravy type sauce. Some people use like a cheese sauce. I mean, of course, you got the cheese, but then you have eggs and sometimes sausage or bacon, some other type of topping with it. Yeah, they actually took it off. I'm pretty sure. Computer, start my Cadillac. Yeah, so they disabled the Cadillac skill. Kind of ticks me off. Yeah, sausage gravy on most of them. Yep. That's what most of them are, like sausage gravy or cheese or something like that. Good morning and happy midweek. That is right. Absolutely. So yeah. What a bummer. Welcome to the Food Channel. We always get there. We do it this time of day. Breakfast tacos are good too, really. Key fob started. I can use my phone, but it would. I'm just nowhere near the car, so I wouldn't know. But I can actually pick up my phone and start it with it too. Either way, just have breakfast burritos. Oh, I got you. That's a bummer. Which way is the comet moving from our perspective? Towards the sun. Towards the sun. So it's getting closer towards the sun, which means right now in the morning hours, it's getting further downwards. It's getting a little bit. It's getting a little lower. At this point in time, tomorrow will be a little bit lower in the sky per se, until we can't see it during the daylight, and then eventually we'll start seeing it in the evening. Get into the pineapple on pizza. Oh man, absolutely not, dude. It's got a button I push, talking to start sound. Sick. Yeah. It's moving fast for sure. Yeah, notice how far away it's getting from that star now. Quite a bit different distance. Corned beef and pickled egg sandwich. Ooh, that sounds good. I don't know about the pickled egg, but the egg sounds good with corned beef. Henry, man, you need to have breakfast pizza, brother. Feed y'all, everybody would have to wash dishes. Ah, dang. Absolutely, though. That's why we bring the paper plates. But you're imagining. No, it's moving a little bit. It's definitely moving. We're not out of the trees yet, so still can't take a really good photo. You can see we're still in the trees. See that kind of like a yellowish color? Tree branches. We're almost there, though. We're almost there. Then you can see the blue where the sky is. It's a silly tree branch. The blue one right here is the comet. The one right there. See how it has like that halo around it? That's going to be the comet right there. Compared to stars are going to be like these dots everywhere else. Once we get behind that tree branch, it will really make it out a lot better. Paper plates, plastic forks. We don't even need forks. What are you cooking? We may not even need plates. We may need paper towels. How come it's not moving? We're taking photos right now. 4-second photos, actually. Yeah, so every 4 seconds we're taking a new photo through the telescope. If we're going to go live, because it's behind the tree, it's really hard to see, but let me turn it up a little bit faster. So you can speed up the camera, obviously. Let me go a little faster here. And then I got to turn up some brightness over here, and you can see like it's really hard to see. Actually, I don't even see it at this point. Yeah, I can't even see it. It's just way behind trees currently, though. Once it comes up, we'll be able to make it out better. Pizza does have a built-in plate. That is true. Ah, it's too bright. There we go. Oh, look at that. We're about there, though. We are getting super close from being out from behind the tree there. Like right on the edge. It's going to move off to right to the topwards. It'll come out from behind the tree up here. We'll start to make it out. Talk about pineapple pizza. It definitely... Man, pineapple pizza is just a different story. That's ridiculous. Making sausage, breakfast potatoes. Ooh, that sounds good too. That does sound good. Observe the rings of Saturn and its moons. Tonight we will. Oh, satellite. Satellite. Oh, another satellite. 2 different satellites, 2 different directions. That's crazy. Yeah, tonight we will. Tonight we'll get to Saturn and its moons again. And then we'll get to our moon. Hey, Oaks, how's it going? How's your day? Yeah, it's so fast, yeah. So we're taking, obviously we're taking long exposure, so it creates almost like a light pinging, which is pretty cool. Chicken and waffles sound great about now. Where is chicken and waffles? That dude was awesome. But I was good on pepperoni pizza for sure. What? This guy. Awesome, me, man. All right, it's starting to get bright. Y'all see it. Now we're coming out from behind the tree. It's about there. Talking about food, yeah. Want to highlight the comment and the satellites. Oh, I got you. Got the munchies now? Man. Oh, another satellite come through. Satellite. And then they'll take off, obviously, and then the other one goes through a different direction. So many dang satellites. Good morning, Adorva. How you doing, brother? How's your night? How is your night? Like sweet and savory? Ah, I got you. I don't. Not pineapple. Never on pizza. Thank you, Oscar. Appreciate it, buddy. Have a good night, man. Thank you so much. This right side up, left is left, all that. No, not how my telescope and stuff works. So, actually, you know what? In your view, yeah. Actually, in your view, it is. The way I see it, it's in a horizontal feed compared to how you guys see it in vertical, which in your view, it is, yeah. 24p? Oh, dude, it's so dim. 24p is super dim. It's like, what? It's like magnitude like 16 or something. Super, super dim. Have an amazing day. Yo, have an amazing day. All right, we're about there. We're about out of the trees here. We getting close. We getting close. Another satellite. Looks like there's another tree branch right above it, though. All right, let's see what we can do. Let's start stacking it real quick while it's coming out here. We'll at least be able to make out some stuff before the other tree branch gets in the way. Top of the morning to you from Ireland. Hey, Dougie, how's it going, buddy? Oh, flashbang, y'all. Oops. Flashbang. Oops. My bad. All right, let's see here. Alignment. Direction. See how it looks here in a minute. Starts to come through the tree lines. We'll be able to make it out a little better. You can see, you can really make out where the tree branches are at this point. Shitty tree branches. Yeah, a lot brighter. 5. We're stacking at this point now. I'm starting to put them together, but I don't think it's even needed because we're still at that dang tree branch. Silly tree branch blocking our view. Go back to live. Yeah. And we'll be able to really, as it comes out from behind the tree branches, you can really make it out. He came here prepared for Battlefield 6. Oh my goodness, man. That's really funny. Yeah, it's really bright. It is super bright. Let me back all the way up again. You can see the whole field of frame right here. This is the whole frame that we can see. Let's move it over just a bit in the camera. Pixel position, recenter. Let's say, let's go to like, probably here. We'll pull that to the center. Now move it over just a bit for us. See how it looks then. Chainsaw in hand. Oh my goodness. Another satellite. Silly satellites. Right now, A6 lemon. Comment lemon. It is. I got a go-to mount. It's an equatorial mount. So we're tracking it through the right extension. Can't believe how tired I'm getting already. Let me kind of speed up the camera just a bit here. Let's see if we can still see. Oh yeah, you can still make it out. Still make it out. Yeah, blue lemon. Yeah. Crazy beautiful one. I know it's really hard to see. I turned the turn this up a little bit faster on the camera. But it's crazy that you can still see it. That blows my mind, actually. Put a lightning rod at the top of the tree. Oh my goodness. Stunning, though. Can't believe how tired you are. You were doing this before I went to bed? Yeah, dude, 9 hours now. We just passed 9 hours. 9 hours and 24 minutes. I'm exhausted. It's been a long night. It has been a long night. Super long night. It's been a beautiful night, though. Another satellite. Silly satellites. I'll back out just a bit. These are 2-second photos currently. The nights are getting longer. When my stream was amazing, I appreciate it. Honestly, thank you. First, I'm going to go grab breakfast, though, here in a minute, which I should do before my son gets up. But it's not every day you get to look at a comet either. Not every day we get to swing over and check out a comet in the morning hours. So that's pretty cool. That's definitely worth it. Time flies when you're having fun. That is true. Absolutely true. Let's see here a little bit more light. Let's see. Just a little bit more light. Let me look at the owl sky. Oh, look at that. Sun's coming up. Sun is coming up. Coming up fast. It's coming up really fast. Flashbang. Oops. Not what I'm trying to do. There we go. Trying to take out some of the brightness. Super beautiful. Hi, thanks. Miklos, thank you so much. Make sure you jump in Discord, man. Send it. Oh, to get in Discord, go into the settings and click connection. So you go in Discord, click settings, connections, and then connect your YouTube to the profile that you're using now, of course. And then it will have a link so you can actually join our Discord. I don't know, I just passed Neptune. This one here? No, I didn't say anything about Neptune. Let me look it up, though. I'll get a distance for you. Southeast, it's east, northeast. East, northeast for me right now. It currently is a distance of 121 million kilometers. So that's under 1 AU. So it's somewhere like 60 million miles or so, roughly 60, 70 million miles. I'd have to try to convert that to 121. It's like 70 million in it. Look at the brightness data. November 1st, it looks like it's going to be around magnitude 4.76, which is pretty nice. Oh, look at how bright we're getting outside already. No. No. Silly sun. Silly sun. Yeah, 0.6 AU. Nice, yeah, that's crazy. It's like 0.8, ain't it, right now? 0.8 AU. There it is, y'all. There ain't much more I can do. The sun is coming out. The sun is coming out. You can go to the Sky Live. It gives you really good data. Really, really good data. Be able to see 24. 24 is like really, really, really faint if I remember right. Let me go look real quick. Let's see if I can find it real quick. 24p, 24p, 24p. See if they even have it on here. They might not even have it on here yet. It's really, really faint, like super faint. Let me pull up the 3D VR for it. Search. C 2025. And then 24p. Comment. Close. See if I can find it. So many comments in my view right now. Can't even see it on the map. Where the heck is it? Found Pluto, I see Neptune. I don't see it on there yet. Let me go back. Try it this way. Dang, where is it? I shouldn't even be looking for it, to be honest. It's so faint, it don't even matter. Oh, there it is. I found it. There it is. It is a magnitude 17.6. Pointless to even try. Like, pointless to even try right now. How do you get to your Discord? Dude, I've been doing it. Send me, you got a way to send me a DM? Aren't you on Discord, like friends with me on Discord? No. But I did it for, it's basically members only at this point. Because last time I had Discord, it was just like way too many people, bro. We'll get brighter over the time. I've seen it has passed. Ooh. Its brightness is estimated, like the bright estimation is like magnitude 12. Like it's nothing. Like it's nothing to even worry about. See so much clickbait for 3i comment. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 24p is a worthless comment to even try to detect. It's so faint compared to what we see here, obviously. It's just a comment out there. Way, way out there. Alright, let me do that. I am exhausted, yo. Yo, you have me on Discord still or no? I don't remember if you're on my Discord, Dova. Are we still friends on Discord, or did we ever have friendship on Discord? I can't remember. Honestly, can't remember. Let me see if I have you here. Dova. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you, bro. Dova. I'll point you in. There you go. I sent your Discord. Change course. Yeah, that's just a little bullcrap. I think, and they can use stuff to make it make sense because, like, obviously the sun bends its orbit just a bit and then it slingshots it, speeds it up. So obviously you see changing course and then you see it's sped up and all these other things. So it makes it too easy for them. Yeah, absolutely. That thing's straight, but it's like spinning into the wind. It is. Honestly, it is. All right, y'all. I gotta go. My head's starting to hurt a little bit. I'm starting to get hungry. Look how far it is from that star, by the way, now. If you were here just a bit ago, now look how far away from that star it actually got. Quite a bit. Have an amazing day, y'all. Be awesome. Be kind. It's easy. It's free. Don't cost nothing. It might even make your day better, to be honest. But clear skies, y'all. We'll see y'all tonight. Goodbye.